just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit emcins.com to find your local agent.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day with premium Hawkeye apparel from Authentic Brand. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
And those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Cooper DeJean leading the Big Ten, ranking 5th nationally with those 3 interceptions. Certainly would love to see him get another one and perhaps run it back to help the Hawks against the Illini in Champaign in the football game here tonight. Andy Peterson in the Authentic Brand pregame show, and we're looking ahead to wrestling season now. Well, let's catch up with the head Hawk wrestling coach, Tom Brands, before Iowa and Illinois here on the Hawkeye Radio Network with a lot of excitement, of course, heading into this wrestling season. The Hawks return 5 past All-Americans, including Spencer Lee, of course, who is a 3-time national champion, looking to become the first 4-timer in program history. Hey, Coach Brands, always great to get another season underway, and I know there's a lot to look forward to. Thanks for being here.
A lot to look forward to down the road a little ways. It's upon us, but also a lot to look forward to at 6:30 tonight, kickoff against Illinois. We are transitioning into wrestling mode, and that is awesome. Season ticket sales are just like last year. They're brisk. The buzz is in the air for wrestling, and our fans are responding like they always do. It's awesome.
That's great to hear, and, of course, still room to get those season tickets. We'll talk about that here coming up. I guess let's start with Spencer Lee, Coach. The first 4-time national championship or national champion in program history has a nice ring to it if he can get that done.
Yeah, we just got to make sure that we do what's right by him, continue to do that. All we got to do is turn him loose. And when he's ready and he steps on the mat, the results are going to take care of themselves. Not that it's an automatic, but we just got to make sure that we do put him on the mat. That's the most important thing. And last year was a little bit frustrating for everybody. And I mean everybody. I'm talking about the fans. I'm talking about our administration. I'm talking about our coaching staff. I'm talking about the most important people is Spencer and his family. So we got to move forward, and that's what we're doing. We're fired up.
Talk a little bit about when you've got somebody that's got that kind of energy and enthusiasm and adapt and overcome. How does that kind of set the mood for the expectations of the rest of the team, Tom?
Well, I think his leadership is definitely built in, and just his presence. But there's another factor as well, and that's as you look at a lineup, and he's kind of your catalyst. He's your spark igniter. He's the first spark. He's the first guy on the mat. However you want to say it or describe it, it is a difference maker, and he sets the tone, and he does it as well as anybody I've ever seen. He is definitely the best wrestler I have ever seen, and that's saying a lot, of course. Biggest thing is that we just go one match at a time and keep doing what we do best, and that is when we step on the mat, we're ready to go, and that's what he's done best.
Practice begins on Monday. A lot of energy and enthusiasm. I know it always puts a smile on your face that first day of practice.
Yeah, it's like a national holiday, but we got a lot of disciplined guys too, and they're on the mat. And Tony Cassiope's been training. He's going to the U23 Worlds. If you remember, he won a world title a year ago in the U23 age division, and he made that team again in May, and he's going back. And we're fired up about that as well. He'll leave in about 8-9 days, and he competes on the 21st, 22nd, I believe, or either the 20th or the 21st or 21, 22. And we're fired up about that opportunity as well. So not many guys get a chance to go back and defend a world title or attack another world title is probably a better way to describe it. But he'll be going for number 2 here in about, 2 weeks from today and tomorrow, I believe.
Boy, that's pretty neat, and another source of excitement there that you can enjoy in watching this Hawkeye wrestling program. First duel comes up November 13th against Cal Baptist. There are 8 this year at Carver Hawkeye Arena. How can we get tickets and check out your program a little more, Coach?
Well, I don't know, but I should know. But I tell you what, all you got to do is go to HawkeyeSports.com, look at the ticket button, click on it, and go to wrestling. And I'm not a propaganda guy, but you got to get on it because we've sold over 12,000 season tickets, and they're going fast. And last year was a sellout. And my direct report, Gary Barta's right-hand woman, Barbara Burke, says it best. I mean, when those tickets sell out and you don't have them and you're complaining, that's your fault. When we're still 2 months out of competition and you got an opportunity. So, and we've seen that happen. This is real with wrestling. Those women's basketball tickets flew off the shelves at the end of last year. And that was kind of the story that she told. And you remember Kinnick Stadium being sold out in late July. And there's just a lot to be cheering for or whatever, celebrating when you're a Hawkeye. So get your tickets, and that's not propaganda.
Absolutely. There's nothing quite like a wrestling duel at Carver Hawkeye Arena. Very unique and special. Hey, we appreciate your time. Great work, Tom. We'll talk again soon.
Hey, priorities, man. We got to get that freaking W. We got to go into Illinois and get that W. Rock and roll. Thanks.
Yep. Send the Orange home at halftime, or maybe the third quarter. It'd be a lot of fun. Iowa head wrestling coach Tom Brands before Iowa and Illinois pregame show continues in just a moment. Yeah, with the conversation turning to basketball with one of the new head coaches, Courtney Eldridge, on the way. Hawkeye football today brought to you by the Iowa Egg Council. Dietary guidelines recommend eggs as an important first food for infants and toddlers, as well as for pregnant and lactating women. Eggs are one of the best sources of choline, a nutrient critical for fetal brain development. How do you like your eggs? Scrambled with cheese and bacon, as always. The Authentic Brand pregame show will continue right after this. Not only does Authentic Brand create the finest Hawkeye apparel, like what I'm wearing today on a beautiful day, the polo shirt's working out well, they also manufacture a full suite of made-to-order company merch that your employees will love to wear. Get connected by visiting authentic-brand.com/project. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Premium Hawkeye gear for game day and every day. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Get low rates and high yields from Spraytech fertilizers. Yes, get low rates and high yields from Spraytech's Full Tech, the most complete adjuvant on the market. Full Tech offers burn control, better fixation on leaves, better homogenization in the tank mix, mixed drift control, better spreadability, and more. Full Tech is changing the way you treat your crops. Get higher yields and more money in your bank account with Full Tech from Spraytech. Call 515-252-7777 for Full Tech details or visit spraytech.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
No less than 8 Hawkeyes have tallied a sack so far this season. 13 total on the year, about 3 a game. And that's in the top third nationally as we get ready for the Hawks and the Illini from Champaign. Andy Peterson, the authentic brand game day show. And a lot going on Hawkeye sports-wise this time of year, including preparation for basketball season. Chris Murray voted to the preseason All-Big Ten team this week, marking the 4th season Iowa has had a player named to the team, and the defending Big Ten tournament champions will tip off November 7th, so a week from yesterday, against Bethune-Cookman, and one of the 2 new assistant men's basketball coaches, Courtney Eldridge, with us on the Authentic Brand Game Day Show. Coach, what's it been like the first couple of weeks of practice?
The first couple of weeks of practice have been exciting, and guys have been kind of ready to get after it. On the flip side, though, I'm glad we don't have a game, for another month. There's a lot of stuff that we have to, correct and clean up, and we kind of focus on the summers of just letting the guys play and getting used to, being collegiate athletes and the speed of the game. We don't focus too much on, X's and O's. And so we should have a lot of stuff yet to put in. And Coach will, get us prepared for that. So the next couple of weeks will be really intensive in terms of what we're putting in terms of our play calls and stuff like that. But, we gradually put some stuff in. But, I'm excited that this group of returners going to be in different roles, and I'm just looking forward to the start of the season.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you about with Coach McCaffrey entering his 13th season at Iowa, just 7 wins from career victory, number 500, so milestone season for Fran. You talked a little bit about the returners, 9 letter winners, including 3 starters, maybe in a little different roles, Courtney. Talk a little bit about who you see leading this team and how some of those roles will change a little bit for guys like Chris Murray and Tony Perkins and Patrick McCaffrey.
Right. I think, obviously I think it's rightfully so that you start with those 3. I think Tony and Peyton have made the biggest jump, this summer, in my personal opinion. So we look for Tony to be, a full-time starter. I know he came on last year and started some games, but was an integral part of our success, especially down the stretch and in Indianapolis. So I've challenged him, you know what I mean, and some personal between me and him, and hopefully, he has the physical attributes and capabilities to be all first team all defense in this league, and so I've challenged him to do that, and he's been taking on that onus in practice, and I just look forward to watching that carry over to the games. PMAC, I think is in a position to take a bigger step as well. He's kept some weight on. He's gotten stronger physically, and he's a better shooter than statistics show in the past 2 years. So I expect his 3-point percentage to go up, and his rebound numbers to go up. And Chris Murray, fouls limited him sometimes, and just rotational issues. But he's going to play more than I think he averaged like 19 minutes a game last year, and was productive with like 9 and 7 in those minutes. That's almost going to double for him. You know what I mean? The only time he's probably going to come off the floor is if he's in foul trouble or if he's tired. So I expect, the numbers to go up for him. And the challenge for Chris will be, being the number 1 guy on the scouting report. Like you said, he's first team preseason, voted to be the best NBA prospect in the league. So now, he kind of goes from an unknown to a targeted guy. And, how he establishes, himself and takes on that role will, ultimately be determine how successful we'll be this year.
It'll be fun to watch. We're excited to have you on the bench this year, Courtney. Thanks for joining us here on the Authentic Brand pregame show.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you. Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. Courtney Eldridge, assistant men's basketball coach, as Iowa opens the regular season with 3 of 4 games at home, including 2 straight. Season tickets and mini packages are still available. Hawk fans, cheer for those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during the game today, where a $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. We're happy to have Eggs hosting our show today here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers in Cedar Rapids on Edgewood Road, Highway 100. You can shop for ingredients to create your best tailgate or watch party. And this is your reminder, don't forget the eggs. You can cook them up quickly. They make a scrumptious tailgate and game time meal. Delicious and a great source of protein. Authentic Brand is your destination for officially licensed Hawkeye apparel and accessories. Look your best on game days, and every day you can shop Authentic Brand's exclusive selection at authentic-brand.com. Iowa and Illinois about 90 minutes away. We're getting you ready for it on the Authentic Brand pregame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Topgolf Swing Suite. Topgolf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, offering unique Hawkeye apparel and premium branded merch. Shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
Well, after the Michigan game, the Iowa defense fell to third nationally now in scoring defense, giving up about 10 a game. You know who replaced them after holding to Wisconsin negative rushing yards? It's Illinois, the team that Iowa takes on today. Carving out hard yards, as Spencer Petrus will be put it this week, will be one of the keys to victory tonight in Champaign. Andy Peterson and the Authentic Brand pregame show continuing, where we invite you to entertain your clients, employees, or friends at each Iowa home game in the Hawkeye Village, powered by Kubota. It's an experience unlike any other, located inside Dwayne Banks Field, and tailgate packages include game tickets, along with catered food and beverage prior to kickoff. Visit HawkeyeSports.com for more information. Eggs have been the host of our show today here at Hy-Vee Wahlburgers. It's always a pleasure to be here, and they've got several game day specials for you to enjoy during Iowa-Illinois tonight. Eggs don't come with a complicated ingredient list because they only contain one ingredient. It's called eggs, and at 17 cents a serving, eggs are the least expensive source of high-quality protein. We are approaching the 5 o'clock hour. Let's pause 10 seconds now for stations to identify themselves along the Hawkeye Radio Network. Union, proud to support Kirk's Kids for the 2022 season. Participants in Big Brothers Big Sisters programs throughout Iowa attended a Hawkeye home football game, toured Kinnick Stadium, and received team gear. Contributions totaling more than $3.7 million, and staff volunteering over 3,100 hours to support local events. The Kirk Kids program from Green State Credit Union. You know Authentic Brand and their superior Hawkeye apparel, but did you know they offer the same premium gear with your company branding that your employees will love? Start your custom merch project at authentic-brand.com/project. Rob Brooks in the Media Roundtable is next. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit AmericaNeedsFarmers.org.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. For unique Hawkeye apparel and premium accessories, shop authentic-brand.com today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Touch on your next new construction or renovation project with Windsor Windows and Doors. With made in the USA quality, Windsor Windows and Doors are built to last. To learn more about what we have to offer, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Let me ask you a question. What has 27 challenging holes, bent grass fairways and greens, a great location just 5 miles northwest of Des Moines, a perfect setting and venue for corporate and fundraising golf events, a driving range, season passes for avid golfers, and a great food and beverage division? You're right. The answer is Beaver Creek Golf Course, the same place I have never ever seen a beaver. If you like to golf, you'll really like Beaver Creek.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Champaign for the roundtable discussion on the pregame show as we count down to kickoff Iowa and Illinois. Pleased to have Brian Barnhart, the voice of the Fighting Illini, here with us. And Brian, 4-1, only lost to Indiana, a game I probably think if you go back, I felt should have had that one. The resurgence, the start to this season, what's been a little bit different in Brett Bielema's second year?
Well, it started a little bit last year. In fact, when we played you guys, I think we wound up losing by 10, and really the difference in the game, I think one of them was a 100-yard kickoff return. So we got off to a pretty good start in that game, and then you guys came back in that ball game and won it by 10. But really the key has been the defensive turnaround from the Virginia game a year ago where they gave up 42. I think since that game, or maybe shortly after, I think we've given up 3 touchdown passes in that stretch. So where teams used to be able to pretty much carve up the secondary at times or run through an Illinois defense, I think we gave up 35 points a game here a couple of years ago. We're not giving much up at all. I mean, very much like the Iowa defense. You have to take it from us to get anything going offensively. And so that's been the key. And then the offense, they changed coordinators from last year to this year, brought in Barry Lunny, who had been the offensive coordinator at UTSA, who came in here and beat us last year. And now he and Tommy Devito have gotten in sync, and it's a really good offense to go with a pretty good defense, and that's how you win games. So.
That's right. Throw in some special teams as well. But what's DeVito showed you so far?
Well, first, he's very accurate. I think he's completing passes close to 70%. So he's right on the precision. They spread the ball around, so he's got good accuracy, either to Isaiah Williams outside or Hightower or Pat Bryant if he goes long occasionally or whatever. But we haven't really gone long a lot. It's been just a lot of RPO, whatever's open they take. He's been very efficient. He's mobile, so he can get a first down with his feet. The biggest thing is he just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. And that's not a knock on the guys that were at the spot before, Brandon Peters or other guys before, but I think it is an upgrade. I think he's taken it kind of the next level, combined with the different style of offense that's been more efficient, better in the red zone last week, especially at Wisconsin, 5 of 5. And they cut down some turnovers, which really cost them the Indiana game.
And when you can run the football, and then obviously opens things up.
Yeah, you guys know about great running backs over the years. Chase Brown is in that category. He is one of those guys that, and we'll see how he does tonight against a very good Iowa defense, but he's one of those guys that he can hit a home run about any play. And so it's kind of scary if you're trying to defend him. And he kept, what Brett Bielema described it last week was, he kept sawing wood. He kept getting close. He almost broke one. He was kind of getting 2 yards here against Wisconsin and 3. And then, boom, he gets one for 49. And he's over 100 yards. And so he can do that even against good defenses.
You look at this community, obviously getting behind this football team. Have you seen the hype, the tailgating, more fans this year, where you've got a coach now that knows how to win, knows his way around the Big Ten, and obviously this will be a big game for him tonight.
Well, when you think about it, we know for sure Illinois has not had a winning record in a decade. And 11 years ago, they won their first 6 under Ron Zook. They started 6-0, then they lost their last 6. And they really haven't been able to get much above water since then. And so what's happened is we've had a couple of 2 or 3 different coaches in that span, and teams maybe fans get a little bit encouraged, but they say, okay, show me something. And then they could never get to a point where, okay, they got some momentum. Last week was different because it was like we hadn't won in Wisconsin in 20 years. We haven't beaten Iowa in 8 straight times, I guess, going back to 08. So it's going to take a couple of wins like that. And we'll have a good crowd tonight. I don't think it'll be sold out, but I think it will be, pretty full, and probably the biggest crowd of the year. And I think Bielema, the way he coaches, his approach to things, people are starting to figure out that this is a good football team. This is pretty solid. Basketball's coming, but we don't have to think about it as much right now because football is getting attention.
Well, it should be good tonight, Brian. Thanks so much for your time.
Good to see you, Rob.
Yeah,
Thanks.
You too. We are proud to introduce tonight's University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital honorary kid captain, 12-year-old Cormac Faley from Asbury, Iowa. When he was 6 years old, Cormac had a low-grade fever, stomach ache, and nausea that just wouldn't go away. He was diagnosed with leukemia and sent to the UI Stead Family Children's Hospital for treatment, finishing his last treatment in October 2020. Congratulations to Cormac Faley, this week's UI Stead Family Children's Hospital honorary kid captain. We will have more of the Authentic Brand Game Day show. It will continue after this. Freshen up your Hawkeye wardrobe with Authentic Brand. The unique and versatile styles are just what you need to look your best on game days and every day. Shop authentic-brand.com. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost, when you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? Ah, that's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show. Gear up for game day and every day in authentic brand apparel. Shop premium branded merch and Hawkeye gear. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hog fans, we invite you to visit the iconic Midwest venue right in Kinnick's backyard, Arden Creek Vineyard and Winery. Located just 35 minutes southeast of Iowa City, Arden Creek is the perfect destination to sample and enjoy award-winning handcrafted wines. Our selection of reds, whites, and rosés will keep you coming back. Pick up a bottle today at your local wine and spirits retailer across Iowa and Western Illinois. In fact, Arden Creek is now a proud sponsor of the Iowa Hawkeyes and is now being served across Kinnick Stadium this fall. Go Hawks!
This is Gary Dolphin back at celebrated Memorial Stadium. It's hard not to look out over the turf in this neighborhood and not drift back to great memories that Memorial Stadium has produced and great people like Niall Kinnick and the Galloping Ghost, Red Grange. Some great battles by Iowa, Illinois down through the years, and we're going to trip down memory lane in just a minute, celebrating the reunion last week of that 2002 Orange Bowl and Big Ten Championship Hawkeye team. Agriculture is Iowa's economic MVP, scoring $121.1 billion a year for our economy and creating 1 out of every 5 jobs. Support America's farmers. Learn more at americaneedsfarmers.org. The 2002 Iowa team had no less than 4 national award winners and future stars Chad Greenway, Abdul Hodge, and Jonathan Babineau. The stat sheet stuffers included Mackey Award winner Dallas Clark, Outland Trophy recipient Robert Gallery, Groza Award kicking master Nate Kading, and the incomparable quarterback Brad Banks. Banks found his way to Iowa after 2 years at Central Florida University and Hines Community College. The Belle Glade, Florida native played sparingly in 2001 and then exploded on the landscape in 2002, leading the Hawkeyes to an 11-1 record, an undefeated 8-0 Big Ten slate, a final number 8 ranking, and a Heisman runner-up to another quarterback, Carson Palmer of Southern Cal, who the Hawkeyes lost to in that year's Orange Bowl. Banks won the Davy O'Brien Trophy and claimed the Associated Press Player of the Year nod. Named honorary captain for this season's Michigan game, Banks' message to the team has been resonating in the Iowa locker room ever since Kirk Ferentz arrived.
We work hard. We do all the right things. We prepared ourselves, and I think it was more so about having fun with each other in these type of games. And not only just this game, but as we go on with the season, and to enjoy each other's, to respect each other, to feed off each other, to hold each other accountable, and most importantly, hold yourself accountable. That was kind of what I brought in there and talked about goals, how I set the bar high, and when the game was over, you had some not so bad numbers. So it was, just have fun and enjoy each other.
You came here from the deep south, Florida, and Iowa took a chance on you. Kirk Ferentz saw something. Kenny O'Keefe saw something in Brad Banks. You must be grateful, as Iowa is grateful, that you found your way to Kinnick Stadium.
Yeah, I wish it could have been longer, Dolph, and had a great bunch of guys to be around, great coaches, and so I just wanted to make the most of it. And yeah, I was definitely appreciative of having the chance to play here in this wonderful university and with the best fans in the land. So it don't get no better.
Banks won the Chicago Tribune's Silver Football Award as Big Ten Most Valuable Player. Iowa and Ohio State both finished 8-0, but did not play each other in 2002. A star at Minneapolis De La Salle High School, Derrick Robinson was a 6'4", 290-pound defensive end whose Iowa teams went 38-12 from 2001 through 04, playing in the Alamo, Outback, and the now infamous Capital One Bowl. Robinson, affectionately known as D-Rob, admitted he got sideways a few times with Kirk Ferentz and the coaching staff, but the head man embraced him with tough love, telling him to keep rolling up his sleeves, keep trying. Robinson did just that and played 6 years in the NFL.
I just think about all the work we put together and all the togetherness that we have. We still have this, you know, the people, the guys that's coming, we can still call on each other, you know, and you can't, that's a blessing in its own, because you go to other organizations or other schools, it's not like that. It's not like that. And the fact that you, Mr. Dolphin, Coach Ferentz, are still here, you know, enabling this tradition, is you can't ask for anything better, you know.
D-Rob, you were here at a time when Kirk was getting the program back to where Hayden had it in its heyday.
Yes.
The team had gone to the Alamo Bowl the year before. Nice 7-5 season.
Yes.
Kading and Bob Sanders leading the way, and then it all exploded in 2002, and then carried on right through Brad Banks to Nathan Chandler to Drew Tate,
yes.
and this program's never looked back. It's the consistency must really impress you.
Yes, and I remember my redshirt freshman year. Actually, it was my freshman year. I didn't play, and we were the worst team in the Big Ten. Then we go to the Alamo Bowl. Then all of a sudden we jump all the way to the Orange Bowl. That year, 2002, was our coming out. I really think it was our coming out. Ever since that year, Iowa has been, you know, obviously Coach Hayden has had his time, but I think it put a stamp in there when Coach Ferentz, you know, when we made it to the Orange Bowl and we showed everybody who we were.
Coach Ferentz to Coach Parker, Norm Parker.
Yeah.
You played for Norm. Norm didn't pick favorites, did he? He was hard on everybody.
Hard on everybody. I was just telling my significant other how hard he was and how high his expectations were, which no matter what, you had to meet them. Otherwise, you weren't going to be on the field. And you had to behave a certain way, have certain manners, and be cordial, and that all mattered, because I was not only football. You know, you can apply every single thing you learn here into your life, you know, and Coach Parker, of course, was somebody that stressed that.
Robinson lives in San Diego and works in real estate sales, still rolling up his sleeves, remembering how his time at Iowa changed his life for the better. It was great to see all the former players off the 02 team. I think 40 total came back to celebrate on Michigan weekend at Kinnick Stadium. And now all those young men are fathers and very successful business people, and we wish them the best going forward. Hawkeye hydration stations in Kinnick Stadium are brought to you by Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio, locations throughout the concourse. We encourage you to bring reusable water bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. Delta Dental of Iowa, the farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, and Pivot Bio care about the water we share. We'll wrap up the Authentic Brand Game Day show in just a minute. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyesPorts.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
This is the authentic brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Listen to Good Evening, my friends, across the great state of Iowa. Brian Housewith is my name, filling in for Mo Lewis. Great to be back on the Hawkeye Radio Network, and our scoreboard update is brought to you by U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and the businesses in Iowa and across the country since 1863. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member of the FDIC. We got a good one for you coming up today, this evening at historic Illinois, Champaign, Illinois Memorial Stadium. You heard Dolph mention Red Grange. I'd throw in some other names as well, the Galloping Ghost, of course. But you also have to think about Dick Butkus, some tremendous players who played at Illinois over the year. It's always a physical game. Iowa and Illinois will kick it off tonight at about 6:30 right here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Let's get right to our scores. Third quarter right now at Spartan Stadium in East Lansing. Number 3 Ohio State pulling ahead of Michigan State 35-13. Buckeyes getting it done through the air. C.J. Stroud, 15 of 18, 285 yards. He has 4 touchdowns for the Buckeyes.
Off the play action, Stroud wants a downfield shot, and he's got Fleming running free, and Julian Fleming battles to the end zone. Touchdown, Ohio State.
That's how it sounded on ABC and ESPN. We thank them for that audio. The great Chris Fowler there on the call. Buckeyes 5-0, trying to make it 6-0 at Ryan Field on the lakefront in Evanston, Wisconsin, pounding Northwestern right now, 28-0. Graham Mertz, 4 touchdown throws in the game. In Bloomington, number 4 Michigan beating Indiana today, 31-10. Jim Harbaugh and the Wolverines now 6-0. Big game in the Big Ten next week as the Wolverines will take on Penn State. Implications for the conference, certainly in the Big Ten East, if you will. J.J. McCarthy, 3 touchdown throws. Nebraska beating Rutgers last night at SHI Stadium, 14-13. Johnny is doing a good job there with that program, no question about it. Casey Thompson had 2 touchdown throws, 232 yards. Purdue beating Maryland 31-29 earlier today. 2 big games tonight. Alabama at number 1 will be on the CBS game against Texas A&M. That is on national TV. Moved to prime time. It is in Tuscaloosa, and a big game as well. Clemson on the road. Chestnut Hill taking on Boston College tonight. Again, coming up next, we'll have more with my colleague Gary Dolphin. He'll be coming your way right after this. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
At the Machine Shed, award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, charbroiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye Football is brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy-saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
Saturday night, Big Ten football. The Hawkeyes are in Champaign-Urbana for a game with the resurgent Illinois Fighting Illini, led by second-year head coach Brett Bielema. The Illini, with a big second half last weekend, defeated Wisconsin 34-10. Illinois' run defense has been nationally ranked all season, gave up just 2 net yards. I'm still trying to process that, because Wisconsin still has Braylon Allen at tailback. They've got a couple of run pluggers in Johnny Newton and Keith Randolph with their hands on the ground, outstanding nose tackle type run stoppers. And, of course, Chase Brown keeps motoring along offensively for the Illini. The senior from Ontario has 5 straight games of 100 yards or more rushing, and he carried 25 times for 129 and a touchdown last week, proving his durability against typically a very strong run defense in Wisconsin. Iowa has a very strong run defense. So Ed Podolak, my broadcast partner for 25, 26 years, this isn't your mother's Illinois team because of Brett Bielema, but tonight it starts with Chase Brown. They've got a new quarterback that we'll talk about, but Illinois is going to try and run the football to set up the pass.
Well, what was it Bob Bowlesby used to say? This is going to be a Big Ten slobber knocker.
Yep.
And that's exactly what we're looking at here today. And if you look at the senior or veteran offensive line that Illinois fields, you know they're going to try to run the ball, and we got to stop it.
Syracuse transfer quarterback Tommy DeVito. He's passing at a 70% completion rate, 9 touchdowns to 2 interceptions, and this guy spreads the ball around. Isaiah Williams, who used to be their Wildcat quarterback, he's got 35 catches and 2 touchdowns. They moved him out to a receiver post, and he has really stepped up big. But last week at Wisconsin, DeVito found 9 different receivers.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, 70% completion ratio. That's off the charts. And that Wisconsin defense, I don't know whether they were on sleep last week or not, but that was not their kind of defensive play. So Hawks got to come out hot and expect that this is going to go right down to the wire. This is one of those things that it's going to be last man standing, in my opinion. 2
really good defenses on the field, the Hawkeyes and the Fighting Illini, 2 solid special teams. So which offense can fire the first salvo against the other's defense? The Iowa offense showed some life, especially in that second half last week with Spencer Petrus.
Yeah, and, you know, he was getting time to throw the ball, and the pocket was protecting him, so he could follow through, step through. He's much better when he's got that secure pocket than when he has to step around and come outside the tackle or do something. So let's hope we can do that again today like we did in the second half.
Let's hope that offensive line continues to, in increments anyway, improve as well. Ed, you know that if in the end coaches are judged on wins and losses, what happened with Paul Chryst at Wisconsin? Chryst was removed as head coach last Sunday following a 34-10 home loss to Illinois. In 7 years at Wisconsin, Chryst's teams were 67-26, 43-18 in the Big Ten. Now, that's well above 60% win ratio. And while we don't know all that went into athletic director Chris McIntosh's decision, we can speak to the constitution of Paul Chryst, as can Kirk Ferentz, the longest tenured coach in college football.
You know, on a personal note, or at least pertaining to Paul, first of all, Paul is just a tremendous human being, a guy who's really good for the game and good for people around him. So, you know, that part's tough because Paul's an outstanding football coach, an outstanding person. I'm not giving any commentary on, you know, what the decision-making process would have been because, you know, I'm not there. I'm not close to the scene. They may have their reasons that are you know, not so obvious, that type of thing. But as it pertains to Wisconsin, it's interesting that, you know, since 2015 coming into the season this year, the only team that won more games in our conference is Ohio State. So, you know, they've had their share of success and it's been pretty consistent. And, you know, but again, I'm sure they've got reasons and I'm not here to give commentary on that. But, you know, overall, it's a trend right now. I think, you know, we clearly in Big Ten expansion the last time and right now, obviously the new additions would just tell you that, you know, we've really turned into an entertainment business and, you know, it's a different vantage point and, you know, everybody has decisions to make and how they want to run their programs, et cetera. So, you know, I feel good to be at a place where we have had demonstrated stability now for, you know, 4+ decades. And I personally think there's a lot of benefit to that, but that's just one person's opinion.
Well, Paul Christ will be coaching somewhere next year. I know Paul personally. He's a really good man. Knew his dad, who was a heck of a coach, and his dad hired Bo Ryan as a basketball coach at Wisconsin Platteville many years ago. And so it's a great family from Madison, and we wish Paul the best. He'll be coaching somewhere next year. Buddy boy, it's a different game today, on and off the field.
Well, and the money involved is just so far out, as John Denver used to say. That's far out, because when they buy coaches out for 10, 15, 20 million out of their contracts, and I'm just trying to do what I do, sit here and analyze what I see. I don't go behind the scenes.
Well, we're going to talk to a guy who knows the inside scoop on all this, Gary Barta, in just a minute, along with some other stories that are floating around the Iowa campus, and see what's new in the athletic department at the University of Iowa. Right now, though, it's time for our Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, sponsored by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, just minutes from Iowa City, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Riverside Casino and Golf. Running back Mark Weissman ran for 134 yards, and the Hawkeyes battered Illinois with 600 yards of total offense in a 30-14 victory back on October 30th of 2004. Weissman, of course, a Chicago lad. The Hawkeyes moved to 7-3 on the year, 4-2 in the conference. They ran for a season-high 304 yards. Mark Weissman was a tailback in a fullback's body. He ran hard. Quarterback Jake Rudock was 14 for 21 that day with 2 touchdowns. It was kind of the coming out party for Iowa tight end Raymond Hamilton. Iowa's just dominated this game statistically. 3rd down and goal. Doozy goes in motion. Let's see if they run a play fake. They do. Rudock to the right side, throws into the end zone. Wide open, caught for a touchdown. Raymond Hamilton, touchdown. Touchdown, Iowa. 3rd down from the Illinois 6. Bullock's in the formation. He's the tailback. Twin receivers to the right. Martin Manley in the slot. And Hilliard to the bottom of the field, the short side. Rudock to throw. He's looking that way. Quick slant has Hamilton at the goal line. He's over. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Raymond Hamilton. Iowa's 7 of 12 on 3rd down today, and now they face 3rd down and 9. CJ got nothing on the quarterback boot. Out of the gun, he's going to throw. Here comes a blitz. He gets rid of it, goes to the end zone to Powell. Caught. Touchdown, Iowa. What a great catch by Damon Powell. And C.J. Beathard does it again. Talk about making the most of your minutes. Wow. C.J. Beathard was just starting to let the Iowa faithful know who he was. And I said 2004. If C.J. Beathard and Mark Weissman were playing in 2004, they were in 3rd grade at Iowa. And we like to recruit them young, but 2014 is what I meant to say. That's our Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment. Ray Hamilton. Yeah. Another solid tight end. The Iowa's had so many of them, I forgot about Raymond.
I kind of did too until that point. No, we were both here in 2004.
Imagine that.
But those,
they were not.
No, they were not.
Well, Freddie Russell and Jermel Lewis would be upset if they thought Mark Weissman was playing ahead of him, and Mark was a heck of a back. That is our Hawkeye Historical Winning Moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa and 5 restaurants, just minutes south of Iowa City. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your seed corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wiffles Hybrids, we've made a choice too. A choice to remain independent. A choice to remain farm family owned. A choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Up next, our chat with Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Gary Dolphin here. You've heard me talk about Authentic Brand's premium Hawkeye apparel. But did you know that Authentic Brand manufactures a full suite of made-to-order company merch with infinite colors and decoration options and detailed trims that make your branding pop? Insist on the Authentic Brand label from your supplier or get connected to one of their authorized project partners. Visit authentic-brand.com and search the word project. Again, that's authentic-brand.com and search the word project.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these three important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to our Hawkeye pregame coverage courtesy of Whipple's Hybrids. Right now we're joined by Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. Made the drive down here today. Beautiful day. The colors are changing. We're in central Illinois.
You know, favorite time of year for so many reasons. Obviously, it's fall football season. Campus is alive again, and the trees are changing, and it's just a beautiful time. And it was a great day to make a drive, and how about that? A great day to play a football game.
Beautiful, beautiful day. I wish it was played during the day, but, you know, that's the Big Ten Network. We get it. We understand the economics. Speaking of economics, you were standing behind Eddie and I a moment ago. We were talking about Paul Chryst, just a class act of a guy, and he'll be coaching somewhere, if not next year, the year after. But that's the business that you deal with every day in hiring and hopefully not firing coaches. But, Gary, a half a dozen head coaches have been let go now. This is football. Prior to October 1st. Last year, 8 were dismissed before November 1st. And Paul Chryst, of course, threw everybody for a loop when he was relieved of his coaching duties at Wisconsin last Sunday. Now, I read an article this week. There have been $55 million paid out in buyouts, and in the last decade, over $500 million to coaches for buyouts. What is this madness?
Well, I think I heard the two of you talking about the world has changed. College athletics has changed in many ways. And one of the things that has occurred over the last 10 years plus is television revenue has gone up and coaches' salaries have gone up. But at the end of the day, it still comes down, what hasn't changed, it's still about wins and losses and bringing young men and women into your program, developing them. And, you know, that's one of the things that I feel like has changed. And, you know, I don't know everybody's situation, the 5 coaches that have been let go. You know, some, you know, it looks like record. Others, you're just not sure. One of the things that, you know, we look at is what Kirk does, what Lisa Bluter does, what Fran does. Not only do they have great winning percentages over the course of a long time, the stability in that leadership is something that's so important. Kirk, over the last 10 years, has averaged 8.5 wins. That's something that, you know, that's really hard to do in the Big Ten. So, but it's not just the wins. It's the wins. It's the integrity of the program. And certainly when you go through bumps, you know, ups and downs, right now, offensively, you know, we're not clicking. We are 3-2, and you know we're 1-1 in the Big Ten. We won a road game and we lost to the number 4 team in the country. So tonight marks the halfway point of the season. the guys will get a week off, a bye week, and that's the way Kirk kind of set this year up. Is we'll go through the first half, we'll get that much-needed week of rest, and then we'll go take on the back nine. So, I get it, and we all feel it. I will tell you this: the attitude of the players through the first 5 games has just been tremendous.
That's good to hear. Brett Bielema said it best earlier this week when he was asked about Iowa. He played at Iowa. He coached at Iowa. He said, all you need to know is they've had 2 football coaches in 40 years. He said, that's the kind of stability I'd like to build here at Illinois. We got our first look at the Hawkeye men's basketball team this week at Media Day. Gary, and yesterday or the day before, Chris Murray has since been named to the Big Ten preseason All-Big Ten team. Caitlin Clark, will be on that team in a week when it comes out, and obviously she's the odds-on favorite for Player of the Year in the league. Well, you combine hoops with wrestling. We talked about the changing of the seasons. Winter is straight ahead with some great, exciting basketball and wrestling.
It's
and
amazing
other sports.
How fast it's coming at us. On Monday and Tuesday we'll have Big Ten media days in Minneapolis for both the men and the women, and then Lisa's team will have hers. To think about what we've experienced with Megan Gustafson and with Caitlin, and then with Luca Garza and Keegan. I mean, that's just a credit again to the continuity of the leadership of our program and what Lisa's doing, what Fran's doing, and then Tom Brands having Spencer Lee as the best wrestler in America. So it's an era of a lot of excitement right now. It's with Chris, him getting named preseason Big Ten is really wonderful. It has a lot to do with how he came on at the end of the year, and then now it's his team. So it'll be fun to watch, and so much experience coming back, and some new faces, but looking forward to that team. And then Lisa's team returns everybody, and so looking, their entire starting lineup is back.
And the men return 4 of the top 5 scorers from a year ago, so we look forward to basketball coming soon. We'll tell you about that as the evening wears on. Enjoy the game.
It's a beautiful night. Let's go get a Hawkeye win and then take a break and go on that back 9.
There you go. Go Hawks. And the weather is going to be conducive to your golf game, no question, here coming up in the next few days.
My golf clubs were put away in August.
Oh, you're giving us a scoop tonight. I didn't realize that. Gosh darn it. Good to see you, Gary. Thanks.
All right.
No cancer is routine. If you've been diagnosed with cancer, you want to be sure your diagnosis is accurate and that you have the most up-to-date treatment plan. The Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center is ready to quickly provide you with an expert second opinion to ensure you get the right care for your unique cancer. It's as easy as making an appointment. Visit uihc.org/cancer and learn more. That's uihc.org/cancer. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year, corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Up next, we'll hear from Illinois head coach Brett Bielema. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4 Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
What are you craving? The Wigan Pen in Ankeny across from DMAC is proud to be the home of the famous Flying Tomato Pizza. The Wig has all your favorites, including thin crust and Chicago-style pizza, appetizers, lots of sandwiches, pints of beer, plus a full bar. And this family-friendly local favorite is hiring. All ages are encouraged to apply from 15 to 115. Flexible hours and a fun environment? Call or just come on in. The Wigan Pen in Ankeny. What are you craving?
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to Memorial Stadium in Champaign-Urbana for nighttime Big Ten football. Iowa, Illinois, the storied border rivalry continues in the darkness this evening. Kickoff set for a little bit after 6:30. I'm Gary Dolphin. We're going to hear from Illinois coach Brett Bielema in just a minute. Shelter Insurance for your auto, home, and life. Visit your local agent or find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We are your shield. We are your shelter. As you can imagine, the Illinois fan and booster base is ecstatic over last week's victory at Wisconsin, winning in Camp Randall Stadium for the first time in 20 years. Coach Brett Bielema understands the excitement generated by the Illini's 4-1 record, but reminded people this week of victories last season over Penn State, Minnesota, and Nebraska, that the mentality should be look forward to wins like last Saturday every week.
That should be what we expect, right? So in our building, we expect it as football players, we expect it as football coaches, and then in our athletic department, hopefully they expect us to win games, go to bowl games, sell out that stadium, do all the things. That's got to be the standard. That's got to be the expectation, not the exception, right? There's a huge difference. And until we win more consistently over a course of time, that's the fight that I'm always trying to get through, is to understand this is what we're expecting to do. This isn't just kind of by luck, or this isn't just a short-term thing. This is what we expect to happen.
Star running backs like Chase Brown only heighten the anticipation. The junior from Ontario, who transferred to Illinois from Western Michigan, is a workhorse with 120 carries for a nation-leading 733 yards and 4 touchdowns, a 6-yard per carry average. Bielema points out Brown's yards after contact, making on-charging tacklers miss.
But I would say during winter conditioning, I saw him break. I saw him accelerate. In spring football, I saw him run. I knew he didn't quite understand the tempo of a running back. I knew that takes a little bit of time. So the pieces were all there. But, yeah, the expectation, I find it incredibly, at times, humorous, but also very frustrating because when I heard the stat about number of 100-yard rushers, or when he got his 1,000 yards, what number that broke, or the record that it broke, and I'm like, man, I fell out of bed and did this in the past, right? Like, this is what we have to do. This is our expectation.
If Brown is the lead actor, quarterback Tommy Devito has been a difference maker. The transfer portal find from Syracuse endured 90 knockdowns with the Orange, then lost his starting job before finding a new home in the Big Ten. Devito is completing 70% of his passes with 9 touchdowns to 2 interceptions and 1,100 yards. Bielema says if we can keep him on his feet, Devito makes things happen.
We're scratching the surface where we're at. Barry and I had a great conversation yesterday about our offense, just kind of where it's at. But I kept encouraging him to, just continue to be him, right? Because Coach Lunny is he's only in the 5th week of this thing, right? And he's continuing to understand what his tools are, what people do well, understand our defenses, what works well against them, the defenses that we're going to face. So it's really an exciting time to be around our offense and Tommy in general.
Bielema knows defense. After all, he was a walk-on nose guard for Hayden Fry and the Hawkeyes in 1987 and concluded his playing career in the Rose Bowl in 1991. Illinois' defense has embraced coordinator Ryan Walter's system, ranking #1 nationally in scoring defense, allowing 8.5 points a game, 2nd in the red zone, and 3rd in total defense at 228 yards on average.
The thing that I think gets lost in the shuffle, and everybody wants to give, and believe me, Ryan Walters deserves all the credit in the world, but our players are playing at a high level because they're taking coaching and they're applying it to the practice field. And when they apply it to the practice field, practice habits become game day reality, and game day reality gives you game day results, and game day results are what we're looking for. And that there's a lot of that going on in our building right now on defense for sure, but also in all 3 phases.
Brett Bielema understands the Iowa defense equally as well. After all, he was part of piecing together the philosophy, sitting in the meeting rooms as a young assistant coach with Phil Parker, listening to sage wisdom of coordinator Norm Parker.
Phil has just continued to build that same defense layer after layer after layer. So, Coach Lane and I were watching film this morning. There's a lot of carryover that goes on offensively. Obviously, Brian has a lot of the same values that his father has and what they do offensively. Special teams, LeVar Woods. I recruited LeVar Woods. Or helped recruit LeVar Woods out of northwest corner of Iowa a long time ago when I was an assistant there. So those guys have been in place doing the things they do, but every week is a game change, game plan opportunity for everybody. And the DNA might be there, but the look may change week to week, and we got to be ready for that.
Bielema has always been upfront and candid about his lineage as a Hawkeye. He's proud of his time at Iowa. It's a big part of who he is today.
I was a player there. I was a graduate assistant there. I got my first coaching job there. I was part of 2 staffs there. I was part of the staff that's there now. I think I probably actually have a little bit more history because it's a little bit different look at Iowa, but that doesn't factor into anything. I got the tattoo, right? The famous tattoo. A hell of an idea when you're 19, so.
Brett Bielema is all about the orange and blue now, and he has Illinois on a roll in this 4-game winning streak, outscoring opponents by an average of 32 points. Will the Hawkeyes have an answer tonight? We'll find out in a little while. Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton, each offering guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you next visit Hawkeye Country. Proud to say the Hawkeye Radio Network always camps out at either the Homewood Suites or Home 2 Suites by Hilton. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is next. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids, Hawkeye Huddle, and Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I'm an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Time to redo this basement?
Yeah. A home gym, movie theater, model train utopia.
Or yoga studio?
I'm flexible-ish.
Great. I'll just use the U.S. Bank mobile app so we can plan it out.
Which way are you leaning? Setting a savings goal or applying for a home improvement loan?
I say we look at both options, right here in the app.
Budget for a really good home gym. We deserve it.
Noted.
Help for today, planning for tomorrow. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Playing games with your bills?
Duck. Goose.
Quit the runaround and consolidate them into one low monthly payment with a home equity line of credit from Community Choice. Now with a special introductory rate of just 0.99% APR for your first 6 months. Plus, no closing costs. Get started online in less than 60 seconds by going to unbankwithus.com. Low-rate HELOCs with no closing costs from Community Choice. Unusual? Nah, it's unbanking. Loan subject to credit approval analysis. See credit union for details.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Welcome back to Champaign and Memorial Stadium, where the Hawkeyes in Illinois are headed for a 6:40 kickoff. Wiffles Hybrids, right up the interstate in Geneseo, Illinois, longtime sponsor of Hawkeye football. For the Hawks, true freshman running back Caleb Johnson is leading the team with 206 rushing yards. That's an average of 5 per carry, 41 attempts he's had. He has 3 touchdowns, tops on the team. The Hamilton, Ohio freshman has made a nice splash here in the first half of this season. Cenex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. While the Iowa offense is far from a finished commodity, it has made incremental progress. 280 total yards against a solid Michigan defense, and that's with 60 penalty yards. But the bottom line is finding the end zone. Iowa has scored 9 touchdowns in 5 games. For that number to polish itself, more weaponry is needed, like the emergence of young tight end Luke Lachey, who had 4 catches against Michigan for 84 yards and a touchdown.
He's just a player who's really, I think, hitting stride right now. He did a lot of good things last year, and he's matured and grown with every season. So he's, I think, really coming into his own right now. We have 2 really quality tight ends with ENCM, and Luke is a guy. They're different players, but boy, he has a knack of making tough catches, and he's a better runner after the catch than you might think. I mean, he's done a really good job doing that. So, it's just it's been fun to watch him grow, watch him develop, and I'm hoping our whole offense can kind of follow his lead.
Nico Reganey had a big day, targeted 5 times, caught 4, including one that set up a score, along with Luke Lachey. Laporta had a handful of catches. Spencer Petrus found 9 different receivers. That has to be encouraging.
It is encouraging, and it's great to have Nico back, and he's basically full speed now, so that's great. We got Sam, got Luke, and other guys getting involved too. Our own's been doing a great job. I was worried about us wearing him out, but having Nico back is really helped, and Brody Brecht has stepped up and is starting to get his feet on the ground too. We talked about Luke's development. Brody's still a very young player. I think he's been on the field probably about 8 total weeks, and I'm talking about spring ball, summer camp, everything, 8 total weeks since he's been here. But getting him involved last week was a positive sign. So hopefully all that will help Spencer, and hopefully we can block better up front too to give him a little bit more time back there.
I was going to say, it starts with the offensive line, so clearly they must be meshing better.
Yeah, I thought we had a better day against a very formidable opponent, and we would go against a really good defense in this ball game as well. So I thought they had a better day. I thought they showed growth. We're going to need to continue that, and it'd certainly be good to get our running game and our passing game balanced out a little bit.
Kirk, defensively, Seth Benson finished last week's game with a career-high 14 tackles. He's had 8 career games now with 10 plus or more stops. He's always around the football, but he's been so consistent throughout his career, hasn't he?
Yeah, his production almost gets lost because of Jack, and Jack's outstanding football player, and it's all any attention he gets is duly noted there for good reason. He's just a tremendous football player, but they've been a great combo. Seth is just a really productive football player. He's been that way since he's gotten here. Very heady, studies it, works at it, and he's done a great job on the field ever since he took it.
And he'll be important again tonight. Brett Bielema, second year at Illinois, they've kind of changed things up a little bit. They're more of a up-tempo offense, no huddle. They're not spread and go quickly, but it's a different look. How do you assess it?
Yeah, a couple things. They picked up a quarterback who's really done a great job. A young guy from Syracuse who struggled a little bit up there, not struggled maybe, but it sounds like the whole team did. And he's really hit stride. He's playing very, very well for him. They've got 3 very explosive, tough to defend receivers. Those guys have really stepped up and done a good job, and they really like to get the ball to number one, in a lot of different ways. But they got 3 guys you really have to be cognizant of, and got the best running back in the country right now. He's got 700 plus yards. So they've done a good job being balanced. They added to their offensive line, picked up a couple junior college transfers to go with some veteran guys, and they're just playing really well right now. They're playing in all phases. I mentioned their defense has been just outstanding, and offensively, doing a good job balancing the run and the pass, and everybody's doing a good job making that thing go.
How does tailback Chase Brown compare to some of the really good running backs you've had at Iowa?
We played a really good one last week, and now you turn around and play another guy. He's just a tough, hard-nosed runner. He's strong, and he's got good vision. So, if you're sloppy on the backside, he may be running to his right, and all of a sudden, boy, he'll just hit plant and cut it back, and he's been very dangerous, very effective with those runs, too. So, biggest thing, he's a tough player, and he's got a brother on the other side of the ball. It's the same way, so it's those guys came here, I think, 3-4 years ago from Western Michigan, and both Canadian high school football players, but they both have done a great job here for several years at Illinois.
You mentioned Devito, and they spread the ball around. Isaiah Williams, who's a former quarterback, has 35 catches, 2 others with 18 and 17. It is kind of a unique throwing game. They don't go deep that often, but Devito seems to be the answer for this offense.
He's done a really nice job, and he's gotten better week to week, and I think we saw that last week. But he'll throw the ball down the field, especially down the sidelines, both sidelines, and they'll double move your your DBs. Make it tough that way, and then they'll throw the short screens out there too, and the short stuff. And number one of all of them is the best runner, so they know that, and they want to get the ball in his hands any possible way they can. They've done a good job of doing that, and the other 2 receivers are bigger guys that have made plays down both sidelines and been very dangerous. They both hit a couple last week.
Coach, defensively, the Hawks are going to see a 3-4, which quickly funnels into a 5-2. What's the motive there? What are they trying to get you into?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. In the old days, we called 34s defenses 5-2s, and this one is truly a 5-2. Technically, I think that the outside guys, there are 2 guys on the flanks, are both linebackers, quote-unquote linebackers, but they're both guys that are basically they're stand-up defensive ends. Don't do a lot in the pass drop phase, but for the most part, they're going to rush 5 guys up front, all 5 of those guys, and they're all big, strong guys, and done a really effective job of getting sacks and getting pressure, and pretty much play man, not all. It's not exclusive, but mostly man in the back end. So they're just going to match up with you and see if you can block them and see if you can complete passes, and it's really worked out well for them thus far.
Those Illinois defensive ends are sturdy, to say the least. Sophomore Keith Randolph goes 6'5", 305 pounds. Johnny Newton is 6'2", 300. Each has 3 sacks. Newton adds in 4.5 tackles for loss. Thanks to Kirk Ferentz, as always, for joining us here on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. The Iowa Secretary of State and the Iowa Hawkeyes want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election. It's important to make your voice heard by voting, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Visit voterready.iowa.gov. voterready.iowa.gov. Get in the game and be a voter. Go Hawks. Well, Ed Podolak is up next with his Club Car Wash keys to the game. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
When it comes to choosing a Medicare Advantage plan, Blue is affordable. Blue is convenient. Blue is staying healthy. And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one plans including medical and drug coverage, plus health benefits like dental, vision, hearing, fitness, and more. Some available at $0 premiums. Compare plans at wellmarkadvantage.com. Wellmark Advantage Health Plan is a PPO and an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Wellmark Advantage Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
With that Podolak, Gary Dolphin at Champaign-Urbana's Memorial Stadium, the home of the University of Illinois Fighting Illini. It is orange out night. The wind is picked up. That could be a factor before the evening's over out of the north. Right now, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification along the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Great stations near and far, like flagships WHO in Des Moines, WMT in Cedar Rapids, over in Clinton, KROS, AM and FM 1340 and 105.9. In Esterville, it's KILR. In Dubuque, WDBQ 107.5 FM. In Harlan, hello to the folks listening in on KNOD 105.3. And in Iowa Falls, AM and FM 1510 and 95.3 KIFG. Let's hear from the former Hawkeye great, Kansas City Chiefs Super Bowl champion Ed Podolak now. His keys to the game, presented by the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you, buddy boy.
Well, you know, there's a word that I hear a lot of now that I don't even think is a word, but they call it physicality. Everybody's talking about physicality. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to see tonight is physicality. These two teams are going to line up, and as we said a little bit ago, it's going to be a slobber knocker because there's nobody going to try to trick anybody. That's just going to see who the last man standing is. Now, it's interesting. Coach Ferentz said in your interview that 3-4 used to be called the 5-2. Bud Wilkinson developed the 5-2 at Oklahoma. It was called the Oklahoma. When I was in college, when people didn't have 4 in front, they had someone over the center. It was called the Oklahoma. Well, it's the old saying. Things change so much that they remain the same. And that's what you've got here. Now, on offense, we've got to be able to man up against these people across the way and get time. Our offensive tackles have got to do a good job of keeping those edge rushers off of the quarterback so he can have time to throw. You saw last week in the second half when he had time to throw, Petrus was very effective. So that's got to happen. The other thing I expect to see today, too, is something that Michigan did last week, and that is they put double flankers on both sides. They'd send a tight end out and a wide receiver. Sometimes they even put a running back out there and then bring him back. But that makes you spread your defense. And so then after they spread the defense, our linebackers have to walk off out a little bit to make sure they can't throw that quick slant. Well, then they run the ball. And this is a monster offensive line, just like Michigan was last week. They're all 6'5", 6'6", which means their shoulders are 8 feet wide. And one thing we didn't do last week is we didn't get off our blocks. And I think some of the defensive linemen talked about it this week at Media Day, is you've got to get off your blocks, because if you don't separate, get off that block and make a tackle, then your linebackers have got to do gaps, and that's when you're getting 7-8 yards on first down, which can't happen. You know what I mean?
I sure do, buddy boy. I was listening intently. You mentioned Spencer Petrus. If you keep people off his back, Spencer Petrus has completed 62% of his passes for almost 600 yards and 2 touchdowns in the last 3 games. So and no interceptions. So that's his incremental improvement the last 2-3 games, and that's good to see.
Yeah, the no interceptions is a very important part of that, because when the Hawkeyes turn the ball over, we're not very successful. And
91 attempts, by the way, without a pick. So keep it going, Spencer.
Yeah, that's really good, and he can put a lot of touch on the ball if he can step up and step into that pocket. It's when that you're making him sidestep or run out of the pocket that he has some trouble sometimes getting the pass thrown correctly.
Well, either way, that 3-4/5-2 is going to try and get pressure on Spencer early. Those are Ed's, as always, very insightful. Club Car Wash keys to the game. Unlimited membership start at just $20 a month. Join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wiffles, you're not just choosing superior seed corn. You're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles. Up next, we've got the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. We're headed for the Hy-Vee coin toss and the kickoff. Iowa, Illinois from Champaign, Saturday night, Big Ten football. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Get your game day tickets and hotel for Iowa at Ohio State through Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited official Hawkeye land-only travel packages. Go to HawkeyeSports.com/travel and see the Hawks on the road. Travel Leaders Destinations Unlimited, official Hawkeye travel for fans.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you, because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At Mid-American Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor Windows and Doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Iowa Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arden Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
Welcome back to the Iowa sideline as we get set for Iowa and Illinois. It's now time for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. And Doctor, before tonight's game, we'll talk about meniscus tears, and certainly a lot of different degrees to it, right? The fact that you can get back pretty quick if you have just a small tear, but obviously you can miss some time as well.
Yeah, like everything else, they come in a lot of different varieties, and they're pretty common. It's probably our most common knee problem that we run into. And there's some very small meniscus issues that we can sometimes ignore or just let the player work through. Some of the tears are mechanically irritating, and they get swelling and pain. And the small ones, you can do a knee scope and kind of, quote, clean things up, if you will, and just trim a little bit of tissue. There are some bigger tears, however, where you really can't do that without removing the entire meniscus, which is not good for the player short-term or long-term. And then you get into a repair situation where that's several months of recovery.
With meniscus tears, there's a lot of times there's another ligament involved as well.
Well, yeah, they're very common. So our when you tear your ACL, for example, at least half the time you're probably going to have a meniscus tear with it. So it is kind of collateral damage, and it's nice if you just have an athlete with an ACL tear, but if it's an ACL tear plus a meniscus and another meniscus or other things, it gets a lot more complicated.
All right, well, let's get one tonight, Iowa and Illinois.
Sounds good. Thanks, Rob.
That's Dr. Brian Wolf on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And for the Hawkeyes tonight, Terry Roberts, who did play special teams last week, had a limited role against the Wolverines, but that role could expand tonight. Roberts good to go. Defensive lineman Yahweh Black, we've talked about him along with wide receiver Deontay Vines. They've been out an extended amount of time. Vines for the entire season. Both are really making progress, are here tonight, and not expected to play, but could if an emergency situation would arise in the case on the defensive line for Black at the wide receiver position for Vines. Also, Keegan Johnson will not play tonight. And also a player that's done a good job on special teams, his Iowa career, Brendan Diaz-Fernandez, is out again tonight against the Illini. That is the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And now time for the Field Conditions Report, brought to you by your Iowa Kubota dealers like New Tech Inc. in Hall. Well, this is Memorial Stadium in Champaign and was named to honor the university's students who died in World War I and also World War II, and their names are engraved on nearly 200 pillars surrounding the stadium. The playing surface is named Zupke Field in honor of Robert Zupke, Illinois' very successful head coach from 1913 until 1941. Natural grass until 1974, and then AstroTurf 75 until 2007 when field turf was installed. The field was dragged just like a baseball infield diamond at 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is ready to go. It's time to save on the versatile Kubota M7 tractor, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Get the Kubota M7 tractor for 0 down and 0% APR for 60 months, plus $8,000 in loyalty cash reward now through December 31st. See your local dealer or go to KubotaUSA.com. To experience the power of Kubota, visit New Tech Inc. in Hall. Up next, we'll have more of the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel, the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, the area's premier realtor, and Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Jill Armstrong and her team strive to make every buyer and seller at ease with the real estate process. Contact the Jill Armstrong team, Wisconsin Realty, for all of your real estate needs. Call 319-631-5455.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Time for the starting lineups. The Hawkeyes and the Illini, brought to you by Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. For that Illinois offense, it starts and ends with Chase Brown, the junior from London, Ontario, transferred in from Western Michigan. He and his twin brother, who's a safety for the Illini. He's averaging 6 yards a carry, country's top #1 rusher at 735 total yards. He's got 4 touchdowns. He's also caught 8 passes and a touchdown. Chase Brown, he will be the focal point of that Iowa defense. Tommy Devito at quarterback is very versatile. He can get out and run. But he throws a lot of short routes. They'll run reverses and bubble screens. And let me call a halt here so we can enjoy our national anthem with Illinois' marching band. The Illinois marching band with our salute to America. Tommy Devito at 6'2", 210, senior transfer. Brett Bielema plucked him out of the transfer portal out of New Jersey. No relation to Danny DeVito that I'm aware of, but we'll get our crack research team on that, led by John Swisher. Wide receivers, they've got them all over the field. Isaiah Williams is the best of the lot, 35 catches for the sophomore from St. Louis. Pat Bryant is having a great year, 18 grabs, the 6'3" sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida. There's Hank Beatty, a 5'11" freshman. They love him out of Rochester, Illinois. He was hurt last year, redshirted, and he's looking awfully well. The big tight end is Luke Ford and Michael Marquez, John Marquez's brother, who graduated from Iowa a year ago. Remember Michael? He walked onto the field on Parents' Day with his parents in uniform. I thought that was a great scene in Iowa City, so he could give his brother a big hug. Up front, Ed talked about this offensive line. Alex Palczewski, 6'6", 315, a senior from Mount Prospect, Illinois. He's started 58 games. He will have the NCAA record in his back pocket for games started when he leaves Illinois this year. The center, Alex Filstrom, was a starting guard a year ago. Right guard is Zy Chrysler. Left guard, Isaiah Adams. The left tackle is Julian Pearl. And this is the Iowa defense that the Illini will face tonight, led by middle linebacker Jack Campbell, having another knockout year, literally, 6'5", 245 from Cedar Falls. He's got 50 tackles, including 3 for loss, and a safety for good measure. He's flanked by Seth Benson, who had 14 tackles last week, a career high, and Logan Klemp. You'll see Cooper DeJean and Jay Higgins is in there as well. Terry Roberts, welcome back. He's available to play tonight in the secondary, along with Riley Moss at corner. Kayvon Merriweather and Quinn Schulte are the safeties. And up front, it'll be Joe Evans and John Wagner at the ends, Logan Lee and Noah Shannon at the tackles. Those are the Mid-American Energy starting lineups. This has been the Whiffles Hybrid Hawkeye Huddle. We focus on one big thing at Whiffles Hybrids: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. Turns out the little things aren't so little after all. Whiffles Hybrids, one thing done right, and all the little things too. The Hy-Vee coin toss and kickoff are coming up. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The road to a championship is long and full of peril, not to mention snow. Best to drive a Honda. Athletic, all-wheel drive vehicles with nimble moves, power off the line, and gas mileage that's off the charts. Plus, every Honda comes standard with Honda sensing safety features because defense wins championships, and everybody loves the free safety. New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
We all love a good win. Catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
I always have loved kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Dupaco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at dupaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hello, seafood fans. This is Bruce Gerleman, and I own Splash Seafood Bar and Grill. Have you been to Splash lately? Come back downtown and let me spoil you. White linens, fresh flowers, candlelight, award-winning wine lists, professional staff, and best of all, my fresh fish are jetted in from Hawaii every morning. Enjoy my homemade lobsters, Alaskan king crab, fresh oysters from the cold, clear, clean waters of the Pacific Northwest. My favorite is the surf and turf featuring my hand-cut prime steaks and lobster. Splash, a truly special evening of adult indulgence.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, from Learfield, Hawkeye football is on the air. Brought to you by Wyffels Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand, unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half.
Iowa, Illinois will kick off here shortly. We've got the Hy-Vee coin toss coming up in just a minute. Sponsored by Hy-Vee, the official grocery partner of Hawkeye football. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. Iowa has won 8 straight in this series, really has dominated the series. Illinois has not beaten Iowa, either here or in Iowa City, since 2008. when they had a quarterback named Juice Williams, and he had some juice that day. What a great career he had here at Illinois. Owns a number of records, rushing for a quarterback. He was a great thrower as well, but boy, could he scramble. He scored late. Illinois held on for a 27-24 win over the Hawkeyes, and that's their only win dating back to 2000. Ed, it really has been a remarkable turnaround. Back in the day when you lined up against Red Grange,
there was a lot of physicality.
Well, Dick Butkus and Ray Nitsky and Jim Grabowski. Back in the day, Illinois dominated the series. In fact, Iowa's won 16 of the last 19. That truly is remarkable in this day and age of college football. The history of the series now shows Iowa 37 wins, Illinois 38, and there have been 2 ties. Very similar to the Wisconsin-Iowa rivalry.
Yeah. And, over the years, there's been a lot of Illinois players that played at Iowa and made us a better team. Illinois kind of got away from recruiting Illinois kids under these last couple coaches. And Bielema, the first thing he did is he told his assistant coaches they have to call every football coach, high school coach in the state of Illinois.
His whole staff did that.
Yep. And so they're back, they're getting the cream of the crop here in Illinois now.
Well, Brett's from Prophetstown, just east of the Quad Cities off I-88, so he understands. He understands in his home state, and he's taking measures to sew up the state of Illinois. That's not going to happen because a whole lot more people than Iowa recruit Illinois, and in particular Chicago. But if he starts getting people out of Chicago like Michigan, Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Northwestern, and Iowa do, and assorted others, then boy, look out. But he feels he's got a bunch of energetic kids here, and obviously that's true. They've won 4 straight home games. And the Hawkeyes now emerging from the tunnel. Here comes the swarm, and as usual, a lot of people wearing black and gold here tonight.
Yep, and it's not a bad drive from Iowa to get over here, although there was a lot of road work being done. Made it a little stranger than it normally is by taking 80 to 74 and come on down here. This stadium is, as many games that I've done here, wind had a lot to do with the outcome of the game, and this wind is kind of swirling tonight. I think you're going to have to be. Robbie's been down on the field. He'll know what's going on the field. But if you look up above the stadium, the flags are really blowing.
How did you like playing here?
Well, we played here twice. I know my last year was my last game as a player at Iowa, and I was then a running back, not a quarterback. I do remember that one, but that's been a few decades ago.
A couple years ago. Let's go down to the field now and listen in with referee Greg Blum as we have tonight's flip of the coin. Campbell, Laporta, Riley Moss, and Kayvon Merriweather out there for tonight's Hy-Vee coin toss. We've apparently lost our audio from the huddle down there, so Greg Blum is making the introductions, and he's just flipped the coin. Let's see who won the toss. He's talking to Jack Campbell. So Iowa has won the toss. They've elected to defer. Illinois will get the ball to start the game, just like Michigan last week. And let's hope for a 3-and-out instead of a long drive by the Wolverines that we experienced, and the Hawks are playing from behind most of the game. Hawk fans stop in to come and go before and after the game tonight. Experience a fresh perspective on convenience. Indeed, they know what convenience is at Come and Go. You'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more healthier fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead, by the way, via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it to you curbside. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. The rest of the crew: Bob Colissimo is the umpire, Chris Van Meter the linesman, Dorsey Skinner the line judge, Mike Elliott the back judge, field judge is Gary Powers, Monty Tilner is the side judge, and Mike Stumberg is the center judge. What is this, our third night game? Let's see.
Yeah, seems like 10.
Well, Nevada was 2 games in 1.
Yeah.
But at Rutgers, a couple weeks back. So let's make this like a Rutgers game and get out of town with a victory. Iowa football entering tonight at 3 wins, 2 defeats, 1-1 in the Big Ten. The Illini sit at 4-1. They lost their opening game at night at Indiana in overtime. Led for a good portion of that game. So for the Illini, dropping back deep to receive Drew Stevens' kickoff. We've got double safety back there, Peyton Vining and Reggie Love III. This young man from South Carolina, Drew Stevens, has made a name for himself early on, Ed.
Yes, he has, and he's earned the job. It was something that they battled about the starting kicker all the way through summer camp, and he's come up as the leader.
Not a sellout, but boy, it's a lot bigger crowd than we're used to seeing here in Champaign-Urbana. Bielema's got him fired up, and here comes Stevens kicking. Oh man, is he juiced. Kicked it completely out of the end zone, a sidewinder. It'll come out to the 25, 1st and 10 Illinois.
Well, since Iowa chose to kick that direction, I assume that the wind is prevailing coming from north to the south right now.
Headed to the southeast, more so, but you're right, at Iowa's back. Joe Evans and Logan Lee, Noah Shannon and John Wagner, the down 4. Campbell, Benson, and DeJean. Chase Brown is the tailback. And quarterback Tommy DeVito is in the gun. And he runs the draw handoff to Chase Brown, and he's loose for 5 or 6 to start the game. Big hole over right guard. Seth Benson stood him up as he crossed the 30. And that'll be a big gain on 1st down. They give him forward motion to the 33, 2nd down 2.
Yeah, same deal. They've got 4 guys split out, which means the Hawkeye linebackers have to get out from behind.
3 by 1 is the formation. Here's Brown squirming off right tackle for the 1st down. And Illinois in 2 plays has moved the chains. Illinois will, and you have to respect Isaiah Williams and Hank Beatty, Chase Brown, Luke Ford, the big tight end. Joe Evans and Noah Shannon combine on the stop, so the Hawkeyes give up yardage on the ground. Again, they go without a huddle. Isaiah Williams goes in motion across the formation. Brown in the backfield with DeVito. Play fake to him. DeVito going to throw to the sideline. Man wide open. Caught for a 1st down across midfield. And just like that, Illinois is in Iowa territory off the catch by Brian Hightower from the 33, from the 36 of Illinois to the 43 of Iowa. That's 23 yards, and they're going again. Here's a handoff. Big hole over left guard on the cutback. Brown gets down inside the 40 to the 37. They got the Hawks backpedaling.
Well, yeah, and you know all these first plays were scripted because the players are running right back, getting in wherever they're supposed to be, and snapping the ball with, half the time left on the clock.
Jack Campbell prevented further damage, but it was a gain of 5 for Brown. 2nd down 5. Well, he slapped his hands as if to say snap it, trying to get Iowa to jump, and Noah Shannon just about came offside. Here we go. 2nd down 5 in Iowa territory. Here's a draw handoff to Brown. Good blocking at the point of attack. He ducks inside, in behind the gigantic left tackle Julian Pearl, and gets to the Iowa 35. Jack Campbell again slides down the line of scrimmage for the stop, but it is a gain of 3. It'll be 3rd down 2.
Yeah, good job of getting off of their blocks too. Logan Lee getting off of his block, helping out on that tackle.
Hawks need a stop here. Illinois has 2 receivers wide right, including Brian Hightower in the slot. They go double tight. Got to believe they're going to run the ball, and they do. They hand off to Brown, and he's smothered. Noah Shannon got great penetration, and Big J. Higgins came in from the weak side linebacker position to finish him off.
Yeah, and that was the offensive line was defeated by our defensive line at the point of attack, and they're saying he lost 2 yards.
Oh, my. 4th down 4. What's Brett do? Illinois has not sent the field goal unit onto the field. They have struggled in the field goal area, so they're going to go for it on 4th down. Big play early in the game. We played 3 minutes. just underway at Memorial Stadium. Here's Devito. Takes the snap. He's going to run, and he cuts upfield. Did he get the first down? He's going to be very close. Very close. It's right at the first down marker. From here, it looks like he got it.
Yeah, they're motioning to move the chains.
A good pursuit to the short side of the field by Higgins, by Riley Moss, but all those big Blutos were out in front.
Yep,
and he was showing pitch, too, to Brown, and you got to respect that.
Yeah, down the line option. Just open up as a quarterback and decide whether you're going to turn it up or pitch it.
Two receivers either way on 1st and 10 at the Iowa 33. Devito pump fake short. He's going to throw it at the end zone, and it is incomplete. Threw it well short of the intended receiver. Great coverage by Terry Roberts.
Yeah, Terry Roberts, it was a stop and go move, and Terry Roberts was not fooled. He took right off with him.
Pat Bryant, the sophomore from Jacksonville, Florida, was the intended receiver. 2nd down, 10 at the 33. Illinois sends 3 wide right. Reggie Love is the tailback. Chase Brown gets a well-deserved breather. And we go 2nd and 10 from the Hawkeye 33. Opening drive of the game. Now Love flares out to the right flat. He's got blockers in front of him. Jumps through a hole at the 30. And loses his helmet at the 28. He's knocked down by Campbell. Where did Campbell come from? My goodness. Cooper DeJean was over there. Nice gain of about 5. It's 3rd down and 5.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean playing the cash position today, which is one of the reasons, or one of the changes we've made to cover these guys that are spreading us out.
3rd down, almost 6. At the inside the Iowa 29 for the Illini in the opening drive of the night. Here they run the bubble screen. Now they flip it on a reverse and waylaid inside the 25 at the 24-yard line by Kayvon Merriweather is Chase Brown. They showed bubble screen, flipped it out to the flat, and then on the reverse gave it, well, not the reverse, trailing the play was Chase Brown. They pitched it to him, and he gets close to a 1st down. It'll be 4th down and less than a yard.
Yeah, the old Statue of Liberty type play.
Kayvon Merriweather with a big stop, and Illinois certainly is going to go for it. They're just shy of the 23-yard line. See if the Hawks can get a stop. Illinois goes with that heavy package, 3 tight ends. And Brown in the backfield. DeVito keeps it. He's got the 1st down, just enough as he squirms forward. Behind the big center, Alex Filstrom. They go left tackle to right, 315, 315, 305, 330, and 315.
Yeah.
That's an NFL.
And they're all 6'6" too. Oh, there's a player down. It's one of those big linemen.
Oh, yeah, on the near sideline here. He's trying to get off the field. And that is Zy Chrysler, the right guard, sophomore from Crystal Springs, Mississippi. Well, there's a timeout on the field. 10:30 to go. Illinois has burned the first 4.5 minutes off the clock on the opening drive. Very similar to last week with Michigan. Hawks trying to rev up and stop them. It'll be 1st and 10 Illinois at the Iowa 22 when play resumes. From Champaign, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com, member FDIC.
When did business insurance become one size fits all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Injury timeout for Iowa to catch its breath. Illinois' guard Zy Chrysler helped off the field. His backup is Zach Barlov out of Bolingbrook, a redshirt freshman, so hopefully the Hawks can take advantage of that. Illinois had the ball for the first 4.5 minutes, 11 plays, 53 yards. They've moved it to the Iowa 22. And that Hawkeye defense is fighting hard.
Yeah, they are, and this hurry-up offense has been very challenging. But, you know, both of these coaches are the same in that they want to burn up as much time as they can every time they get the ball in an offensive set.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wimmers at the game or at home. Wimmers premium quality hot dogs and sausages will score with family and friends. Take the highest quality beef and pork, combine it with natural spices, and you get the best tasting hot dog. Wimmers, the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Twin receivers wide right for Illinois. They wing a tight end or a fullback to the right. Single receiver to the bottom of the field, and Chase Brown's in the backfield, and he runs into Devito keeps the ball, and he's inside. That's Isaiah Williams, the wide receiver who still runs that wildcat on occasion, evidence there, and he gets a decent chunk of yardage to the Iowa 15, make it the 14. I'll say second down 2.
Yeah, I mean, I was they took the quarterback and split him way out to the right, put Williams at the tailback.
Now Williams goes slot right, Tommy DeVito back in. They're throwing the tub and the kitchen sink at the Hawkeye defense, respecting its ability. Here's Chase Brown, stop and go move, first down inside the 10. Illinois will have first and goal at the Iowa 9. Boy, is he a jitterbug. Those feet kept hopping up and down, but he was standing stationary and then dove through a hole off right guard and center. They're attacking that A gap.
Yeah, and that's their idea. That's why they've got everybody split out again, and Campbell's made almost every tackle in the game.
That's a gain of almost 7. First and goal at the Hawkeye 9. Iowa. No turning back now. Got to try and hold them to a field goal attempt. Here's DeVito, all kinds of time, throws it to the end zone, left and beyond the reach of the intended receiver. That was Brian Hightower. He couldn't get high enough at 6'3", 215. Good coverage by Riley Moss, the All-American.
Riley Moss was right between the receiver and the ball, and the quarterback had to overthrow the receiver.
Clock stops with 9:18 to play first period. Illinois in the red zone this year, 18 for 24 with 12 touchdowns and 6 field goals. Marquez, the tight end, goes in motion. Brown in the backfield with DeVito. Fake to him. DeVito rolls out to his left. Now throws it away. Well, actually, he threw a missile right at Chase Brown from about 3 yards away. That essentially was throwing it away because he had 3 Hawkeyes moving in on him, led by Logan Lee.
Yep, that was a real good job of keeping him in the pocket, and he had to dump the ball off. He really wanted to run out to the left side, but good pressure from the defense.
Tip Ryman comes in at tight end, so they go they split him out. 5 receivers, empty backfield. Big play here for the Hawkeye defense. Third down and goal at the 9. As they try to hold Illinois to a field goal attempt. Here's DeVito. Hawks rushing 4 now. Now Campbell sneaks up. He's coming. He chases DeVito out of the pocket. Van Ness is right behind him. The pass is complete and then dropped. Oh, man, that was an oncoming locomotive of Iowa defense there, and they almost got to DeVito. Got to him. Van Ness chasing him down in the open field, and he was held to boot.
Yep, and Van Ness, they moved outside to the defensive end there, and he really beat that left tackle. So we've got to hold him to a field goal attempt, and we did.
And on to try the field goal it'll come from about the 17-yard line. So it's a 27-yard attempt for Fabrizio Pinton. We don't even have him in our 2 deeps. The kick is up and good. 27 yards. So they've had a real struggle at field goal, trying to find the right man, and at least from 27 yards out. Fabrizio Pinton, kicker and a punter, boots it through. We'll get the numbers on him. Right now, Illinois caps an impressive 6-minute drive, 16 plays, and credit the Iowa defense, holding them to 3.
Yes, that was when they had to come up with the big play. They got it done. Hawkeyes did some blitzing, but got good pressure with just the front 4.
And now Petrus and the offense need to respond in kind. 3-0 Illinois. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
Back to Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield Saturday night coverage of Big Ten football. The Hawkeyes trail Illinois 3-0, but now get the ball for the first time. Impressive drive of 17 plays, 66 yards, and 5 minutes and 57 seconds of clock for the Illini. So here comes the run up and the kick. Back deep for Iowa. Caleb Johnson takes it at the goal, right at the goal line. Starts up the far hash, slides through a nice block at the 20, gets across the 25 to the 27 as he glides downfield.
Yeah, good job. They had a lane for him. Looked like he might break that farther, but good return.
Illinois used Rashawn Wilkins Jr. on the kickoff, so they're trying some new kickers tonight. Petrus at quarterback. Harlan Bruce splits wide right. Double receiver to the bottom of the field. That's Laporta in the slot with Nico Regency. Had 4 catches last week. Bruce goes in motion. Spencer rolls out that way, and the pass is hits Bruce and comes out of his grasp. Illinois knocked it loose. Good job defensively.
What about that late hit right there? I mean, that was crazy.
They had 4 or 5 guys rushing upfield.
What's this?
Devon Weatherspoon.
I mean, there's 2 guys hit him after he got up, after he dropped the pass.
And we play on. No flags. Witherspoon gets credit for the knockaway of the pass by Petrus. Boy, they knew that was coming, didn't they?
Yep.
Harlan had no chance. 2nd down 10 from the 27-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Regency goes in motion. They're going to run off the right edge. Good move by LaShawn Williams. He comes up, crosses the 30 to the 32. And a big hit by the cornerback Taz Nicholson. He's got one interception on the year. This is a veteran secondary. Iowa serviceable 3rd down, 3rd and almost 6. Brody Breck comes in now. Regency's wide left with him in the slot. Hawks have 2 receivers, 2 tight ends to the short side. Empty backfield. Spencer needs protection. They blitz, pass over the middle, caught, and running across midfield. Sam Laporta. They come with a blitz. They die by the blitz. Laporta ends up tackled at the 35-yard line of the Illini.
Boy, and Petrus had to get rid of this because he was going to get knocked down, which he did. But a great job by the slot back, which is where Laporta lined up and getting open.
Yeah, he just circled to the center of the field, helped his Quarterback out, Calvin Hart Jr. came late on a blitz, and it cost Illinois 31 yards and a first down on 3rd and 6. Big play by the Iowa offense. Now they go heavy with 2 tights. Bruce is in motion. Straight ahead running for Sean Williams, and he's gang tackled after a gain of a yard. Wasn't much blocking there.
No, and you've got to attack this, or try to attack this 5-2 out at the tackle spot, and he cut this back too soon. He had 2 blockers out if he'd have stayed with the play, which is to go off tackle.
You speak of Mason Richmond at left tackle, Nick DeYoung, Logan Jones, Bo Stevens, and Connor Colby across the front, left to right. Little gain, maybe a yard, 2nd and 9, but the Hawks are in Illinois territory. Gavin Williams now in the backfield. Here comes the fake on the give to Arlen Bruce, and the pass intended for Gavin Williams going the other way. I was watching Bruce. I thought Petrus gave him the ball on the sweep.
Really well-designed play, and nobody on him. He'd have run for 30 yards.
The ball hit Gavin Williams right in the face mask. Well, that's just inactivity, but he should have caught the ball.
Yeah.
Hawks are batting just 300 on 3rd down, 30% conversion. And Illinois, one of the best in the country at denying on 3rd down. But Iowa converted a big 3rd down a moment ago. See if they can do it again. Clock stop. Just under 7 minutes to play first quarter. 3-0 Illinois from the Illini 37-yard line. Here's Petrus. Good protection. Throws to the far sideline. Has Laporta wide open at the 20. Slides by a tackler. Inside the 10. It's going to be 1st and goal, Iowa.
Great job up front by the offensive line and making Petrus whole. He's back here. He can step up and throw, and wide open to the tight end.
That's why he's all Big Ten. Sam Laporta with 2 huge catches on 3rd down. That one gets Iowa 29 yards and a 1st and goal. Case IH red zone. That's where the Hawks are now. He got all the way to the 7. I thought he was just inside the 10. Hawks will take it. 6:20 to go first quarter. Iowa certainly in field goal range. They want the lead, the Hawks do. Potabom in at fullback, lead blocker for LaShawn Williams, and LaShawn just too hesitant there, Eddie. He's got to hit that hole. He just pitter-patted inside when the hole was there initially. Not much of a hole, but he hesitated, and it was all over.
Yeah, he's trying to cut this back, and you've got to follow your blockers because they're going to win that battle. And he, like you said, pitter-patter, it was just a move that he shouldn't have made.
Johnny Newton. He's already having an all-Big Ten season. The defensive end from St. Petersburg, just a sophomore. He bear-hugged him, and LaShawn was going nowhere. Got a couple, actually got nothing. 2nd and goal. Here they pitched to Laporta, and that blew up right at the line of scrimmage. Too bad he didn't give it to Arlen Bruce. He faked the handoff to Arlen Bruce on a sweep, a jet sweep, and there was nobody home for Illinois. He'd have walked into the end zone.
It was a shovel pass
to Laporta. Sam's saying, don't run that play again.
Yeah, Bruce would have walked into the end zone.
Hawks had 1st and goal at the Illinois 7. Now they're 3rd and goal at the Illini 9. Trips to the right, including Reganey, Arlen Bruce, and Brody Breck. Gavin Williams in the backfield with Laporta. With Spencer Petrus. We've got flags as the ball was about to be snapped.
False start. Offense number 76. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Mason Richmond getting a little edgy on the left side. Or check that. Tyler Ellsbury. My apologies to Mason. That was 76, not 78. Tyler's in there at left guard for Nick DeYoung. So the 1st and goal has not been a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, that was the noise, and a young player.
Yep. Hawks have been in the red zone just 9 times this season, 4 touchdowns. 3rd and goal, and now they're backed up to the 14. Petrus runs a draw handoff to Gavin Williams, and Illinois just smothers the Hawkeye offensive front. And ball positioning really for Drew Stevens.
Yeah, that was, let's don't make a mistake here. Let's tie it up. It's 3rd and 15 down inside the red zone.
Gabe Ackus on that tackle, but it was 4 or 5 teammates right there hip to hip with him. So Drew Stevens, who's been very, very good this season, he's 4 out of 4. hasn't missed, and this one's from 22 yards. The 22-yard line, so a 32-yard field goal out of the hold of Torrey Taylor and Luke Elkin, the long snapper. Here's the snap, the spot. The kick is certainly long enough, and bullseye right between the uprights. 3-3, the Hawkeyes in Illinois with just under 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. You've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance Companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at EMC.com. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. We'll be back to Champaign-Urbana in a minute with the Hawks and the Illini squared at 3 late in the first quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination. Hawks get to the Case IH red zone and settle for a field goal that ties the game at 3. Case IH. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at caseih.com/Hawkeyes. This is Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa football. Iowa goes 59 yards in 10 plays using 5 minutes of clock. And our Shield scoring drive ends up with a 32-yard field goal from Drew Stevens to tie the game at 3. Now the kickoff by Stevens, again out the back of the end zone. Illinois will have it 1st and 10 at the 25 of the Illini. Hawk fans, make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear this holiday. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Rob Brooks has our first report tonight from the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
Some encouragement down here on the Iowa sideline, Dolph, especially from the offensive standpoint, getting the port of the ball and showing Illinois a lot of different sets, and to be able to get points on that first drive to answer, that's a good sign down here, and especially to get Spencer some confidence in a real road test here, because as you know, a lot of times it's a pretty benign crowd here, but they are into it tonight.
Chase Brown gets the first handoff, the first call on this series. Thank you, Robbie. Brown whacked down by Lucas Van Ness after a gain of a couple. 2nd down and call it 8 for the Illini. Devito straight back to pass to the short side of the field. Has a man across the 30. Boy, they run a lot of misdirection with Brown too. And Chase Brown on the receiving end of that quick flick from Devito gets 4 or 5 more. It's 3rd down 3.
And Seth Benson right out there to make the tackle. And there was a lot of different directions he had to look at before he decided where he had to go.
Taking an Illinois player to the locker room. We'll check out who that is. Seth Benson on the stop. Boy, it'd be great for the Hawks to get a 3 and out here. Hyman, the scat back, goes in motion. Empty backfield now for Devito. Devito gets rid of it in a hurry, and it's caught on a quick crossing route for a 1st down. Boy, they nickel and dime you to death, don't they? Man, across the 35, Casey Washington, his 7th catch of the year. Devito hit 9 different receivers at Wisconsin last week. I mean, Riley Moss was right there. Just a quick slant, but enough for the first down. They needed 5, got 6, and it's 1st and 10 at the 36 of Illinois.
Yeah, no underneath coverage. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, they can mount up the first downs big time. Brian Hightower, a single receiver to the right. They have 2 receivers to the short side of the field. And here's Brown blowing through a hole as they run a sweep to the wide side. He gets to the 40. Credit the Hawks. It closed down in a hurry.
Yeah, really good pursuit. Like 4 people around the ball carrier and get him to the ground right away.
Jack Campbell jammed things up, and Lucas Van Ness finished the job. 2nd down 6 for Illinois. Clock running with 1:50 to play first quarter. 3-3 tie, Illinois and Iowa. Devito on a play fake lobs it, a fade pattern to the near sideline, and not even close. Intended for Washington. Casey Washington, Riley Moss, shoestring to shoestring.
Yeah, they're trying to pick on him one-on-one. He gives up about 4 or 5 inches to that wide receiver, but he was right on his inside shoulder. No place for the quarterback to throw the ball.
If you need to recycle old working refrigerators or deep freezers, visit midamericanenergy.com for details, plus energy-saving tips. Hawks have Illinois in 3rd and 5 from the 41 of the Illini. Here's the snap to Devito. Looks right. Now he's going to tuck and run. Gets the first down. Wide open spaces. Midfield, 45-40. And Illinois has a 1st and 10 at the Iowa 40-yard line.
And they had him trapped in the secondary, or I mean behind the line of scrimmage, and they just couldn't get to him. Those big offensive linemen just shielded off our defenses.
He knows when to go down, but he got 19, and now they're at the 44 of Iowa. Here's a play fake, throw to the sideline, a late flag in front of the Illinois bench as the pass is completed to Hightower.
It's going to be holding against Illinois on Benson.
All right, Brian Hightower caught the ball, got upfield for about 7 to near the 37.
Holding. Offense number 82.
That's the tight end.
Penalty. 1st down.
Luke Ford, the tight end.
Yeah,
I was hoping you didn't mean Seth Benson on that hole.
He reached out and grabbed Seth as Seth was running down the receiver.
L. Benson, I got you.
Yeah.
Well, it's a big call either way, Edward, as the ball comes back across midfield now to the Illinois 49, and it'll be 1st down and 20 for the Illini. They go 3 wide to the right, tight end left, and that is Michael Marquez. Reggie Love in the backfield with Devito. Hawks get pressure. Devito runs down the middle of the field. Deontay Craig, who had a great game last week against Michigan, is belly flopped on by Lucas Van Ness. And oh, look at this. Look at this. Devito is down and hurt. And he is rolling around on the field. Looked to me like a left ankle. Boy, when you have a quarterback who takes chances and runs a lot and flares out and takes that contact, you put him in a dangerous posture. But that's who he is. And he's a tough kid from New Jersey, left Syracuse, and he is down flat on his back. And with all due respect, let's hope he's okay, because he is a real key for Illinois. Let's take a timeout. Iowa 3, Illinois 3, 47 seconds to play first quarter. This crowd is definitely silent at the moment, and they're going to help Tommy Devito off the field. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Arthur Sitkowski will be the replacement for Tommy Devito. Now, he's played a lot. Transfer from Rutgers, another New Jersey kid. And right now, Illinois looks at 2nd and 20. We'll pick up on the injury to Tommy DeVito in just a minute as Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield welcomes you back to coverage. Hawks blitz him. Pass is complete to the near sideline for about 6. Casey Washington on the reception. And it's going to be 3rd down and 12 for Illinois. Hawks were sending blitzers.
Yep, they with 2nd and 20. They wanted to make sure that he got rid of it in a hurry, and he did, and only picked up 8 yards.
Ball at the Iowa 45. 3rd down and 12. They do give him credit for 8 on that completion to Washington. Chase Brown in the backfield. They wing 2 tight ends either side of Sitkowski. Looks down the middle of the field. Now he rolls out to his right. Here's a late flag as the pass is complete, short of the 1st down at the 37-yard line.
Looks like it's going to be holding against the Hawkeyes, I'm afraid.
Boy, that was nowhere near.
It was on the way on this side of the field.
It was on the opposite side of the field. Here's the call. Pat Bryant caught the pass. If it is holding on Iowa, it's an automatic first down.
Defense, number 3. 10-yard penalty from the previous spot. Automatic first down. The quarter will be extended for 1 untimed down.
Clock shows zeros at the end of the quarter, but they will play. They will play or run one more play because the quarter cannot end on a penalty. Cooper DeJean is called for the hold. Boy, these penalties have really hurt the Hawks this season, not just
week. It was
the last couple weeks. 60 yards on 5 penalties last week, all of them major. Couple penalties tonight here in the first quarter. 3-3 Iowa, Illinois. First down Illini at the 35-yard line of the Hawkeyes. And here's Sitkowski. Fakes the pitch. He's hit as he throws and well over the intended receiver. He took a shot from behind by the rush end. Isaiah Williams on a deep crossing route was the intended receiver. And Logan Lee put his helmet right in the back of Sitkowski.
Yeah, welcome to the Big Ten.
Well, he's been in the Big Ten for a few years, this junior from formerly with Rutgers. He's now at Illinois. He transferred. I mean, this transfer portal, that's what it is. First quarter comes to an end. The Hawks and Rutgers, the Hawks and Illinois tied at 3. The former Rutgers quarterback will start the second period for Brett Bielema's Illini when we come back. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
To have a strong finish, you need an excellent start. It's true on the track and also in the field. That's why Merschman Seeds works tirelessly to deliver cutting-edge technology year after year. This is Joe Merschman, introducing Starting Line, Merschman Seeds' latest advancement in seed treatment, now providing added protection from white mold and sudden death syndrome all season. Ask for Starting Line seed treatment from Merschman Seeds, your friend in the field.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Welcome back to Hawkeye football on the road at Illinois. Iowa 3, the Illini 3 after 1 quarter. Here's a U.S. Bank scoreboard update with John Swisher.
Dolphin, Nebraska winning. Michigan, Purdue, Wisconsin, Ohio State, all winners in the Big Ten today. In the state of Iowa, Iowa State is losing to Kansas State in Ames, 7-3. Wildcats early on in quarter number 2. Drake lost to San Diego, 22-10. Illinois State over UNI in the Unidome, 23-14.
Here it's 2nd down and 10 for Illinois at the Iowa 35 in a 3-3 football game as we start the second quarter. And Isaiah Williams fumbles the football. He was in there for the Wildcat. He faked the handoff to Chase Brown. He was going to run wide right, Ed, and forgot to take the ball with him.
Yep, that was really, ball was on the ground laying there, and that's an interesting call on the second play that your new quarterback's in there.
So it's big for the Iowa defense because Illinois now looks at 3rd and 15. A loss of 5 to the 40 of the Hawkeyes. Now Sitkowski is back out there at quarterback for the injured Tommy Devito. One running back is Chase Brown. They send 3 wideouts wide right, single receiver to the top of the field. Here's Sitkowski. Brown releases from the backfield, and he pays for it. Sitkowski put the ball right on his numbers, and Cooper DeJean introduced himself. No gain, maybe a half a yard. There's a spot and Rose hammer hit by DeJean. He's had a bunch of those. Iowa's getting onto that play where Chase sneaks out of the backfield, and he took one for the team there.
Yeah, and DeJean, called for holding earlier in this series, made up for it right there.
We're going to have our first punt of the night. 1 minute into the second period as Illinois.
Arden Cruz, the 4th to receive for Iowa.
Is that Casey Washington? It is one of the wide receivers. Oh, it's Hugh Robertson. I beg your pardon. Ball is out of bounds inside the 5 at the 2-yard line. Boy, what a great kick. Just a helicopter, a sidewinder to the left. It hit at the 7 and got out of bounds. Couldn't take another yard or 2 to get to the end zone. It goes out at the 2. So Spencer Petrus and company after a 38-yard punt and a beauty by Hugh Robertson. His average is 30 yards.
Yeah, it was a missed punt that ended up going out inside of the 5.
Home field advantage, they say. Timeout on the field. Hawks and Illinois are tied at 3 with 13:33 to play in the first half. Let's see a 98-yard drive, Iowa. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Hawkeyes huddling up in their own end zone as they go 1st and 10 from the Iowa 2. And with a couple tight ends, one running back 5 yards deep in the end zone. That's Caleb Johnson. He tries to break one. Wraps both arms around that ball, and good blocking on the right side, Edward, as he gets across the 5 to near the 7-yard line, a gain of 5.
Yeah, he has good vision. He broke that back, and that's where the soft spot was. He saw it and got to it, got out of the end zone in a hurry.
Gabe Ackus, the linebacker, the strong side linebacker, stayed home, got the tackle. The Hawks have a little more operating room. Well, they put the ball back at the 5, so his knee was down there. Here's Caleb with a stop-and-go move. Johnson again. And he stretched the lines out, got outside of the 7 to the 8. That's a gain of 3. The Hawks need almost 4 for a first down. Seth Coleman, the weak side linebacker on that stop, the sophomore from Melbourne, Florida. Not Australia, Florida.
Boy, it'd be great to get a first down here, Gary.
Something short in the passing game, I would think, Ed, huh?
Yeah.
And you look for that tight end, either Laporta, who's had a great start, 2 catches for 60 yards, or Lachey. Petrus shifts to the gun. Gavin Williams goes in motion. Here's Spencer looking to throw. Williams picks up the blitzing blocker, and a pass that was well short of the intended target, Gavin Williams. I'm not sure where Spencer was going with that, or did Gavin run a wrong pattern?
Yeah, Gavin was running a circle up pattern, and he never even looked for the ball.
So Torrey Taylor will come on for his first punt of the night. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. There are over 4,000 of them. And that all translates into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Torrey Taylor gets off a short punt that hits at the 45. It is hauled in at the 45 of Illinois and downed immediately. A dangerous play there by Isaiah Williams. He watched the ball hit and bounce. By then he had a couple gunners on him, and then he waited for the ball to fall into his lap, and Jack Campbell, of all people, hit him. Cooper DeJean was right there, too. Isaiah's lucky, Ed. Yeah. He's very fortunate. If you're an Illinois fan, Iowa will come out on defense as Illinois gets the ball 1st and 10 at its own 44-yard line. A 39-yard punt for Torrey. He rushed that one a little bit. While we have a moment, we've lost a number of great Hawkeye fans in the last week. Dr. Don Cawley, a graduate of the Iowa Medical School, passed away after a long battle with cancer. Patty Kelly, I knew Patty well. She's the grandmother of Cordell Pemsel, former star basketball player for Fran McCaffrey, and the mom of Mitch Kelly, one of Dan Gable's best friends, who was a terrific wrestler for the Hawkeyes. So we send our sympathies to the Cawley and Kelly fans. Out in Sioux City, we lost recently Richard Doc Wagner. Doc always ran that Siouxland Eye Club with our buddy Bob Rasmus, who passed away last year. I always kidded Doc Wagner. He was from the city of Primger, Iowa, up there in northwest Iowa. So our sympathies to the Wagner and the Rasmus family. Sioux City Heelan produced so many great Hawkeyes. Big Bad John Hardy, the LaFleur family. You remember those?
Sure.
Your careers. So hi to everybody up in Sioux City listening in on KSCJ. 12:05 to go in the first half. Iowa punts the ball away to Illinois, and the Illini will have it 1st and 10 at their own 44-yard line. It's kind of a counter punch so far, isn't it?
Yeah, and that last play was, I think, just young players. Gavin Williams just never looked for the ball, and he was being covered by a linebacker. And so we got a lot of technical difficulties here today, buddy.
It's been an adventure.
So
is it raining? Oh no, sorry. Yeah, Gavin. But to your point, Gavin he's learning on the job.
Yeah, and he's been hurt.
Speaking of hurt, Illinois quarterback Devito, such a wonderful start to the year. He either turned an ankle or hurt a knee or a lower extremity, but Arthur Sitkowski is in there for his second series. And here's a handoff to Chase Brown. Look out. He ran left, cut it back to the middle. Iowa overran the play, and Brown gets all the way into Iowa territory at the 41.
Yeah, you've got to respect that tailback because he is not good. The quarterback is not going to run.
Seth Benson got his arms around him, along with Quinn Schulte. And Illinois running on first down, gets inside the 40 to the Iowa 38. Chase Brown again. Brown has been the primary workhorse, 10 carries, 47 yards. He's going to be much more of the focal point with Devito injured, and I'd be surprised if he comes back. Here's a fake to Brown. They throw a quick flat route to Isaiah Williams, and he gets close to a first down inside the Iowa 35. He wriggles inside the 35, grabbed by Kayvon Merriweather. Ball at the 34-yard line. Illinois looks at 3rd and 3, but they're in 4-down territory.
Yeah, this is they made a lot of substitutions. So did the Hawkeyes. So this is not a quick play.
Illinois with 2 tights. Now they shift 2 of those with a wide receiver wide left. And they flip the ball to Chase Brown. He backs his way down the field. Those tight ends couldn't move Iowa at all. Jay Higgins stood his ground, and Brown is 2 yards shy of a first down.
And Campbell coming again out of nowhere, coming over to make the hit to make sure he doesn't make the first down.
4th and 2. This isn't automatic by far. Come on, Hawks. Get a stop, get good field position. 10.5 to play first half. A 3-3 game, Iowa and Illinois. And remember, you got Sitkowski at quarterback now, not Devito, and he's far from Devito where a quarterback run is concerned. Chase Brown's in the backfield with him. 2 tight ends. Single receiver to the right side. He's throwing that way, and it's caught. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, are they making plays. Cooper DeJean was right on top of Brian Hightower, and Sitkowski put it right in there.
Yeah, this is a really good throw, and it had to be right on rhythm, and I mean, there's no way to stop that one.
No, I mean, you just credit the opposing quarterback and move on. First down at the Iowa 26-yard line. That's a gain of 8. 2 tight ends again. They're going with these heavy packages. Here comes Brown, a stop-and-go move. Gets inside the 25 to the 24, and he's shoved back. Good job of the Hawks. Jay Higgins met him first. He was on top. Underneath was big Logan Lee, who's had a good year to this point.
Yeah, and that's a good job by the defense of filling all the gaps there. There was no place for Brown to run.
The A and the B gap. Logan Lee's over 20 tackles on the year. 1.5 for loss. Got a sack. 9:15 to play first half. Been a quick first half. A lot of running plays. And here's Illinois 2nd down and 8. Here's Sitkowski. Shovel pass to Reggie Love. Makes a couple Hawks miss. Heads for the far side of the field. Cut back again. What a run by Love as he squirms inside the 20 to the 18-yard line, almost the 17-yard line. He turned a whole lot of nothing into a big game.
He broke it all the way back across. And it looked to me like there was movement in the offensive line, but it wasn't called.
Kayvon Merriweather on the stop, but it's only a yard to get a first down, and now Love is shoved out of bounds by Lucas Van Ness, short of the first down, I believe. He's tried to stretch the play out, string it out wide side, and Lucas saw it all the way. Oh, yeah, he lost a yard or 2.
And Bielema was trying to call timeout before that play was run. He must have seen that we had a defense to stop that sweep.
Clearly Iowa did, because that thing unraveled from the time the ball was snapped. Now here's Fabrizio Pinton. Kicked a field goal in the first quarter. He'll try and boot one in from 27 yards here. It's about the same distance he hit in the first period. Hawks are rushing in on it. Here comes the kick, and it is perfect. Right down central. 6-3 Illinois. 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. And we'll take a break. We'll come back to Champaign-Urbana. It's been a lot of bend and break by both defenses to this point. Illinois has the lead back at 6-3. The Hawks will respond when we return. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. proudly welcomes Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Bud Light is for the fans. And U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. 8 minutes to play in the first half. Iowa trails Illinois 6-3. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Welcome back to Saturday night Big Ten football from Illinois. Iowa trailing the Illini 6-3. The defense playing their guts out have allowed but 2 field goals to the Illini. Hopefully the Iowa offense now can get moving. The Illini just went 37 yards in 9 plays after the Torrey Taylor punt, burning 4 minutes of clock. There's exactly 8 minutes to play in the first half. And now the run-up and the kickoff by Illinois' Hugh Robertson. It's fumbled on a run-up at the 15, picked up, and good job by Caleb Johnson. He brought it back across the 25, that short kick that angled to the near sideline. And if he'd have caught this, Ed, in full running mode instead of dropping it, he'd be 10-15 yards further downfield. But as it is, the youngster, the freshman from Hamilton, Ohio, good job of picking the ball up, securing it, and getting upfield. We're going to get Rob Brooks after our first play from scrimmage to give us an update on Tommy Devito, who's still on the sideline, injured in the first quarter. So across the 25 to the 26, Spencer Petrus puts the lines down. Here he is on a play fake rollout right, looking downfield, and now throws it into the sideline, which was the right decision because everybody was covered downfield.
Yeah, they're really getting on the tight end coming across, and then this time it's Regency, but they're really covering that flat player that's coming across.
Well, Laporta has been the primary receiver. He's got 2 catches for 60 yards. Rob, what do you got on Devito?
Yeah, just spent a ton of time in the tent this entire quarter, but did exit, still had his helmet, but walking very gingerly. So it's real questionable whether he can get back in there now. We'll keep you updated.
Thanks, Robbie. Petrus up under center, hands off to Caleb Johnson, and they run blitz, and down he goes. Maybe lost a yard. See where they spot him. Either way, it's going to be 3rd and long for the Hawkeyes.
That defense anticipated this play. The way that they slanted to this side, he had no chance.
Keith Randolph, the other gigantic defensive end at 305 pounds, sophomore from Belleville, Illinois. Bear hug Caleb. He wasn't going anywhere. Brody Breck splits wide right. Regency's in the slot with him. To the near side, Laporta. Sam's been big on 3rd down and long. Let's see if they can wave the magic wand again. Here's Petrus. Deep drop. Now he's going to be sacked. 15-yard line. 8th the football.
Yeah, they kept 2 backs in the backfield on each side of him, anticipating blitz, and they ended up both going out into a pattern. And again, it's a breakdown on the right side of our offensive line.
Sack, the first of Petrus tonight. He went down at the 16-yard line. So Torrey Taylor is going to boot it away from inside the 5. And of course, Illinois, respecting his powerful toe, sends Isaiah Washington back across midfield to his own 35. And Torrey gets into this one. Look at this spaceship. Caught at the 35. Fumbles, and I think the Hawkeyes have it. It landed right in the midsection, right on the belly button of one of the gunners. Let's see who it was. Isaiah Washington. He was shaky on the last punt, and Jack Campbell may have been the first one downfield to bear hug the football. It is Jack Campbell, the 245-pound middle linebacker.
It's a gunner.
Well, I'm guessing Isaiah got a glimpse of number 31 barreling in on him and took his eyeball off the football, and the thing caromed off his chest, went right to Campbell. He was the most surprised guy on the play.
And he had good hands. He put his arms around it. And
now there's the first turnover of the night. The Hawks need to take advantage here, trailing 6-3. Petrus and the company right back out on the field. LaShawn Williams now is the tailback. Iowa with 2 tights and 2 wides to the short side of the field, and down goes Petrus. They showed blitz. They came with the blitz, and linebacker Tariq Barnes smothered Petrus. He never had a chance.
Perfect timing by the blitzer. As a quarterback, you've got to change your count there, because when the guy's coming up in full motion, that was well done by the defense.
Sure was. A loss of 7 back to the 41-yard line. And the Hawkeyes are working from behind the chains again. Brody Breck splits wide right. Slot left is Reganey. Outside him is Arlen Bruce. Petrus throws it away, or throws it, I should say, to the left side and finds Reganey falling down as he grabbed the ball at the 36-yard line. So that's a gain of 6. 3rd down 11 for the Hawkeyes. Gain of 5, let's call it. 5:15 to play. First half. Illinois 6, Iowa 3. We figured it'd be a low-scoring game, but not this low, at least not for most of the first half. Let's see what Spencer has. What did Brian Ferentz call? They're showing run blitz. Petrus backs up. Here they come. Nope, whistles. I'm sorry. And you know that's going to be against Iowa.
False start. Offense number 85. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Well, I didn't see anybody on the inside move, so it was.
That's Luke Lachey, they call it on, but the frustrations of this offense. That's 3 penalties, if memory serves me correct. Yep, 3 penalties for 20 yards. Now the Hawks are back where they were a moment ago. 3rd down and 16. Potabom comes in for extra blocking. Gavin Williams there with him. Spencer backs away from center, throws down the middle. It is caught and dropped. Would have been a tough catch for Laporta.
He's going to be holding against the Hawkeyes anyway.
Oh my. If it is, that's the 4th penalty in the first half on the Hawks. 4:33 to play.
Holding. Offense. The penalties decline. Result of play. 4th down.
Well, they didn't give us a number.
Hawkeyes have a decision to make. 4th down and 16 from the 41 of Illinois. And you would think Torrey Taylor will come on and try and bury the Illini deep in its own territory.
Yep.
Hawkeye foot. I'm sorry, Ed.
Sorry, it's a game of field position. It's the right call.
I agree wholeheartedly. As disappointed as you are on the penalties on the Hawkeyes, you got to punt it away here. Isaiah Washington is back at his own 5. Taylor, low snap. He gets it and kicks it angling toward the far sideline. It'll go out of bounds near the 12 or 13 yard line. And that's where Illinois will put it in play. 1st and 10 with 4:27 to go. Iowa handed a golden opportunity on a fumbled punt recovery by Jack Campbell, and the Hawkeye offense went the opposite direction. So the Hawks punted away, 6-3 Illinois, a 27-yard punt by Taylor. Back to Champaign in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Hawkeye offense is cold as that hard frost we had a couple nights ago. Hopefully we'll warm up in the second half. This is Walmart Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa football. 6-3 Illinois. Iowa has 58 yards of total offense with 4.5 minutes to go in the first half. Illinois at 139. The Hawks are at -7 rushing. Now you have to add in the negative yards off 2 big sacks of Spencer Petrus, but just the same. Speaking of the hard frost, give your Lennox dealer a call. He'll check that furnace out for you for this winter. In the Quad Cities, it's Freed Heating in Davenport, affordable service in Fairfield. Call Don and Waltz in Manchester, Apollo Heating and Air Conditioning in Omaha, and in the Waverly, Waterloo, Cedar Valley vicinity. Check out Hudson Hardware, Plumbing, and Heating. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Shields. The annual Shields Hero Game against Nebraska is coming up. Fans of both schools can nominate everyday citizens who have performed extraordinary acts of heroism. To nominate a hero in your community, on behalf of Shields, visit shields.com/hero. Illinois with an even balanced line, 2 tight ends. They roll right with Sitkowski, and he overthrows the intended receiver to the near sideline. That is Bryant, Pat Bryant. That was a great route run. He was wide open. Yeah. Sitkowski just missed him.
Yeah, he can't throw off the run the way that Devito can. And
no, that would have been an easy 7 yards for Bryant, who's having a heck of a year. He's got 20 catches on the season. Second down 10. Hawks hope to hold him down in here and get the ball back. 13, 14-yard line of Illinois. Here's Sitkowski. You got to believe this is going to Brown. No, they play fake it to him. They throw to the end. It's knocked loose. It's caught. Iowa recovers the fumble after it's jarred loose, and the Hawks will have it. Seth Benson with the recovery after a jarring hit by Riley Moss.
Oh, this is something, and let's make sure he has control of the ball.
That's Isaiah Washington, I believe, the intended receiver. He disappeared under the onslaught of Riley Moss, and Seth Benson jumped on the loose ball. That's 2 forced turnovers by the Iowa defense, and the Hawks will have it 1st and 10 at the 5-yard line of Illinois.
Well, I'm sure they're going to review this, but make sure that he had control of the ball before he fumbled it.
All right. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. As they take a look at it upstairs, they will review it.
The ruling on the previous play of a catch, fumble, recovery by the defense is under further video review.
Oh, yeah. He took 2 steps. Yeah. Riley put the shoulder pad right on the football. That's going to be Iowa football. All plays under review this season are brought to you by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or even surgery. Well, what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. I guess I should watch myself because the way the calls have gone against Iowa this year. But to me, Ed, he caught it, turned upfield with his plant foot pushed off, took another step, and then Riley Moss.
And had the ball put away.
Yeah, he put his shoulder pad. I mean, Isaiah's cowering as to protect the football, and Riley just made an All-American play. And Seth Benson, trailing, running upfield, jumped on the loose ball. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Harris Golf Cars. As a full-service Yamaha golf car distributor, Harris Golf Cars of Dubuque has one of the largest inventories of new and used golf cars and utility vehicles in the Midwest. Harris Golf Cars offer the best variety of sales and service with a huge parts inventory and service for all brands. Harris Golf Cars, located in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska.
After review, the ruling of a catch, fumble recovered by the defense stands. First down.
Good call.
There's no doubt about it.
Dolph,
no
good
question.
Call.
No question. Thanks to Harris Golf Cars, they cover 4 states around you. Harris Golf Cars in Iowa, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Nebraska. So the offense gift-wrapped Iowa turnover on Illinois. The Hawks have it first and goal at the Illini 5 with plenty of time. 4:16 to play in the first half. Well, this defense, spectacular all over the field.
Yep, they've controlled the line of scrimmage. The Hawks up front people, the Blue Toes, need to prevail now.
They got a lot of them up there with the tight ends. Here's Petrus rolling out and threw it away, or threw it short of LaShawn Williams. They had the play called properly as they showed inside run. LaShawn flared to the left flat, and Spencer just short-armed it.
Yeah,
he's wide open.
That's
wide
open. That's a tough throw for Spencer.
It is, rolling to his left.
Yeah.
You've talked about that before, but I'm sure he would tell you that's one he needed to make.
This needs to be a touchdown.
He was pressured by Seth Coleman, the linebacker. Let's see if the Hawks can get it done on second down. Yep, handoff to Caleb Johnson. He loses 3.
Oh, they've got a flag here. It came in late. I think it's going to be celebration on the part of the defense that will be a personal foul.
That's a tough call. I mean, that was a great play by the defense, but let's see.
Fouling the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 70, 15-yard penalty.
Oh, my.
Second down.
Bo Stevens, the young redshirt freshman right guard, pressed into service when Connor Colby was moved out to right tackle. Boy, these penalties are just mauling any Iowa momentum, and there hasn't been much. First and goal at the 5 is now third and goal at the 23-yard line.
And I think it's going to be placement of the ball in the middle of the field here for a field goal. You can't expect to get this ball in the end zone.
Hawks go empty. 4 receivers and a tight end. Now Gavin Williams comes back next to Petrus. Here's the snap. They're rushing. Spencer gets rid of it, caught at the 15, and tackled immediately is Arlen Bruce, his first catch of the night. Single coverage down there with Jertavius Martin. He's the cashback, their cashback. So the Hawks get 8, and they'll have to settle for the field goal try from Drew Stevens to tie the game at 6.
Yeah, that was definitely just a throw to improve the place for the field goal.
3:15 to play, first half. This comes from the left hash. Kick will come from the 22 out of the hole to Torrey Taylor. Here's the snap, the spot, and the kick is good.
Flags down everywhere. It's offside against the defense, and I think he'll decline that.
Take the field goal, and let's hope they can separate Isaiah Washington from the football again.
Yeah.
Offside. Defense, number 93. 5-yard penalty. Fourth down.
Well, I mean, why wouldn't they decline this?
The kick was good, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, it was a dead ball foul.
Oh.
So he lined up offside, neutral zone, so it's just if the play never happened. So now the kick will be 5 yards closer from the 17. 27-yard field goal attempt by Stevens. He's 5 for 5 on the year, so this is like a point after try. Taylor gets the ball down, and the kick is right through. 6-6 game, 2:48 to play in the first half. Stay with us at halftime. We'll have the Budweiser halftime report. John, what do you got for scores? Finals in the Big Ten?
Yeah, Nebraska over Rutgers, 14-13. Michigan over Indiana, 31-10. Purdue, 31. Maryland, 29. Wisconsin beat Northwestern today, 42-7. It was Ohio State, 49. Michigan State, 20. Northern Iowa lost a close one inside the Unidome in Cedar Falls, 23-21. Drake fell to San Diego, 22-10.
What's the Iowa State update?
I will have to check on that.
All right. While he's doing that, Edward,
let's plug some business.
Let's plug Bud and Mary.
Okay. Getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis and do it today. Search budmary.com to learn more.
Halftime, it's Kansas State 7. Iowa State 6. That's over at Jack Trice Stadium in Ames. K-State ranked 20th, leading the Iowa State Cyclones by 6. That's our U.S. Bank scoreboard update as Drew Stevens gets set to kick off. 6-6. The Shield scoring drive for the Hawkeyes. 4 plays, -4 yards. Used a minute 28 on the clock and a 27-yard field goal. Drew's 2 for 2 tonight, and the game's tied at 6. Hawk fans, make sure you check out Shields for all your Hawkeye gear. Shields right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Well, I know how frustrated you and I are. I can't imagine the stoic-faced Kirk Ferentz has got to be churning inside, but encouraged by the way the defense is playing, because Illinois, without its spectacular starting quarterback, Sitkowski, who was hurt in the first quarter. Now they got to rely on Arthur Sitkowski. And he runs Chase Brown to the short side of the field, and he gets a nice gain. Good blocking by Paul Chesky off the right side. Terry Roberts comes up and knocks down Brown after a gain of 5.
Yeah, that offensive line at Illinois has been very dominant so far in this game.
But the Hawkeye defense has been up to the task. Now on 2nd down and 5, here comes Brown again off the left side. Runs through a hole inside guard and tackle, and then met Logan Lee and Jack Campbell. And that was that. He gains 2. 3rd down and 3 for the Illini. Both teams with their full complement, a complement of timeouts. Ball at the 33-yard line of Illinois. Here's Sitkowski. Can't imagine he's going to throw it. Well, he wants to throw it. Now he's rolling out to his right, trying to get the 1st down, and he takes a heck of a shot after a gain of a yard. He ran right at Jack Campbell. Well, give him a courage medal there. He deserves a Medal of Valor for taking on Jack Campbell. Actually, Campbell was there, the second man there. That shot was delivered by Kayvon Merriweather. Well, Kayvon will hit you too.
Yeah, he came up real quick from that safety spot, saved the 1st down.
No gain.
Hawks will get the ball back.
4th down. Well, maybe Spencer just needs a bigger field to work with, hopefully, huh? Minute 45 to go till halftime, so plenty of time to get down and maneuver into at least an opportunity to get the lead before the break. Here's the snap. Boy, it looked like Illinois moved. No flag, though. Good punt. Backs up Arlen Bruce to the 20-yard line, and he's dropped there immediately. Good job by the gunner for the Illini. 46-yard punt. Illinois tackle. Sidney Brown, he's one of their hard-hitting safeties.
Yeah, he got off real quick.
He did. They didn't hold him up at the line at all. But the Hawks have the ball back. That's the good news. 20-yard line with a minute 38 to go. Iowa with 64 yards of offense tries to add to that total. And this would be a good time. Petrus to throw. Quick, safe, short underneath route run by Luke Lachey. Ran 6-7 yards downfield, turned, and the ball was there.
I think that was Regency.
All right.
Yeah.
84 or 89, not 85. Either way, it's a gain of 7. And here's a throw. Pass caught by Laporta. Nope, he didn't come down with it.
Oh, that was a good throw.
Just a little, I don't know. Yeah, Sam looked like he had both hands on the ball. Let's look at the replay. Oh, yeah. Well, actually, it was a good play by Sidney Brown. He reached in and jarred the ball loose before Sam could secure it. Now it's 3rd and 3. You're right, though, Ed. That was a great throw. Minute 16 to play. Hawks need 3 to convert and move the chains. Gavin Williams in a tailback. Regency in the slot left. Iowa with 3 wideouts. Petrus throws on a quick slant, and it's caught for a first down by Sam Laporta. Boy, when in doubt, go to number 84.
Yeah.
Sidney Brown was all over him, and Sam said, "You're not getting this one." Gain of 7 up to the 35. Iowa moves the chains and moves the football with 1:03 to play. Going on a quick count. Here's a pass caught midfield by Regency, I believe. He shoved out of bounds, yes, by Nico. The star back, or the cash back, Jartavius Martin, escorted him into the boundary line, and the Hawkeyes get another first down on a gain of 15.
And that was another good throw, and we still have our 3 timeouts left.
57 seconds to play till halftime. Regency and Brody Breck split wide right. Arlen Bruce with the ball in the near hash heads to the short side of the field, and they run the counter handoff to Gavin Williams, and he looked really unsure of himself, and I don't blame him because Illinois had most of the gaps full there with defenders.
Yeah, they were expecting a run because they had everything. They had 7-8 people in the box. Just too many bodies to move.
Gabe Ackus, the linebacker, made the stop. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification from Illinois, where the Hawks and the Illini are tied at 6. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. I want to give a shout out to the gang at Middlebrook Farms in Cummings, Iowa. It's near, not too far from Des Moines, huh?
Yeah, it's right near where we buy our gardening stuff.
Well, they're having a big tailgate fundraiser. They're watching the game, listening to our broadcast tonight at Middlebrook Farm to benefit cancer research and to fight cancer. And hi to everybody at Middlebrook Farm. They're calling it the tailgate fundraiser tonight to benefit cancer research. Appreciate your efforts, especially Jason Hemmer, who organized that event. See if the Hawks can put 7 on the board for you at Middlebrook Farm. Petrus to throw. The defender fell down, caught by Laporta. He's at the 20, inside the 20 to the 17-yard line. The defender, Martin, was playing center field at safety, fell down, and Petrus with another good throw to Laporta.
And you know, he had a great touch on that ball. So here we go. They're going without a timeout.
33 yards, 1st and 10. Hawks are in the Case IH red zone. Here's a quick out, in and out of the hands that time of Nico Regency. Well, it was a good throw again. Good coverage by Devon Witherspoon. The good news is it stops the clock with a half a minute to go in the half.
And, you know, Petrus is getting that pocket. You know, he's got that pocket where he can step up, and when that happens, he's a good passer.
Yep. Boy, Nico's not going to like that when he looks at the film tomorrow. Right on his fingertips, right in his mitts. Well, nobody's perfect, but come back to Nico for that play. Again, he missed a lot of time, but he'll tell you he should have had that one. He splits wide right. Lachey's in the slot right, and Bruce is in motion. And Petrus is rolling out there. Oh, they tried to run the reverse. Illinois had it sniffed out, and down goes Nico Regency. Oh, a big loss back to the 27-yard line. Iowa's going to have to call timeout. Terrell Jennings. Well, this Illinois defense can run sideline to sideline.
Yeah, and they had everything set up perfectly on that play. I'm trying to see. I thought it was number 90 that came in, but I don't see it. Outside linebacker, Alec Bryant.
Redshirt freshman from Pearland, Texas, but they had defenders upfield.
Everywhere.
So the Hawks tried to go laterally when they were moving the ball straight down the field, and now it's 3rd and 20. So what has been a beautiful drive to this point from Iowa's own 20, got to the Illinois 18. And now that loss of almost 10 puts the ball at the 27. Hawks have time for one play, and then if they don't convert, they'd settle for a field goal try. And that would be a big boost to get the lead going into the locker room at halftime. All right, Iowa goes empty. Petrus has 5 wideouts. Hit as he throws, and it is incomplete. Boy, Laporta got his hands on it at the 5-yard line. Would have been a first down, but he took a whack from double coverage there, led by Matthew Bailey, the safety, and the strong safety, Kendall Smith.
Yeah, they timed it perfectly.
They did. Bud Light halftime show coming up. Hawks with 16 seconds to play in the half will have to settle for a Drew Stevens field goal. It'll come from the 35, a 45-yard attempt to give Iowa the lead. Luke Elkin with the snap, Torrey Taylor with the spot. Kick is on the way, and it is no good.
Oh.
Drew hooked it a little wide left. Well, the Hawks have left some points out there in the red zone tonight. Settled for 2 field goals. But it's still tied at 6-6 on the road. You'll take it. You'll have to take it. You don't have any choice as we'll get set to go to the locker room at halftime. Illinois will come out playing without their regular quarterback, Tommy Devito, and Sitkowski has the Illini in the victory formation, and he'll take a knee, and we'll get to the locker room at halftime with Iowa and Illinois tied at 6. Much to be decided in the second half. From Illinois, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right, get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
Blue is freedom. Blue is endless possibilities. Blue is trustworthy.
Attaboy.
Blue is caring.
We got this.
And now, Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plan. All-in-one coverage, extra benefits, and the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Because Blue is always here for you. Learn more at wellmarkadvantage.com.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, Proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
With Ed Podolak and Robbie Brooks, Gary Dolphin at Memorial Stadium in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. We're at halftime. Iowa 6, Illinois 6. And it could be a whole lot better thanks to the Iowa defense. Ed Podolak forcing 2 Illinois fumbles on jarring hits. One on a punt by Torrey Taylor, recovered around the 30-yard line. The second one recovered near the 5-yard line of Illinois, and all the Hawks show for it is 1 field goal.
Yeah, and they had a chance to score a touchdown. They had an open receiver on the one from the 5-yard line, but then when you get penalties and take sacks, and all of a sudden you're in a position where you can't even go for the touchdown because you're going to get an interception or a turnover. But with the turnovers we've had, I'm sure. But, you know what Coach is going to say? 30 minutes left.
That's right.
It's a tie game. Let's go out there and win it.
Yeah, who cares about style points as long as you get a victory? 6-6 at halftime, Iowa, Illinois. On the road, Saturday night, Big Ten bashing, and there has been some hitting by both defenses. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of the Syngenta Group Company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
2 big turnovers forced by the Iowa defense in the first half, but only 3 points to show for it. Converted 1 field goal did the Iowa offense. And we sit here at 6-6. 6-6 tie at the break. Welcome back to the Bud Light Halftime Show. Our halftime coverage is sponsored by Bud Light, proudly welcoming Hawk fans to Kinnick Stadium this year. Iowa will be back home Halloween weekend. Northwestern comes into Kinnick for homecoming. Iowa's bye week is next week. Then the Hawks head to Ohio State. Spencer Petrus, for the most part, very sharp. 10 of 19, 126 yards, but the Hawks have minus 10 rushing. Sam Laporte caught 5 balls for 99 yards. Illinois with 137 total yards, including 85 on the ground, 52 through the air. Their big story, Chase Brown, 13 carries, 57 yards, but he has not dented the end zone. Tommy Devito got hurt midway through the first quarter for Illinois. Their terrific young quarterback, 6 of 11 for 42 yards before it looked like an ankle injury. We'll get an update in the second half. Arthur Sitkowski has performed admirably coming in off the bench. Colts 6 of 8, but only for 10 yards. Illinois and Iowa tied at 6. Much to be decided in the second half. We're at halftime. Sponsored by Bud Light. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
You did it, Iowa! You've won more than $20 million in jackpots this year from Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. And we're not stopping anytime soon. Winning is more fun at Wild Rose. From jackpots to cars to cash and more. We've got 20 million reasons and more why you'd rather be here. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel.
Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And a pleasant good evening, everyone, across the great state of Iowa. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. It is 8:16, and our halftime report is brought to you by U.S. Bank. Put your trust in a bank that's been focusing on serving the people and the businesses in Iowa and all across the nation since 1863. That's U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. We're at the half right now. Champaign, Illinois, Memorial Stadium, Iowa and Illinois. Tied at 6. Kirk Ferentz's 24th season in Iowa City. Always a physical game. We expected that. Kicking could be a factor. We thought that. It certainly has. 6-6 again at the half. Elsewhere in the Big Ten, all eyes today in East Lansing. ABC television, number 3, Ohio State taking on Michigan State. Sparty thought they could hold it close. They did not. Buckeyes win it 49-20. C.J. Stroud 21-26. 361 yards. He had 6. You heard me correctly. 6 touchdowns.
Stroud zips it wide open, a total bust, and Ibuka's running free. All the way for an Ohio State touchdown. Miscommunication that time was by the defense.
That's how it sounded on ABC. Chris Fowler, Kirk Herbstreit there on the call. Buckeyes are now 6-0. Purdue beating Maryland 31-29. It was number 4 Michigan beating Indiana 31-10. Wisconsin beating Northwestern today 42-7. Alabama and A&M top 25. Alabama, they're in the top 25, obviously, at number 1. They and A&M are tied right now, 7 apiece. And right now, K-State leading Iowa State 7-6 in Ames at the half. Our scoreboard brought to you live by U.S. Bank. I'm Brian Houseworth, live in studio. Gary Dolphin standing by with your second half right after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to US Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At US Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Schneider Graphics is a family-owned company providing full vinyl graphic services for over 30 years. We proudly provide vehicle wraps, fleet graphics, wall murals, signs, banners, and more using quality 3M products. Large or small, Schneider Graphics can help you with your next project from design to installation. As a proud partner of the University of Iowa, you can see our work on game day on the Hawkeye team bus and the gates and sidewalks of Kinnick Stadium. Schneider Graphics, located in Des Moines, service throughout Iowa. You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on game day.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
Frustration, exercise, and futility for both the Iowa and Illinois offenses here in the first half. A 6-6 game at the intermission. Welcome back to our halftime coverage brought to you by Anheuser-Busch and Bud Light. Ed Podolak will rejoin us in just a minute. You think about it, these are two of the top scoring defenses in America. In fact, Illinois is number 1 at 8.5 points a game. The Hawks are giving up just 10 points a game. So why wouldn't it be a frustration? But it's doubly frustrating for the Iowa offense because the Hawkeye defense forced 2 fumbles deep in Illinois territory. One at the 4-yard line. And couldn't punch it across the goal line. The Hawks, with those 2 turnovers, have but 3 points to show for it. But as frustrating as it is, you know what Kirk Ferentz is telling them in the locker room as they get ready to emerge and start the second half. Look, it's 30 minutes of football remaining. It's not been decided. We're all tied up. We're not down. We're on the road. Let's go out and put both the offense and defense together for a victory in the second half. We shall see. Iowa with 6 first downs, Illinois with 6. Or check that. Iowa with 5 first downs, Illinois with 10 first downs, and a 6-6 tie here at the break. The Hawks with minus 10 yards rushing. Now that has a lot to do with Spencer Petrus taking 2 deep sacks for a minus 16 yards. But even if we flip those numbers around, the Hawks have been unable to run the football. Illinois is doing a lot of run blitzing. They're ganging up in the tackle box and daring Spencer Petrus to beat him through the air. And Spencer's obliged. 10 of 19 for 126 yards. Sam Laporte has caught 8 of those passes for 99 yards. That's as good as any running game if you keep putting up numbers like that. Nico Reganey has caught 4 for 18. Iowa's leading ground gainer is Caleb Johnson, 4 carries, 4 yards. Chase Brown, the All-American, has tugged it 13 times for 57 yards for Illinois. That's a 4.5-yard average, but he's not dented the end zone either. Tommy DeVito was 6 of 11 before he was injured and left midway through the first period. Arthur Sitkowski is 6 of 8 since then, but just a total of 52 yards through the air for Illinois. Brian Hightower has caught 4 for 31. And Rob Brooks now will talk with our Kirk Ferentz across the way.
For the ball game, and those 2 turnovers are big too.
Yeah, we settled down on defense and started playing really well. Yeah, big turnover down here in this end, and then on the punt also.
Obviously, the first drive and the last drive, able to move the ball through the air. Just negative plays, penalties hurt.
Yeah, we had some penalties that really hurt us, and negative yardage, like you said. Got to find a way to run the ball a little bit more here. At least in that last possession, our protection settled down, so hopefully we can keep that going.
Coach, thanks very much.
Thanks, Rob.
And that's going to be a key thing, and we know that this Illinois team is very difficult to run the football against, too, Dolph. And I don't think we're going to see Tommy DeVito. I think we pretty much figured that out there in the first half. Did not see him come back on the field here to start the third quarter. And then obviously up front, hopefully that offensive line can continue to settle down without Nick DeYoung. He's not available tonight, as we talked about earlier.
Hey, Rob, have you been able to determine, is it an ankle or
a lower leg? When he walked off, needed assistance, but then he spent all that time in the tent and then did walk out on his own. Had no visible brace or boot or anything like that, but was moving pretty slow.
Okay, that's the update on Tommy DeVito. He is on the sideline, but not being treated, so we'll assume he's not coming in. Perhaps that thing feels better late in crunch time in the football game, and Brett may put him out there, of course, given medical clearance. Iowa's had the ball for 6 possessions in the first half. Illinois had it 5 times. The Hawkeye defense leads in the battle of turnovers. Iowa's forced 2. Iowa has not turned the ball over. And I like the way Spencer Petrus is carrying himself, Eddie. To Kirk's point, the protection was better the last 5 minutes of that first half. Evidence Petrus moving the ball down the field. Iowa just unable to get in the end zone.
Well, and too, your offensive line, as the game goes on, you get a better feel of how the guy rushing you is playing your block, and so you should improve a little bit as the game goes.
Play Powerball for a chance to win cash and a VIP trip to New York City for a New Year's celebration. The trip includes airfare, hotel, exclusive entertainment, and the chance to be Powerball's first millionaire of the year. Enter at ialottery.com. Hey, happy 80th birthday to Paula. She's a big Hawk fan. Her birthday this week. Happy birthday, Paula, from your kids and from all of us here at the Hawkeye Radio Network. Mothers are the greatest people in the world, aren't they? Let me tell you. All right, Ed, the Hawks won the opening coin toss and deferred, so Iowa gets the ball to start the second half. Let's see if they can get that ground game going against, granted, one of the toughest run defenses in America. And take it down the field and get the lead, because the way this Iowa defense is playing, I like our chances with the lead.
Well, and, you know, you make your adjustments at halftime. You try to make them as the game goes along, but it's the chance to really sit down at halftime.
Here's a short kickoff, and this should be returnable. Well, that said, Gavin Williams watched it bounce and then jumped on it at the 21.
It's like he wasn't ready for the ball to be kicked to him. That's inexcusable.
Yeah, it was not a pooch kick by Rashawn Wilkins Jr. Boy, they've had all kinds of issues kicking the football this year, and that was another example. But Iowa, thankfully, Gavin hopped on the football at the 21. So that's where Iowa will put it in play, 1st and 10. Laporta stands up and runs right to left as Iowa runs straight off left guard and center, and a decent hole for Caleb Johnson. He gets 4, had both arms wrapped around that football.
Well, and again, we were talking in the first half, you can't give up on the blocking. You got to stay behind it. Don't cut back, and sooner or later, they'll form a hole for you.
Running behind Tyler Ellsbury, big Keith Randolph on the stop. Ball at the 25, a gain of 4. 2nd down and 6, so that's a good start to the second half. Hawks have Laporta lined up to the right, an offset eye with Potabom in there. Here's the fake on the give, and Petrus is eaten alive. Pump faked, he was looking downfield, had no chance, and is sacked for a 3rd time tonight.
Yeah, really, the back who was his, oh boy, that was just, I just watched the replay. Just a flat miss by the fullback.
So they're back now to the see where they spot the ball at the 17-yard line. So that's a loss of 8. There's just been too much of this. 3rd down, 15. Hawks playing behind the chains on the opening drive of the second half. 13:40 to play, 3rd period, 6-6 tie. Petrus, good protection, fires downfield well beyond Nico Reganey, and the Hawks will have to punt it away with a 3-and-out.
Yeah, they had the right defense. Illinois had manned up, and they were chasing Reganey all the way across the field. They had no place to slip the ball in.
Devin Weatherspoon in coverage for Illinois. Here comes Torrey Taylor as the Hawkeyes will punt it away. And the frustration on offense continues. And a lot of that frustration created by Illinois' blitzing linebackers. That time Seth Coleman drops Spencer for that 8-yard loss before the incomplete pass. Taylor will punt from his own 5. Illinois gets good pressure, but Torrey gets it away. Cross midfield, caught at the 35. Down immediately is Isaiah Williams, and what a play by Xavier Wampa. Get a glimpse of that 5-star recruit.
Boy, he got there right as the ball got there. And boy, he wants to play, but he just hadn't earned a starting role yet.
He's going to play a lot going forward. Xavier Wampa, heck of a downfield coverage by the young freshman from Pleasant Hill in Southeast Polk. So the Hawkeye defense lumbers onto the field. Illinois will have it 1st and 10 at its own 32-yard line. A 48-yard punt by Torrey Taylor, the all-Big Tenner. Minute and a half gone, 3rd quarter. See if the Hawks can get a 3-and-out on defense and get the ball right back. It's Sitkowski at quarterback, looks left, comes to his right, throws right, caught by Chase Brown. He's dropped after a gain of about 4. Nice open field tackle by Cooper DeJean.
Yeah, they're rolling out Sitkowski a little bit, so he gets out of the pocket, makes the play.
Actually, they give him 5 to the 37-yard line of the Illini. They wing a tight end left, ball in the near hash. Here's the, well, they were going to run a draw handoff to Chase Brown, but flag on the far side of the field. That would have to be on Illinois.
False start. Offense number 78. 5-yard penalty. 2nd down.
Isaiah Adams, he got that 315 pounds moving in the wrong direction.
It's hard to see him, though, amongst those other 315 pounders.
3rd penalty for 20 yards on Illinois. Iowa beset with penalties in the first half. 4 for 35 yards. So it's 2nd down and 10. Now they try to set up the screen for Brown, and the pass is incomplete. Kind of a wobbler that Sitkowski, with good pressure on him, had to get rid of it sooner than he wanted to.
Yeah, and he just got this into the forward pass area. Otherwise, it would have been a lateral and a fumble, but...
well, Joe Evans was breathing fire right down his eardrum, and Arthur just dumped it. It's as much as... It's a good thing it wasn't an incomplete pass if you're an Illinois fan, because it would have been another loss. 3rd down and 10. Illinois with 1 back, 3 wideouts, and here's the snap from the 37. Hawks are running a delayed blitz. They pick it up. Pass is it complete?
Incomplete.
Incomplete. Ball hit the ground. Good coverage over there by Terry Roberts and by Quinn Schulte. Pass intended for Pat Bryant. He made a heck of an effort, but the ball was thrown low and into the boundary line.
Yeah, and the great coverage, too, by Cooper Lachey, because that was the only place the quarterback could have gone with the ball.
Well, let's see if Arlen Bruce can return one for a touchdown, get the Hawks to the end zone. That is just the second 3 and out by the Illini tonight with that hurry up. And now the snap for the punt. Hawks get a good rush on, but the punt is away. Arlen Bruce lets it hit at the 30, then gets away from it. And the ball is covered up by Illinois, but I don't think Iowa touched it. It'll be Iowa football. Touched at around the 27, 28-yard line. 34-yard punt by Hugh Robertson. And it rolls dead. Hawks will have the football. 12:27 to go, third quarter. Thanks for joining us tonight on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We'll be back with more football in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
People say you should see the ball drop at Times Square at least one time, but being there for New Year's Eve and winning $1 million live on national television? How's that for a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? With the Iowa Lottery's Powerball First Millionaire of the Year, you and a guest could appear on Dick Clark's New Year's Rockin' Eve. One lucky winner will win $1 million just after midnight. Enter your Powerball tickets and see rules and complete details at ialottery.com/VIP.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Game to Get a Game program. You can download it now by visiting the Game Day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The Game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football with Ed Podolak, Robbie Brooks, our engineer Corey Sheets, and our spotter and stat man John Swisher. This is Iowa Hawkeye football from Illinois. A 6-6 game, 12:27 to go, third quarter. Let us know where you're listening in from tonight. I heard from a lot of our Iowa transplants down in Florida where Hurricane Ian left a devastating aftermath. Wish you all love and prayers and best wishes tonight. A lot of I-clubs down in the Fort Myers, Naples area. They're tuned in tonight. Hi to my sister Bonnie, one of those listening in. She said, come on, let's get a touchdown. Hey, I'm with you, sis. Iowa football, Ed. Maybe it happens here. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 30-yard line.
Well, let's hope it's not another 3 and out. And we've got Johnson in at tailback.
Petrus up under center, Logan Jones, and they run straight ahead. Big hole for Caleb Johnson. Tries to angle to the outside, stiff arms a defender, and then is rolled out of bounds at the 36-yard line. Now, there was a late flag that came in.
I think they grabbed his face mask.
Well, let's see. Yeah, it looks like Caleb did grab the face mask of the defender.
Yeah.
So
well,
that's another...
The offensive player can, as long as you don't grab it.
Foul, grasping and twisting the face mask. Offense, number 2, 15-yard penalty, first down.
That's been the story again tonight. Penalties like last week, and the Hawks are going to be backed up from the original line of scrimmage, which was the 30, all the way to the 15. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Mid-American Energy. Mid-American can save you energy and add to your bottom line. Visit midamericanenergy.com and learn more. So what would have been the longest running play of the night for the Hawkeyes turns into a 15-yard loss on the face mask grab.
Yeah, Caleb's got to learn you can stiff arm the defender in the face mask so you can't grab it.
And let me correct myself, that's a spot foul, so the line of scrimmage is the 17. Not quite the 15. Petrus tries to dig out of the hole for the offense. Looks right, throws right on a quick slant, caught by, well, then dropped by Arlen Bruce. Not sure if the defender, Terrell Jennings, got his hand in there to pry it loose. We'll check. But either way, it's 2nd down and 22.
Good pattern by Bruce.
That's another catch that should have been made.
Yeah, he faked to the outside, came back to the inside. Real good pattern.
Well, that's really unusual. Our wide receivers are usually sure gloved. I mean, it's chilly down there tonight, but not that cold. 2nd and 22. Petrus again in the gun. Straight back to pass. Good protection down the middle. Overshot the intended receiver, Sam Laporta. That time Sam was open, but Spencer overled him.
Yeah.
Sidney Brown was running in coverage, but I tell you, that Laporta is something. He gets open, and that pass was just way wide. Iowa 3 of 10 on 3rd down tonight. Looks at a 3rd and 22.
Yeah, Laporta was held on that last play. Watching the replay, he wanted a flag, didn't get it.
Double wide to the wide side of the field. Single receiver, Arlen Bruce to the short side. Gavin Williams in the backfield with Petrus. They blitz. Down goes Spencer again. I mean, you know it's coming.
Yeah.
And Iowa's been unable to do anything with it. Seth Coleman with another sack. That's 4 or 5 on Petrus tonight. And he's dropped at the 11-yard line. 11:23 to play in the 3rd quarter. So the Illinois defense, like the Iowa defense, stiffens. And once again, Torrey Taylor will punt it away from his own end zone. Elkin will long snap it. Right on his numbers. Torrey steps into it and hits an end-over-ender across midfield. Fair caught at the 45-yard line. It's a game of field position,
yes,
Eddie.
Yep, and 3 and out, a sack. I hate to be doing replays, but that's what it sounded like.
44-yard punt. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Iowa Corn. When corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol is a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, health, and wallets. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. 6-6 tie, Iowa, Illinois, early on in the 3rd quarter from Champaign. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Iowa Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination. Ball from Illinois tonight. It's been a Big Ten bruiser ruled by the defenses. And we play on. The Hawkeye defense turn now to try and get the ball back from Arthur Sitkowski in for the injured Devito. who went out midway through the first quarter. Illinois with twin receivers to the left. Here's a handoff on the jet sweep to Chase Brown, who lined up in the slot, came right to left. Well, now we got an injured Illini down. That was Isaiah Williams, their star wide receiver, was trying to throw a block, and he got run over.
Yeah, he was faking a run, and one of our linebackers got him right as he was faking the run.
So you're saying he lined up at quarterback, or was it?
Well, no, he was coming in motion.
Oh, I got you. They're fake the handoff to him. He got drilled from behind.
You're going to get a lot of Chase Brown now. I mean, the Hawkeye defense has to be aware of that.
The net gain was 2 for Brown, and they're lining him up all over the field. So Illinois has lost 2 of their stars. I'm guessing Isaiah will come back. He walked off under his own power. They lost quarterback Tommy DeVito in the first period. He's not been back. Arthur Sitkowski, the Rutgers transfer, has taken over. So the ball's at the 47-yard line. 2nd down 8. Tight end goes in motion. That's Luke Ford. Sitkowski's looking for him. Throws it to he's got a tight end number. Well, that's Hank Beatty, the freshman. He's a wide receiver, actually, but Jack Campbell was standing there as if to say, who are you going to throw it to, because I'm going to get him. and Jack did. Gain is to the 50, just across the 50. Illinois is 2 of 10 on 3rd down. The Illini face 3rd and almost 5. With 10 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, 6-6 football game. Twin receivers to the left, single receiver to the right. One in motion. Here's Sitkowski. Hawks run a blitz. Sitkowski gets away from it and then throws it away. Well, a taste of their own medicine there.
Yeah.
Iowa decided to blitz, and they came from both right and left.
Yeah, Cooper DeJean coming from the cash
Seth
spot.
Benson from the weak side, and Sitkowski, I don't know how he got away from that, but he saved about a 10-yard loss. And back to receive the punt is Arlen Bruce. Well, we didn't have a punt in the first quarter. It's been a punt fest since. And here's the snap. Kick away by Hugh Robertson. Fair caught by Arlen Bruce.
That's 15-yard penalty.
He's run into now. I mean, in fairness, and I'm happy for the call, but in fairness to Illinois, Arlen waited till the very last, and then he gave it a quick wave. But by then, the defender, or the gunner, wasn't looking at Bruce. He had his head down. So that's on Illinois, and that'll be a major infraction against the Illini. So
the Hawks interference. Kicking team number 32. 15-yard penalty for the spot of the foul. Be 1st down, Iowa. Time out of the field.
Talon Lightsey, the gunner downfield, ran into Arlen Bruce. Hawks catch a break, and instead of having it at the 10, they got it at the 25. 1st and 10 when we return.
Yeah, now that's the most yardage we've picked up here in the 3rd quarter. So let's hope we can do something with it.
38-yard punt. 39-yard punt to be exact by Hugh Robertson. Hawkeye football is sponsored by Wellmark. Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable with plans to fit your budget, because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the plan right for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
A criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has a trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's car with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Make next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Hawkeyes ready to go to work. 1st and 10 at their own 25. Petrus is up under center. Hawks are going to run it with Caleb Johnson, and he gets 4 to the 29. As we get back to action, a 6-6 football game, 9.5 to play, third quarter. Here's Robbie Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline.
Bo Stevens along that offensive line limped off, went into the tent, Dolph. Looked like an ankle, lower leg injury. Was running around testing it. Looks like he's been cleared to go back in.
Okay, Robbie, 2nd down 6 for the Hawkeyes. Laporta stands up, goes in motion. He's been the offensive star tonight, he and Spencer Petrus. And here's Caleb Johnson. Wasn't sure on the cutback where to go, and he ran right into the defender. Tariq Barnes, that linebacker, he's been active.
Yes, I mean, the 5-2 is the new 3-4. And they get off blocks. That's something that we haven't been able to do, but Illinois' defensive players get off blocks.
Jennings Dunker is in at right guard for Bo Stevens. 3rd down and 5. They do give a yard to Caleb Johnson. Hawks go empty. Petrus gets rid of it in a hurry, and it's caught for a 1st down. Good job by Spencer Petrus as he goes to his pacifier, Sam Laporta.
I mean, Laporta got off inside, was right in the middle of the field, ready to catch the ball and make the 1st down.
Kendall Smith, the safety on the stop. Good coverage, but the young man from right down the road in Highland, Illinois, back in his home state, he wants to do well. Man, has he performed outstanding tonight. 6 catches for 104 yards. I'd keep feeding that dog. Brody Breck, splits wide to the right. They run the counter, draw handoff. No, Petrus on a fake rolls out and completes a pass upfield. Caught by Nico Reganey as he rolls out of bounds at the 49. Terrell Jennings giving chase.
That was a heck of a fake.
Heck of a fake. Job of deception by Spencer Petrus. And you know what? Caleb Johnson did a good job of selling that he had the football. Illinois was caught flat-footed. 13 yards on the game. The Hawks approaching midfield. 7.5 to play third quarter. 6-6 football game out of the eye. Straight ahead running for LaShawn Williams, and Illinois ganging up in the tackle box. Knocks him down for no gain.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to stop the run, and we've got to establish something in the way of a run, but Illinois, that's why the quick passes over the middle to Laporta have been effective, because they've got people up in the box.
T. Edwards, the nose tackle. He's only 320, redshirt freshman from, boy, they feed him well down here, don't they? No gain. Well, actually, maybe a yard for LaShawn. 2nd down, call it 9 from midfield. Here comes a run blitz. Gavin Williams avoids the blitz, but does all he can just to get back to the line of scrimmage. Hey, let us know where you're listening in from tonight as Johnny Newton makes that tackle. It's 3rd down and 8. You can reach me at Gary Dolphin on Twitter, at Gary Dolphin, or on Facebook at facebook.com/voice of the Hawkeyes. We'd love to give you a shout out wherever you are here in Iowa or around the country. Well, Spencer Petrus needs to make a play in the passing game here on 3rd down and 8. Ball at the 49 of Illinois. Spencer's been very good tonight throwing the football. Here he comes. Illinois closes in on him. He gets rid of it and threw it low, intended for Laporta at the 35-yard line. Illinois had good pressure on him with that front 5, and Kendall Smith was in coverage with Laporta. So the Hawks get a couple 1st downs. They'll have to punt it away. 6:09 to go in the 3rd quarter, and Iowa and Illinois hooked up in a 6-6 defensive struggle. Petrus now 12 for 25, 144 yards. Quarterback rating of 96.4. That's pretty good.
He was not happy with that throw. He had the receiver. He had the blitz picked up.
Torrey Taylor, a high angled punt that is fair caught at the 7. So Torrey Taylor with another beauty as we come to a commercial timeout with Iowa and Illinois deadlocked at 6. And 6 minutes to go, third quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
I'm in an area called Trade Integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Hawkeye football. 6:02 to play in the third quarter. Iowa 6, Illinois 6. Elsewhere on the U.S. Bank scoreboard, these are all Big Ten finals. Nebraska 14, Rutgers 13. Michigan beat Indiana 31-10. Purdue edged Maryland 31-29. Wisconsin thumped Northwestern 42-7. And number 3 Ohio State gobbled up Michigan State 49-20. Iowa State leads Kansas State 9-7 early on in the fourth quarter. Northern Iowa loses to Illinois State today in the Dome 23-21. San Diego over Drake 22-10. In the America Rivers Conference, Laura 65, Buena Vista nothing. Wartburg 35, Central 28. Co over Luther 56-10. Simpson and Dubuque are playing tonight. Cornell beat Lawrence 27-7, and Ripon big over Grinnell 56-6. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard update. Illinois football deep in its own territory at the 8. A low snap. Sitkowski fumbles the ball and picks it up and runs around left end for a gain of 6. Tough break for the Hawkeyes. They had it smelled out. Joe Evans tried to get to the quarterback, who wisely picked it up, and there was nobody home in that left flat.
And everybody was thinking Brown was going to get it. Now he was supposed to.
He gets it now and runs into a pile, bounces it to the outside. Look out. Chase Brown is loose. Second and third level, wrapped up at the 37-yard line. That's what he does. Keeps probing, keeps probing. Iowa had him stuffed in the middle of the line, and he bounced it to the outside.
I mean, it was in a pile of bodies that he came out of.
23 yards to the 37-yard line. Hawks got to dig in here. First and 10 for the Illini. 2 broken plays, 2 low snaps from center, and Illinois takes advantage of it. That's what good football teams do, as much as they've struggled on offense. Here's a big hole again off the left side for Chase Brown. He brings it to the 45. That's a gain of 7 on first down.
Yeah, it's not a mystery as to what's going to go on now. Is that Bielema has challenged his offensive line.
Got another injured Illini who was trying to throw a block out there for Chase Brown. It looks like it was Michael Marquez, the tight end whose brother John played at Iowa. Hopefully he's okay. He's on his back. He's trying to throw a block out there for Chase Brown, and boy, this game has been physical. Hawkeye football is sponsored tonight by Pioneer. Test after test, in field after field. Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. And we're sponsored by Authentic Brand. Thank you, Authentic Brand, for providing our Hawkeye apparel for tonight's game. Authentic Brand offers the finest Hawkeye apparel and accessories, and it's an Iowa company in Perry. Refresh your game day wardrobe. Shop official Hawkeye gear at Authentic Brand, authentic-brand.com, authentic-brand.com, or find them at retailers near you. Michael Marquez is up and walking off the field. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID time on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. So we're set to go. Second down 2. Illinois has the ball at its own 45. Hawks rushing 4. Twin receivers wide left. Another hole for Chase Brown. He's in Iowa territory at the 43, knocked down by Riley Moss. And that offensive line for Illinois has been challenged by Brett Bielema.
Yeah, he says we've lost our starting quarterback for the game, so we got to win this by running the football.
Quinn Schulte and Riley Moss on the stop, but a 10-yard gain for Chase Brown. And he's starting to mount the yardage. Here he comes again on the draw. Runs this time into Aaron Graves, who wrestled him down, but very little negative yards in this guy's body. He forges ahead for 2. Brown has carried 17 times for 104 yards, 5.8 average. Second down 8 after a gain of a couple. They're at the Iowa 41. Hawks need to dig in here with 4 minutes to play. 4 minutes to play in the third quarter. 6-6 football game. Out of the gun, here's Sitkowski with Brown in the backfield. Tight end goes in motion. They're throwing his way. He throws a block, sets up Isaiah Williams, excuse me, and he's knocked down. Quick screen pass, wide receiver screen, and he gets maybe 3 or 4. Illinois is going to look at third down and 5. Ed, big play here.
Yeah, and this is probably not going to Brown. This is probably a quick short pass somewhere.
The pass was to Brian Hightower, not Isaiah Williams. And Illinois at the Iowa 38. Big third down. They have trips to the right, single receiver left. And rolling to his right is Sitkowski. Now he's going to throw back. Pass is caught, but it was way high. And leaping up to grab it was receiver Miles Scott.
That was a throwback screen, and the Hawks had it blown up.
And he's listed as a linebacker. He's athletic. He did a good job to jump up there and catch the football, but he landed on his rump. The ball was so high, and the Hawks get a stop. They lose 6. Fourth down 11.
The crowd didn't like that call.
Not when you got number 2 in the backfield. Of course, you can't give it to him every time. Here comes the punt by Hugh Robertson. And it hits at the 10, and it's going to roll inside the 5, down at the 3. Well, this guy has struggled this season punting, averaging 35 yards a kick, but he's been pretty good tonight.
Yeah.
Of course, he's got a short field to kick to, so he's right on his average.
Yeah.
Although that one rolled for another 7 or 8 yards, and the Hawks are deep in their own territory when play resumes. 2:24 to go. Third quarter, Iowa and Illinois tied at 6. Well, you see what Chase Brown is running the ball out consistently near midfield has done for field position.
Yeah, took it from inside their 5 to put us inside our 5.
2.5 to go. Well, let's see if Spencer can put this offense on his shoulders and march him downfield. The Hawks go with a heavy package, and Petrus burrows forward, plows across the 5 to the 7 or 8. Now that's taking matters into his own hands.
And he's got an offensive line who said, they've put the game on us too.
They've been challenged. Richmond is at left tackle. Tyler Ellsbury is now in at left guard. Logan Jones at center. Jennings Dunker in for the injured Bo Stevens at right guard. And big Connor Colby at right tackle. A gain of 6 by Petrus on the quarterback plow. Second down 4. Now the hand, big push on the right side, but it closes down in a hurry. And shoving the pile out around the 10-yard line. Gain of a couple is LaShawn Williams. Johnny Newton led the defensive rush for Illinois. 3rd down and 2. Boy, 1st down is big here.
Oh, it's huge.
Hawks with just 7 first downs tonight. They need one in the worst way. On a play fake, Petrus is going to run for it. Gets it, steps up in the pocket, still going. Oh, and he took a heck of a shot, a helmet to helmet. And now we've got bodies all over the place as Luke Lachey grabbed the defender and threw him to the ground. Petrus took a Petrus was trying to slide to a stop, and the defender came in and dove at him, and so there are flags all over. There's going to be some unnecessary roughness after the play, or personal fouls. We'll see.
It'll be a 1st down for sure, because it didn't happen until after the play was over. So,
well, I know what Luke was doing, but boy, you can't pick a defender up and throw him to the ground. He knows that, but he's out there protecting his quarterback. I'll tell you what, never let it be said that Spencer Petrus isn't tough.
Well, and you know what? He ran out of that sack. That was another sack, and he got upfield quicker than I thought he could.
6'5", 240 pounds. He's strong. He's got a strong trunk. Here comes at least one of the calls. I have to believe they're going to call a helmet to helmet here and review that.
The result of the play is a 1st down. After the play, they are canceling multiple unsportsmanlike conduct, unnecessary fouls. Personal foul, late hit, defense, number 30. Unsportsmanlike conduct, offense, number 85. Unsportsmanlike conduct, assistant coach for Iowa. The unsportsmanlike conduct fouls are the first of the game. A second results in game disqualification. 1st down.
Well, Sidney Brown is a safety for Illinois at the late hit. Luke Lachey gets hit with an unsportsmanlike play, and I don't know who the Iowa assistant coach was that or was saddled with the second unsportsmanlike call. Greg Blum, the referee. I think they're going to review. All of our plays under review are brought to you by Athletico.
I think that you've still got the targeting possibility here.
Yeah, we're looking at it right here.
That's targeting.
Oh, man. Well, whether it wasn't intentional, but he was diving as Spencer was going down, and he took a shot to the helmet.
He was leading with his helmet, too.
Yeah, he was. So that will be the call. And I don't know. He got him with his backside. Was not helmet to helmet.
But you can't lead with your helmet no matter where you hit them.
You're right. His left cheek got Spencer's ear hole. So they'll review it. Thanks to Athletico for sponsoring our reviews all season long. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Iowa Corn and the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series, all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and the Hawkeyes work hard all year long to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's.
Number 30 of Illinois did not commit a foul for targeting. 1st down.
Well, Ed,
yeah,
we stand corrected.
Yeah.
I mean, he knows Spencer's going down
on
a slide, and he still led with his helmet.
Yeah, I mean, he got penalized for a late hit, but he's not going to get thrown out of the game.
Iowa corn farmers remind you that growing a crop is used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. See if the Hawkeyes can get a win here and move the ball down the field. 1st and 10. After all that, Iowa has it 1st and 10 at its own 25. Here's LaShawn Williams, makes a defender miss, gets to the outside, turns the corner, 40-45 near midfield, and rolled out of bounds at the 48-yard line. Oh, that's Iowa's by far best run of the night.
And they overran the tackle here, and a great job by the fullback in sealing that outside. Pottebaum got that edge rusher
Look at Liddell Betts, the first one to pick up LaShawn out of bounds in the Iowa bench. 21-yard gain. Jartavius Martin gets credit for the tackle, and the Hawks have moved it from their own 3-yard line to near midfield. 47-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Single receivers both ways. Offset eye, tight end left. That's Laporta. What a game he's had. Petrus under center, play fake, wants to throw down the middle of the field, does so, and it's nearly intercepted. Nearly intercepted, intended for Nico Reganey. Well, he and Spencer have not been on the same page. The ball was thrown behind Nico and darn near picked off by Martin.
Well, Martin was sitting there waiting.
Oh yeah, he threw it right to him. So whether either that's an errant throw or a wrong pattern run.
I think it's a misread. They were in a zone and that safety was sitting there waiting.
Well, the Hawks survived one there. Iowa's not turned the ball over. 2 tight ends. They're going to run it. Look out. Caleb Johnson's into the second level. First down at the Illinois 41-yard line as he ran between right guard and tackle, and one of the better holes we've seen tonight.
Oh yeah, and that was a really good job by that offensive line, because what they're doing on defense is folding in behind to make the tackle, and we got it cleaned out.
Big kick out by Jennings Dunker at guard. 11-yard gain for Caleb Johnson. End of the third quarter. Iowa on the move. Can they finish a drive? The Hawkeyes will have it 1st and 10 to start the fourth quarter at the 42-yard line when we come back. Iowa 6, Illinois 6. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with 0 sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Sheen Shed award-winning pork entrees are our specialty. Try the Parmesan crusted America's Cut, char-broiled and served with a mushroom white wine sauce, or a roasted stuffed Iowa chop. This center-cut bone-in chop is stuffed with a apple raisin dressing and glazed with an apple whiskey sauce. Your meal is never complete without one of our homemade apple dumplings. See you for dinner.
I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield covering Iowa Hawkeye football like it can cover you. 6-6 football game, 15 minutes left to go in regulation. The Hawkeyes and Illini. Neither team has dented the end zone with a touchdown tonight. 4 field goals. The Hawks have forced 2 turnovers, and now Iowa turns around and heads to the south end zone. Here's a missed. Good job by Caleb Johnson making a blitzing corner miss as he took the handoff to start the period and turns it into a 5-yard gain.
That is all upon a great running skills, because that corner had him dead aim about 4 yards deep in the backfield.
Jartavius Martin gets credit for the tackle. Terrell Jennings was coming on the blitz. And what a move by that freshman, pure freshman.
Yeah.
He's looked good here in this sequence. Iowa has second down. Call it 6 at the Illinois 38. Here's Petrus. Roll out right off a play fake. Now throws it to Laporta, and he's going nowhere. They were waiting for that one. They were waiting for that one as Sam was doubled up on. Spencer should have just pitched that one into the seats because he could see that defender right on him.
That's number 8. That guy, Tariq
Barnes, the linebacker.
He's a heck of a player.
Man, first Iowa makes a big play defensively, then Illinois comes right back with its defense. I can see why these are two of the better defenses in college football. Well, we've seen Iowa all year. We've heard a lot about Illinois. That's a loss of about 7 or 8, third down and almost 15 for the Hawkeyes. Petrus needs to make a big play in the passing game. Here's the throw down to the sideline, and Laporta can't quite catch up to it. Petrus gets knocked down as he let the ball go. Big hit by Gabe Akis. And the Hawks will have to punt it away. Good job moving the ball out beyond midfield. Flip the field anyway, position-wise.
Yeah, some of that, when you get the quarter break, when you've got the defense on their heels and you're beating them up, and then the quarter runs out and everybody has 3 minutes to regroup, and Illinois certainly regrouped.
So Taylor will punt for the 7th time tonight. Here's the snap. Oh boy, this one a little shaky. Hits it straight up in the air, but it's caught inside the 15 at the 14. Didn't look like Torrey got as much as he wanted out of that one. A 39-yard punt. Fair caught by Hank Beatty at the 14. That's where the Hawks defense will settle in and try and get the ball right back for the offense. 6-6, 13 minutes 20 seconds to play in the game. From Champaign, this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I think you...
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
When you open a crisp, cold Bud Light, you know game day is here.
You owe me $5.
We mean every sound. Enjoy responsibly. 2022 Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Introducing new Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda Variety Pack. You hear that? It's seltzer with the pop of soda, all with zero sugar. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, the loudest flavors ever. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda, IRC Beers, St. Louis, Missouri.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
6-6 football game through 3 quarters. Illinois has 195 yards of offense. Iowa 186. Chase Brown, their outstanding tailback, leads the nation in rushing. He's got 104 yards tonight on 18 carries. So he has 104 of their 195 yards. If you're joining us late, Devito, the starting quarterback, got hurt in the first period. It's been Arthur Sitkowski, the Rutgers transfer, ever since. The Iowa defense has forced 2 turnovers, looking for number 3. Here comes Brown. Stop and go move. Tries to get to the outside. Gets inside. Right guard and tackle for about 3 or 4 yards. Line of scrimmage the 14. He reaches the 18. Terry Roberts and Noah Shannon combine on the stop. And player injury.
Yeah,
looks like Terry Roberts.
Terry Roberts.
He's walking off under his own power. You know, he's been hobbled by leg injuries, and it might be the same leg. Cooper DeJean replaces him, and Illinois goes 2nd down 6 from its own 18. Here's Brown again. Slides through a hole, gets the first down, out across the 25. Boys, he's shifty. Oh man, he is something.
Body control is amazing.
It is.
Cutback move he makes is
he stopped twice.
Impossible.
And changed direction. Ethan Herkett finally got him on the ground, but he got 8 to the 26. They play fake it to Brown. Now Sitkowski's going to throw down on a fade pattern. Caught at the 40-yard line of Iowa by Hightower. Brian Hightower. Boy, that was a well-thrown football.
That was, he couldn't defend this. That ball was looped over the top
of Riley Moss.
He was right there.
Hightower, a little showboating. 34-yard gain, though. That's big-time play. Here's Brown, runs into Noah Shannon, and he's belly flopped on. A loss of 3 or 4. Might be the first lost yardage by Chase Brown tonight. I know it is. He loses 3 back to the 43 of the Hawkeyes. So the Hawks keep him out of field goal range for the moment with 12 minutes to play in the football game in a 6-6 tie. 4 field goals on the night. Now Chase Brown comes out and Chase Hayden is in. Here's Sitkowski on a keeper, a quarterback draw. Are you kidding me? Gets near the first down to the 32. Well, they're pulling out all the stops. Iowa charging upfield.
We had the blitz called.
Good blocking. The blitz called, and on the quarterback draw, or Sitkowski changed his mind and ran straight down the field for about 10. 3rd down and 2 from the 32. Hawks need to dig in here and throw them back. 11:15 to play, 6-6 football game. Chase Brown's back in now. You know where the ball's going. They toss sweep to him. He cuts back, gets the first down at the 30, and the chains will move. And the crowd's back into it now. This Iowa defense has fought so hard tonight again. Quinn Schulte with the stop. 29-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Illinois going, hurry up. Sitkowski pump fake short, throws to the end zone. It's caught at the 10. Inside the 10 at the 8 is Illinois. All of a sudden the passing game has come alive for Illinois.
Yeah, this was called way before they even got on the field. This is they faked a stop and go.
Jonah Morris on the reception. Just his 4th catch of the year. We have another injured Illini. Well, that's interesting. I think it's Jonah Morris, the man who caught the ball. He got up, did a little dance, and then all of a sudden dropped to the ground at the 10. Little delayed action there. 21 yards though on the pickup. Made a heck of a catch, but boy, what a throw by Sitkowski, huh?
Yeah, he definitely is. He's not a runner, but he's a pretty good passer.
He sure is, and he looked pretty good running that quarterback draw. Timeout on the field for the injury. Illinois and Iowa in a 6-6 tie, but the Illini looking to take the lead. They're definitely in field goal range. This is Hawkeye football from their field.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I've loved kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Dupaco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at dupaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Junior quarterback Arthur Sitkowski trying to rally Illinois to a victory from a backup role. In for the injured Tommy Devito, and he's hit 2 big pass plays in this drive early on in the 4th quarter. 10:40 to go. Illinois has 1st and goal at the Iowa 8. Chase Brown He's had a big night again. Over 100 yards rushing. Sitkowski on the call. The draw handoff to Brown. Gets inside the 5. He's wrapped up by Jack Campbell. But again, nobody touched him for 4 yards, Ed. And then the offensive line, just a sliver of a hole for Jack Campbell to slide through, and he throws Chase Brown to the ground, but a gain of 4, 2nd and goal.
Yep, those interior linemen just pushing our defensive linemen off the ball.
2nd down goal. Illinois with trips to the left, single receiver to the right. Sitkowski rolls to the right, throws. It is intercepted by Quinn Schulte. Intercepted by Iowa at the 1-yard line. Sitkowski never saw him. He couldn't have seen him. He threw it right to him.
I mean, he was eyeballing the receiver, and we had him double covered.
It was a corner pylon route.
Oh my, that was unbelievable.
We'll ID the receiver, but the bottom line is Quinn Schulte, the Cedar Rapids Xavier product, has come up with a huge interception, granted at the Iowa 1-yard line. Pass was intended for Pat Bryant, who ran a square out to the pylon, and Cooper DeJean had good coverage, but Schulte stepped in front of that pass and picked it off. Here's Spencer Petrus just trying to run it out of there, get any old kind of space with which to operate. Gains maybe 2 to the 3-yard line. 3rd turnover forced by the Iowa defense tonight.
You know, you looked at the replay, that ball was tipped. The one that was intercepted was tipped by Devontae Craig. And that's why it went end over end, but he did intercepted it even it was perfect.
Really, on a rollout, Deontay dropping into coverage. Okay. 2nd down and 8 from the 3. Here comes Petrus on another quarterback sneak, and he gets to the 4. It'll be 3rd down and almost 7. I don't know if he's, you know, it looks like he's just trying to get some operating room for Torrey Taylor to punt it out of there.
And that is true, so he could get 15 yards deep.
Can't imagine they're going to throw from here, but if they do, they better be looking for Sam Laporta. Luke Lachey had a great game last week with a touchdown grab. Lachey lines up right. Laporta to the left side. Now Spencer can operate out of the gun. Gavin Williams goes in motion. Petrus is going to throw. He does so, and the pass is deflected, but caught by Lachey. He gets to the 8-yard line and is spun out of bounds.
Delay a game. Offense.
Oh, they'll play it again.
The goal. 3rd down.
Well, obviously we didn't hear the whistle, but it is a delay of game. That's 7 penalties on the Hawkeyes, and the ball is back to the 2-yard line. Brody Breck splits wide left. Hawks go 2 tights. Nico Reganey to the right. And they're just going to run it straight ahead for Gavin Williams, and he gets maybe 5 yards to the 7. And that's where Iowa will punt it away.
And your punter can get back 15 yards. And, you know, this is the kind of football game we expected, you know.
We called it in the pregame show. And it's not an Einstein call. I mean, you got two of the top 10 defenses in the country. Total defense, points allowed, and they played like it.
Yeah.
And Iowa's actually outplayed the Illinois defense due to the 3 forced turnovers. But the Hawkeyes have not been able. They've got 3 points off 3 turnovers. Enough said. Now Torrey needs to boot it out of there, and it's a wobbler that hits at the 40-yard line. Gets an Iowa roll across the 45 of the Hawkeyes and dies at the 46.
Oh boy, it's down under 7 minutes left.
And there's a good breeze, a good wind coming out of the southeast that Torrey was punting into, in all fairness. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Spot and Rose. Make your backyard a place to stay, a place to laugh with friends and love with family. Live beautiful memories for years to come on a Fiberon deck. Fiberon, imagine the possibilities with Fiberon. After the game, go to fiberondecking.com or stop by your local Spot and Rose Lumber Company location and learn more. Start here and finish with perfection. Spot and Rose, buy easier, build better. A 33-yard punt for Torrey Taylor. 6-6 football game between the Hawks and the Illinois football at the Iowa 45 when we come back. What a crazy night at Memorial Stadium. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield brings you more Hawkeye football. 6-6 tie. Illinois will have it at midfield. Rob Brooks has a U.S. Cellular update on injuries. Rob?
Well, Dolph, Illinois has been moving the football without leading receiver Isaiah Williams. He went in the locker room and has not played since. Jonah Morris, the last wide receiver for Illinois to go out. They were looking at his left shoulder. Tight end Michael Marquez came out of the tent, has not returned, and hopefully Terry Roberts will be able to get back in there. He's been so instrumental to that Iowa defense. He's looking better here on the sideline on the bike.
That's a mash unit tonight with all this hard hitting. Here's Brown. Oh, he sheds a tackler, gets to the outside, then spun down at the 40-yard line.
He made 6 yards out of nothing.
Yeah, it was John Wagner who had a shot at him. Yeah, John dove at him, and I'll tell you, he does not go down on first contact. No. Gets 4, second down and 6. Ball at the Iowa 41. You got to hem him in and gang tackle him. Tight end goes in motion. Brown's in the backfield with Sitkowski. Here's a toss sweep to Brown. He gets the corner turn, gets to the 37-yard line. Going to be just shy of the first down. Good pursuit by the Hawkeyes.
Yeah,
and now we got an Iowa player, Logan Lee.
Logan Lee. Yeah.
Let's hope that's just a stinger. He's holding his right arm limp as he runs off the field. Oh, he's a good football player.
Boy.
He really is solid. Sebastian Castro made the tackle. Illinois has 3rd and 1. You got to believe they'd go for it at the 36-yard line of Iowa if they don't get it here. They send 3 wideouts wide right, and they're going to run Brown straight ahead. He dives for the first down. Wagner did a good job. He and Benson are penetrating, and Schulte came up to force Brown into a move, and he just dove over the 35-yard line to the 34, gain of 2.
Yeah,
first and 10, Illinois.
He only wanted one thing in mind: get first and 10.
Move the chains. 6 minutes to play in the game. 8 punts by Iowa, 5 by Illinois. Sitkowski on 1st and 10 at the Hawkeye 34. They're going to run Brown again inside. He tries to come back to the outside, then cuts it back to the inside and gets 6. My goodness.
He's the best I've seen for a while.
See where they spot the ball. Right at the 30, so they bring it back a yard. He gets 4, almost 5. Second down. Call it 6 at the Hawkeye 30. Sitkowski, who was intercepted on that last series. Let's see if they're going to put it up at all. or just keep feeding Chase Brown. Here's another toss sweep pitch to Chase. He cuts back. What a move. What a double move. Now he's loose. Heads for the far sideline. He's being tracked down by Kayvon Merriweather. You'll never see a prettier run for a gain of like 8.
Yeah, and what's he got? He's got 20-some carries by now, too.
It looked like Chase Brown. It's Reggie Love.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
He just came in to give Brown a breather, and now Brown's back out there. Reggie Love brings it from the 30 to the 19. They're in the Case IH red zone. 1st and 10. They're in field goal range now, and they can afford to burn some more clock. 4:40 to play. Twin receivers either side for the Fighting Illini. Here's Chase Brown, tracked down, chased down. Chase Brown chased down by John Wagner, 2-yard loss.
You know, yeah, they gave him a breather for one play, and he wasn't as quick coming out of the backfield.
He's all out of rhythm.
Yeah.
Leave him in the game. Boy, that run by Reggie Love. Whew. That's quite the 1-2 punch the Illini have. Loss of 2, 2nd down 12 for Illinois at the Hawkeye 21. They're back outside the red zone. Twin trips to the left, single receiver to the right. Now they throw to the underneath man, the slot man, and he's knocked down as he tried to cut up field. That is wide receiver Hank Beatty, who was in the slot out there with those trips. Good open field tackle by Sebastian Castro.
Yes, he's played a lot here in the second half.
Tripped him up for gain of a couple. 3rd down and 9. How liberal does Sitkowski and the Illini and Brett Bielema get here? 3.5 minutes to go in regulation. 6-6 tie. Illinois is 4 of 14 on 3rd down. Big moment in the game. There have been plenty of them, and the defenses have ruled the day here in Champaign. Sitkowski now, a timeout called by Brett Bielema and the Illini. 6-6 tie. Iowa, Illinois. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
He's going to try to make the first.
Hawkeye football from Champaign and Memorial Stadium. Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin. In what has been a real defensive slugfest, Iowa has forced 3 turnovers, yet remains deadlocked at 6-6 with Illinois. Illinois will have 3rd down and 9 from the Hawkeye 18-yard line when play resumes with 3 minutes and 15 seconds to play in the game, or at least in regulation. Not much offense in Ames tonight, where Iowa State has lost to Kansas State. That final just in from Jack Trice Stadium, 10-9. K-State edges the Cyclones 10-9. Iowa's punted 8 times. Illinois has punted only 5 times, but that's due to 3 forced turnovers by the Iowa defense. What do you think is going to happen here, buddy boy?
He's going to try to make the first down because he doesn't want to give the ball back to Iowa with 3 minutes left. And so this is going to be, this won't be a run. This is going to be some kind of a pass.
Chase Brown is in the backfield. He's been the star tonight for Illinois' offense. Illinois over 300 yards total now. Chase Brown has 132 yards on 28 carries. He goes in motion. So Illinois has 5 receivers in the set. Hawks are rushing 4. Sitkowski for the injured Devito in the gun. Long count. Long count. We still await the snap. And here it comes. Sitkowski, quarterback draw. He's dropped for no gain. Actually lost a yard.
Fumble.
Oh, the ball is loose.
And
picked up by Iowa. Running the other way is Riley Moss. It's going to be a touchdown, Iowa. A touchdown, Iowa, no flags. What a turn of events. Are you kidding me?
It was dark and dirty down there, and when that ball came out, the Hawkeyes knocked it out of his arms.
A simple quarterback draw, and Sitkowski goes down as he was rolling over John Wagner. Thank goodness he was sitting on top of John Wagner as the ball came out, and Riley Moss, the All-American, scoops it up near the 20 and races 80 yards for the touchdown.
And you got to yell, touchdown, Iowa.
We're looking at the replay. His knee never touched down.
Yep.
The ruling of a fumble recovered by the defense is under further video review.
Sitkowski is laying on top of John Wagner, and as Wagner rolls him over, well, I see the elbow now has, but was the ball coming out? Was the ball coming out? Is it enough to overturn the ruling on the field?
Yeah, I think the ball's coming out.
The ball is loose as his elbow plants.
I don't think they can reverse this over what we've seen.
Yeah. The way this year's going, I'll wait for the call. But it looked like as his elbow was about to plant, the ball was already loose. The ball was coming out. He didn't have control of it. Now, we're not biased, certainly.
No.
We're not prejudiced at all.
We're seeing the same thing, though.
This is a good angle here. The ball appears to be sliding out of his grasp as his elbow touches down. It's a bang-bang play, but again, it has to be indisputable, irrefutable evidence before they can overrule the call that's been made on the field. No one gets closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune into Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more straight from your phone. No car required. SiriusXM.
Yeah, they just showed it again, and when that elbow hits the ground, the ball is coming out. It wasn't all the way out, but it was coming out. Well, this referee, I wouldn't want to be in his position because this is the ball game. One way or the other, this is the ball game.
3 minutes to go in the game. Here comes the call from referee Blum. And let's listen in.
After review, the runner's elbow was down prior to losing possession. It'll be 4th down at the 19-yard line.
Well, that's a good home field call.
Yeah, I have nothing to add to that.
Yeah.
So Riley Moss, 80-yard run for a touchdown off the fumble by Arthur Sitkowski, is overturned. The Iowa coaches standing across the way in disbelief. Kirk Ferentz has summoned the referee over. Boy, we've seen enough of this this season, haven't we? Oof. Last week and now this. So the try for the field goal on 4th down will come from the 26-yard line. 36-yard attempt. 36-yard attempt by Dion Pate, and the kick is good. Or check that, Fabrizio Penton. Illinois takes the lead at 9-6 with 2 minutes and 53 seconds to go. Well, they let the clock run for another 4 or 5 seconds. 2:49 to play as they readjust the clock, and Illinois turns a 12-6 deficit into a 9-6 lead on the reversal of the Arthur Sitkowski fumble at the 20-yard line.
Well, that one will be discussed for years to come.
I just don't know how you overrule that or reverse the call. Well, it's been an adventure field goal kicking this year, but for Illinois, but Bielema appears to have found his man going forward, a reserve linebacker, Fabrizio Pinton. Well, the Hawks need to put one touchdown drive together in the remaining 2:50.
All 3 timeouts.
Plenty of time. Here comes the run up and the kickoff.
Oh my goodness.
Caleb Johnson. Oh, Gavin Williams, excuse me. That was a short kick. Gavin picked it up at the 18 and slid to a stop at the 23. So the #1 scoring defense in the country is back out on the field, and we'll see if Spencer Petrus can somehow, some way, find a way to at least get the Hawks into field goal range for Drew Stevens. 2:46 to go in all 3 timeouts. Hawks thought they had a 12-6 lead off a fumble, scoop, and score. Not to be. Petrus to throw. Over the middle has Sam Laporta, who carries 2 defenders with him for an extra 5 or 6 yards. Gets close to the first down. He's at the 30, 2nd down and 2. Hawks need to get to the 32 for a first down. Clock running. 2:25 to play. 9-6 Illinois. Whistle.
Illinois calls timeout.
Okay.
Second team charge timeout, Illinois. It's a 30-second timeout.
Hawkeye football brought to you tonight by Wimmers. Nothing goes better with Hawkeye sports than Wimmers meats. Wimmers premium quality choice of hot dogs and sausages. Deliver the home game experience to your family and friends. Wimmers is the official hot dog of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Hawkeye volleyball won today. Congratulations to Coach Barnes, his first Big Ten win, beating Purdue. Iowa volleyball, or excuse me, they beat Indiana 3-2. Soccer will be at Minnesota tomorrow at 1. Hawkeye field hockey lost a toughie to #5 Penn State yesterday in overtime, 2-1. They'll remain out on the East Coast for a match tomorrow. Good luck to Lisa Salucci and field hockey. Right now, the Hawkeye football team has 2nd and 2. 2 minutes, 20 seconds to play in the game. Or in regulation. Iowa trailing 9-6. Laporta got 8 on first down. Big Sam's had a night. 8 catches, 104 yards. Here's Petrus. Throws caught at the 40-yard line on a quick square out by Nico Reganey.
Yeah, the ball was thrown low and away to where only Nico could catch it.
Hawkeyes got to get back on side. Brody Breck on the field now. Lines are down and set. 1st and 10 at the Iowa 40. Petrus throws to the opposite side, and a nice catch made by Arlen Bruce at the 48-yard line. Ooh, was that a nice lob over the top of the defender by Petrus. Arlen Bruce with Taz Nicholson all over him, made the catch, a gain of 7 officially. Ball approaches midfield at the 47. Here's Petrus. Illinois just rushing 4. Petrus hit from behind. It's intercepted. And Iowa's first turnover of the night is a killer. When Petrus got hit from behind, the ball floated over the intended receiver and intercepted by Matthew Bailey. The nickelback playing center field just stood there and waited for the ball to come to him.
Yeah, they went into umbrella zone defense, and they just rushed the 4 as you called, and we got beat the left tackle spot, and as Petrus let it go, he got hit and the ball sailed on him.
It's that linebacker Seth Coleman. He and Tariq Barnes have been in the backfield a lot tonight. And Iowa's first turnover is a big one. So Sitkowski, and now whistles as the ball is snapped.
Prior to the snap, false start. Offense number 75. 5-yard penalty. First down.
The offensive woes for the Hawkeyes continue. The defense thought it had won it for the offense. Special teams when Riley Moss picked up a fumble by quarterback Sitkowski, ran 80 yards the other way a moment ago, but they ruled that Sitkowski's elbow was down. The ball was not coming out, and they ultimately kicked a field goal. Here's Chase Brown. He's going to stay inbounds. Now actually goes out of bounds.
Oh, now they called him inbounds.
Now they wave the clock, keep running. 1:29 to go. Brown got 5 yards. The Hawks will call timeout. Illinois trying to erase an 8-game losing streak to the Hawkeyes. Iowa's won 16 of the last 19. And they're on the verge of doing that. Unless the Hawkeye defense can force another turnover.
I don't think they had much of a chance.
Now with Chase Brown wrapping his arms around it. Timeout, Iowa. Want to send our sympathies along to the family of former Hawkeye great Bob Schultz, who passed away this past week at the age of 96 in Des Moines. Bob was a freshman in Iowa's 1945 basketball squad that won the school's first outright Big Ten championship at 17-1. Played with All-Americans Murray Weir and Herb Wilkinson, Dick Ives and Chuck Darling. The Davenport native played for the great Paul Moon. Bob Schultz, World War II veteran, dying at 96. Our sympathies to the Schultz family. Illinois goes with multiple tight ends. Chase Brown is run down from behind. He's just standing in the backfield, hopping around, forcing Iowa to call another timeout. With 1:26 to go. 1:26 to play in the game. It'll be second down. Check that, third down. Third down and long 6, call it. So Bob Schultz, after he played at Iowa, went to the service. He came back and he coached the Fab Five, the freshmen. And the story goes, Bucky O'Connor called him one day and said, "Hey, send me up 5 freshmen. We need numbers here." Called him back a day later, said, "Send me only 2." Apparently the eventual Fab Five were beating the you-know-what out of the varsity. Just send me 2. Bob Schultz. Well, we got to find a moment of levity here, the way this game is laid out tonight. Illinois with the lead, 9-6. Hawks have 1 timeout left, 1:26 in regulation. They run the draw handoff to Chase Brown. He gets loose for about 5. He's going to be just shy of the first down. And the Hawks will call a timeout, and Illinois will punt it away. 4th down and 1. At least I don't think Brett Bielema. Well, you know what? We got a running back like Brown. Hawkeye football tonight has been brought to you by your Iowa Honda dealers like Community Honda in Cedar Falls. Hi to Sam Booser and the crew up in the Cedar Valley. Billion Honda in Iowa City. That's Frank Giuliano, Levi Walker, and Tyler Walker. Thank you, Iowa's Honda dealers, and in particular the East Central Iowa Honda dealers.
This is interesting as you bring up. They may go for it, and it looks to me like it's the offensive line that's going back out. And with the wind blowing the way it is.
Or they're going to try and draw the Hawks offside. I mean, I would be shocked if they go for it, but I've been fooled before. 4th down.
Yeah, they're trying to pull us offside.
4th down and a long 1. Here's Sitkowski now. He runs up under center. Chase Brown standing there with his hands in his pocket. Hawks have 5 down linemen right over the center. And now either delay a game or timeout called by Illinois. Good job of the Iowa defense of staying put.
Yes. good discipline there because they did this.
Offense, 5-yard penalty, 4th down.
They did the shifting and people in motion and ran the quarterback up under the center and everything to pull you offside.
So it's a delay of game by Illinois. Well, how about a block punt, Ed? That would be so appropriate for tonight. Hugh Robertson will boot it away from his own 25. And he gets it away and gets away his best punt of the night. Caught at the 17. And that's where the Hawks will put it in play 1st and 10. Good job by Arlen Bruce looking that thing in. So it's a last gasp for the Iowa offense. Hawkeyes with 218 yards of total offense, 57 on the ground.
And they're going to be in umbrella zone. They're going to rush 4 people and play 7 back.
Petrus, Gavin Williams, the tailback. Hawks go double tight. Double receivers to the bottom of the field. Spencer steps up in the pocket, throws, and caught out of bounds just near the 30-yard line to Nico Regency with 1:06 to go.
That was a good throw, good catch.
Regency with his 6th catch of the night, 41 total yards. Petrus has the lines down. Iowa out of timeouts. Spencer steps up in the pocket. Oh, now he's going to run and slides to a stop at the 30.
I don't know about that one.
Under a minute to go now. Gains 2. Yeah, I don't get that call or that decision, but he's got to get it going here. He steps back now, rushed, throws, and caught, and then dropped. Might have been pried away from Luke Lachey by Tariq Barnes. Boy, those 2 linebackers, Barnes and Coleman, have been something special, haven't they?
Yeah, and you know that this defense is something special. And we still, we couldn't block that pass rush. Them only down to 4 people rushing.
A lot of veterans. Several transfers for Bielema and the Fighting Illini defense. 3rd down and 8. Spencer Petrus in the gun. Laporta's wing to his right. That's been his favorite target tonight. He throws left away from coverage, away from Laporta's coverage, and now late flags.
Pass interference.
Pass intended for Regency, so that the ball will stay with Iowa. Across the 40 to the 42-yard line. Iowa's 42-yard line.
Pass interference. Defense number 6 at the spot of the foul. Automatic 1st down.
They get it on Terrell Jennings, the senior from Nob Hill, Colorado, transferred in from Minnesota State, where Hayden Fox coached. Craig T. Nelson. Well, let's hope that's the boost the Hawkeyes need to get into field goal range. The Iowa 42 have to get at least 25 more yards to give Drew Stevens a chance. Here's the shotgun snap. Oh, they rush. They send people, and Petrus is cut down. 34-yard line. Clock continues to run. Another sack of Spencer Petrus. Now they ran a delayed blitz, and Akis got there. Now here's Petrus. Dumps it underneath to Gavin Williams. He gets across the 45, gets the lost yardage back.
Look at this guy's laying on the field.
Yeah. Well, it's an Illinois defender, so I hope they.
Number 67, 10-yard penalty, 2nd down.
I didn't see the penalty flag back in the Iowa backfield. Holding call on Jennings dunker.
I didn't see it either. It must have been
Yeah. Gavin Williams got the lost yardage back, but Spencer Petrus sacked again. So the Hawks are all the way back at their own 25-yard line with 14 seconds left and no timeouts. Another frustrating night for the Iowa offense against, granted, a terrific defense. Petrus throws down the middle of the field, incomplete. Knocked away from Sam Laporta. Devin Witherspoon came on that blitz a moment ago with those linebackers and got to Petrus first. Now he deflects a pass away. Now they go junior, senior, sophomore across that secondary with a couple seniors as nickelbacks. 3 seconds left to go, so the last play of the game coming up. And Illinois will win the game 9-6. Thought I heard whistles, yes. Whistles before the snap.
False start. Offense number 77. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
So Connor Colby gets called for the false start.
Please reset the game clock to 3 seconds.
That is 8 penalties on Iowa tonight, Edward.
Oh, you know, Kirk can't live with that.
No. 8 penalties for 70 yards. So this will be the last play of the game, we think. Crowd's loving it. Petrus back to pass. Hit as he throws, and pass is caught by Laporta. He tried to lateral it. Now it goes back to Petrus in the backfield, and now out of bounds is Arlen Bruce. And well, no, they say he stayed inbounds. And the Hawks just keep lateraling it. Now they're all the way back to their own end zone, which I guess is justice. Game over. And Illinois charges the field. Final score 9-6 Illini. Brett Bielema will walk across the field and somehow find Kirk Ferentz in that mess of humanity, that mob of humanity. Final score, Illinois 9, Iowa 6. Back with the U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from their field.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Have loved kids, like having a daycare, extending our family, having another kid, and just kind of made sense to do more improvements. Having that availability to put back into our home from the home equity basically saved us.
With the fence closed in, it's like, wow, we actually got a yard, you know, like.
It makes the yard feel bigger. There is just another example that Tobacco Credit Union has had our back.
Your money for good. Learn more at tobacco.com. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal housing opportunity.
There's a hero in all of us. Shields is proud to partner with Iowa and Nebraska for the Shields Heroes Game. Together, we want to recognize and celebrate local heroes who exemplify the goal of positively impacting the community and who stand as an inspiration to others. If you have a family or community member you'd like to recognize and nominate, please do so at shields.com/hero so we can celebrate the heroes in our community.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless and official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Join the national network built by locals for locals. We said at the top of the show, top of the pregame coverage, Eddie and I, all week we've talked about two great defenses. Which offense could punch enough holes in the other's defense? There were a lot of dents, but no holes punched in either offense tonight. Frankly, the Iowa defense was the better defense, but Illinois wins the game 9-6 at the end of 5 field goals. The Illini, they're in front. The Hawks forced 3 turnovers. We thought they had forced a 4th, but they ruled Sitkowski's quarterback Sitkowski's elbow was down deep in Iowa territory. The fumble, scoop, recover, and touchdown run by Riley Moss was taken off the board. Illinois kicked a field goal with a couple minutes left, and that was the measure of difference, as Iowa's offense could not get anything going consistently anyway against this vaunted Illini defense, the best that they've had maybe since Kevin Hardy days back in the early 1990s. Illinois wins for just the second time in the last 22 years in this series. Iowa had won 8 straight and 16 of 19. The Illini prevail tonight, 9-6 when the smoke cleared. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Station ID break here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Hawkeyes continue to sputter on offense, try to find a consistent thread. They had 220 yards of total offense, just 52 on the ground in a 9-6 loss to the University of Illinois here in Champaign-Urbana. Ed, how does your postscript read?
Well, when they kept the pressure off of our quarterback, we looked pretty good throwing the ball, but then we couldn't block Illinois even when they weren't blitzing and keep them off our quarterback. We never did establish any kind of threat running the ball. I mean, nothing. And I know we've got a lot of young linemen. Everybody will look at the tape and figure it out, but you know, as coach says, we have to keep growing. And now we got to grow real fast because Ohio State's next.
After the bye week, the Hawkeyes head to Columbus to take on number 1, number 2, pick a number for Ohio State, but they won today at Michigan State as Iowa drops this 9-6 decision to Illinois to fall to level 500 on the year at 3-3, now 1-2 in the Big Ten. Illinois improves to 5-1 within 1 game of bowl eligibility, and Brett Bielema's got him rolling here with that defense, let me tell you.
Yeah, and when you did your pregame interview with him, you know, he's talking about, I'm not surprised that we're 4-1 because that's what we expect here now. This is not an out of the ordinary team. This is what I expect, and we expect in Illinois every year. So we want to win the Big Ten. We want to go to bowl games, and they played tonight like they're believing in what he's selling.
He sure has that defense believing. Illinois lost their fine senior transfer quarterback Tommy Devito midway through that first period. about the middle stage of that first period when he suffered some type of either a lower leg or ankle injury, did not come back, and the Rutgers transfer Arthur Sitkowski jumped in there and made enough plays to move Illinois into position to get that game-winning field goal.
Yeah, he made some mistakes, but the tipped when I saw the replay on the ball we intercepted down by the goal line, there was no question that Deontay Craig, as he was falling back, he jumped up and tipped the ball, but we had undercut the receiver anyway. I mean, we're going to make the reception, their interception, but it's tough to watch. I know this is the best defense in the country, or one of the top 3 or 4, but it's tough. It's tough.
Hawkeyes have now played 6 games with 9 total touchdowns. Their 3 losses have come by an average of 8 points. It is what it is, as they say, and the Hawks now 3-3, 1-2 in the Big Ten after just a crushing 9-6 defeat here on the road to Illinois. The Illini defense is as good as advertised. The Hawkeyes will go back to work offensively. Iowa's defense doesn't take a back seat to anybody. 3 turnovers, and we thought 4 forced turnovers by Iowa, but not to be, as they overruled the fumble by Sitkowski, and that led to the field goal. It was the difference maker as Illinois wins at 9-6. Hawk fans, when the Hawks win, you win. 2 days after any Hawkeye victory, buy a delicious pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards from Quick Start, and get a free pizza at any Quick Start location. Pothole Pizza at Quick Start, proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. It's time for our Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap. For every Hawkeye sack, Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. The Hawks had 0 sacks tonight. That doesn't take anything away from their defensive effort, but no sacks. That Illinois offensive line had that was another key to Illinois' ball control.
Well, we talked about it in the pre-game. They're all 6'6", 6'5", over 300 pounds, and a 6-year starter. He'll be, I think you announced, the player who started more Big Ten games than anyone in history.
Yeah, Paul Chesky, the right tackle. He's been around a long time. 58 starts counting tonight, and they protected Chase Brown. He ran for 200 yards. Illinois ran for 200 yards tonight. Chase Brown had 106 of those. 31 carries, a workhorse, and his average, let me check, was 4.7. That's pretty good against this Iowa defense.
Oh, for sure. And when they knew that that's what was happening, that's where it was coming from. And so that's just the way it works,
Hawks got no sacks, but a great effort defensively by Iowa. We thank Mershman Seeds for their support of the Hawkeye sack attack. Quarterback sack recap with $150 per sack going to Stead Family Children's Hospital. 13 sacks on the year for Iowa. That's just under $2,000 donated to Children's Hospital. Hawks reached the Case IH red zone 3 times tonight, scoring twice. Unfortunately, they were both field goals. They all count, but could have used a touchdown or 2 there, and that would have been a difference maker. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. A 32-yard field goal and a 27-yard field goal by Drew Stevens. Drew also missed one from 45, hooked it just wide left, so that was a factor in the end as well. 2 out of 3 scores for the Hawks in the Case IH red zone tonight. Time now to go inside the Iowa locker room and visit with our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Our best in the game interview sponsored by Old Dominion Freight Line. Sam Laporta had a spectacular night coming back to his home state. 8 receptions, 104 yards with a long of 32. Sam averaged 13 yards per catch, but I know after a game like this you're not into numbers, Sam, unless it's a victory, but great effort on your part. Great effort by the offense. It's just you're going up against a stellar defense.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Yeah, we're really disappointed tonight in the locker room. we don't think it's a matter of effort. We think it's a matter of execution, and we've been hurting ourselves on offense, penalty yardage, and negative plays, and we got to clean that up with the bye week.
Yeah, that was my next question, Sam. 8 penalties for almost 70 yards. I guess the common folk want to know what's going on, because Iowa's always been one of the least penalized teams, at least during your tenure here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like we keep having good weeks of practice and we keep showing improvement. Of course, there's always things to clean up, and we're going to get back to work here. And the bye week's going to be nice to kind of analyze everything again and get back to it.
Well, you know, on their defense, obviously they knew you were our go-to guy, but every time that Petrus had a pocket and time to get rid of it, you seemed to be able to get open.
I felt like I created a little separation tonight, and me and Spence were on the same page quite a few times, and we were moving the chains. Unfortunately, we were getting behind the chains. 3rd down and long was kind of the common theme of the night, and that can't be the reoccurring theme. So we got to stay ahead of the chains and first down efficiency.
Sam, I know how frustrated we are up here. I can't imagine how frustrated that locker room is. You guys are leaving your heart and soul out there, and it's just not turning into victories. But there's no sympathy cards coming in the mail. You got a bye week to rest up, heal the bumps and bruises, and get ready for the Buckeyes. But you don't see any quit in this team, right?
No, of course not. There's a lot of great character on this team, a lot of great leaders, and we're going to keep leaning on those guys for their leadership and their experience, and we're going to regroup, and hopefully we get this train on the tracks.
Yeah, you'll be fine, buddy. Thanks so much for your time coming out in tough circumstances, Sam. Sam Laporta, Hawkeyes all Big Ten tight end. What a night. 8 receptions, over 100 yards against this defense.
Yeah, and you know that they had him circled before tonight ever started, and they changed coverages up a lot, but Sam can read those coverages just as well as the quarterback can, and so he varies his route as he reads it, and like he said, that the quarterback and him, Petrus, were on the same page a number of times tonight. And you don't know that from sitting up here, how many times one play is called, and when the defense changes, you've got to have a silent communication with the quarterback to reroute yourself, and that looked good tonight.
Spencer hung in there despite getting sacked 5 times. Illinois enforced 11 tackles for loss, too, on the Hawkeyes. And Sam pointed that out. The penalties certainly contributed to the Hawks being behind the chains a lot tonight. But Sam Laporta certainly gave it his best shot. He's our best in the game, courtesy of Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion sponsoring our best in the game. Tonight, Iowa's best fell a little bit short, losing to Illinois 9-6 on a field goal and punt fest here at Memorial Stadium in Champaign. Back with more on the U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. Still ahead, we'll hear from Kirk Ferentz and from some of the other Hawkeyes here on our postgame show. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We all love a good win, catching up with friends, saving money at the pump, soaking up the perfect Iowa day, sitting down to a really, really good meal. These are the everyday delights that make us smile. These are the moments that connect us all as Iowans. And these are the wins that, more often than not, start with Iowa's farm families and the crop they're growing. Because when corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Learn more about how to share your own wins at iowacorn.org/IowansWin.
When our team takes the field, it's important to have a good game plan. The Iowa Secretary of State and I want you to have a good game plan for the November 8th election, too. It's important to have your voice heard by voting. You have options when it comes to casting your ballot, whether it's at the polls, your local election office, or from the comfort of your couch. Pick the play that works best for you. Remember these 3 important keys for the upcoming election. Visit voterready.iowa.gov, get in the game, and be a voter. Go Hawks.
Get a Hy-Vee Plus Premium membership for just $99 a year and get fuel savings every time you shop in-store and online. Plus, exclusive deals and offers every month. Plus, free standard delivery and free express pickup. With Hy-Vee Plus, our plus equals more. For a limited time, get $50 off an annual Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG. That's right. Get $50 off a Hy-Vee Plus membership with code SAVEBIG.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 Degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 Degrees. Lennox, 72 Degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak. We await Coach Ferentz to join us from the locker room on Iowa's 9-6 defeat to the University of Illinois here at Memorial Stadium in Champaign. Welcome back to our postgame coverage courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Here's the way the stat sheet breaks down. 9-6, Illinois wins it. First downs, Illinois had 18 to Iowa's 13. Illinois with 316 yards of offense on 75 plays, 200 rushing, with Chase Brown netting 146 of the 200. He is something special. 31 carries. The Hawks with 222 total yards, just 52 on the ground on 30 carries, and the majority of that coming on one run of 21 yards by Gavin Williams. And we'll go back to the Iowa locker room. We'll come back to our stat sheet. Coach Ferentz is ready to go from the Hawkeye locker room as we visit each postgame with the Iowa head coach. Kirk, you certainly did enough defensively tonight. What an effort by your guys, forcing 3 turnovers. We thought there was a fourth one in there, but it was not to be. But 2 fumble recoveries, a great pick by Schulte in the end zone. A frustrating night for the offense, but that's a pretty good Illinois defense too.
Yeah, it is, and obviously we were, hopeful that we would move the ball better and score points. But they played a really good game. It was two good defensive football teams competing out there, and we weren't able to cash in on any opportunities that were out there, and we hurt ourselves with some penalties.
Yeah, penalties 8 tonight for roughly 70 yards. That's been common the last couple of games. I know that has to get your nose sideways too. But what are you seeing with the penalties?
Well, this one feels entirely different than last week, even though those were significant. But
sure,
they were hard to stomach. Today we had the ones we got, I think, were valid calls. So there's no argument there. Part of it's youth, and part of it's just a little bit of sloppiness.
Well, your offensive line really faced a lot of really good athletes today that changed up what they were doing, and they're growing, but it's still quite a lesson out there, huh?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we're learning on the job and need to learn faster. We're going to have to, but it showed today. Yeah, some of our younger guys, it was a little bit stressful for them, and we knew they were a good defensive front. We knew that, and they cover well. They've done a good job all along with their defensive play this year. But, yeah, I was hoping we'd do a little better, quite frankly.
Jack Campbell had 13 tackles, 8 solo. He was all over the field. He was in the backfield. He was dropping into coverage. He led another great spectacular charge by your defense, Coach.
Yeah, I mean, he's been playing that way since he showed up. He's just a tremendous football player, great attitude, and great great leader out there just by example. So, can't say enough about him. He's played really well. We got a bunch of guys playing well, and we just got to figure out a way here to muster up some points.
Spencer threw for 170, quarterback rating in the mid-80s. He stood in there under some pressure, took some terrific shots, but you got to love his courage.
Yeah, I thought he did some good things out there and tried to lead us, and it's just we've got to do more to help him a little bit here, and it's a little tough too when you can't run the ball successfully. And I thought we had a chance to do that tonight, and it didn't materialize. So credit to Illinois.
Yeah, that running the ball was really difficult. It looked like a couple of times we didn't stay with the run. We tried to cut the ball back, and then the play would open up. So I guess that's just young running backs too.
Yeah, and I'd have to see the film. It was hard to see from where I was standing what exactly was transpiring. And they, as you know, they got 5 big guys on the line, and they crowd the ball and very aggressive with their linebacker play. So they made it tough. All that being said, I thought we would run it better tonight, and that was a little bit disappointing.
Well, when you see that last, what we thought was Sitkowski fumble, the ball we thought was out before his elbow hit the ground. It's a bang play, but credit Riley Moss for having the heads-up ability to pick the ball up and run. Didn't hear a whistle, and he did the right thing. We thought it was a go-ahead touchdown, but not to be.
Yeah, and at least got an explanation from the official on the field. And that's he told me what he thought he saw, and I'm glad he had input because our replay system's been a little flawed in the past, I think. So at least my sense is he had input, and that's how he felt. We didn't feel that way watching the replay. I'm sure we're a little bit biased, and the other thing, spirit of the rule is that the call on the field stands unless it's concrete. So
yeah,
that's the way it went, and that's kind of the way things went tonight in general.
So what was your message to the guys knowing that you're heading into a bye week now to get ready for Ohio State? First off, heal up.
Yeah, part of it is that, and, we definitely been going 10 weeks right now, so the first thing is to rest a little bit physically moving forward. And, we're going to have to reassess where we're at and see what we can do to push this thing forward. We got 6 games, and after we get through this thing, that's where our focus has to be is going to be on what we can do with the last 6 opportunities.
Coach, thanks so much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Coach Ferentz, pretty upfront and to the point.
And I'll tell you, it's really tough to lose going into a bye week.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't get over it in 24 hours as you're preparing for the next opponent. It lingers and stays with you and stings and makes your stomach hurt. And so that's the first thing. They've got to get over that healing period before they can start looking ahead.
Final score, Illinois 9, Iowa 6 from Champaign. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, welcome to U.S. Cellular, where new and current customers choose any phone they want for free.
Free? Even the one with 5G and lots of storage?
Free.
What about the one that takes incredible pictures?
Free.
And the one with the latest everything?
Free.
How about this giant cardboard phone?
Oh, that stays.
At U.S. Cellular, new and current customers choose any phone they want for free. That's any brand, model, or size. Free for everyone. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Fall on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting your card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
SprayTech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. SprayTech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with SprayTech.
Call SprayTech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
9-6. Illinois outlasts Iowa. Two great defenses on the field tonight, and the Hawkeyes won the turnover battle. Illinois scored more points, 3 field goals to 2. It's like the Major League Baseball playoffs here. As Ed Podolak likes to say, this one would give a woodpecker a headache.
Yes, especially the 2 turnovers. The one, we got the ball at the 5-yard line, didn't we? The one,
and couldn't get in.
Yeah.
Kicked a field goal, but to your point, the Hawks had their chances on offense with short fields, and it was not to be. That brings us to our Iowa corn drive of the game. It really was Iowa's first sustained drive of the night early on in the contest. 10 plays, 59 yards. The Hawks burned a little better than 5 minutes, resulting in a 32-yard field goal by Drew Stevens. That tied the game at 3 with 3:50 to play in the first period. Illinois had taken the ball on an opening drive, the opening drive of the game after Iowa won the coin toss and deferred. The Illini drove 66 yards in 17 plays. That used up about 6 minutes and took the lead 3-0. But after that, the Iowa defense settled in. Chase Brown's going to get his yards, and he did, but very few points.
Yeah, and, some of that, too, is that they lost their starting quarterback in that first
Devito,
quarter. Yeah, Devito. And though Sikowski did an admirable job when he was in there, but, that first drive, I think I was looking at the stats. Devito, I think, ran for 20-some yards in that first drive. 24 of the 66 yards.
That's what he does. He was 6 of 11 before he got hurt, throwing for 42 yards with a long of 22. So he was doing what he did at Wisconsin last week, what he's been doing in this now 5-1 season for Brett Bielema's Illini. But our drive of the game was Iowa's first drive of the night, brought to you by Iowa Corn. We thank Iowa Corn for the meat, dairy, and eggs we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using #Iowans_win. And now our John Deere run of the game. The Hawkeyes could muster but 52 yards rushing tonight, 21 of those by LaShawn Williams. With 37 seconds to go in the third period. Our run of the game is sponsored by Sinclair Tractor. Sinclair Tractor is your premier John Deere dealer, serving southeast Iowa, western Illinois, and northeast Missouri. Hi, Mo.
Hey, Mo. How's I don't know where he's at tonight, but he isn't up. You know, it's pretty late back in Iowa.
Yeah, he's probably going deer hunting tomorrow. But Mo and Sinclair Tractor, appreciate your support of the Hawkeyes with the John Deere Run of the Game. Stop by and experience how we strive to earn your business every day. Visit SinclairTractor.com. And our Iowa Pork Lineman of the Game is sponsored by the Iowa's Pig Farmers. Just like the Hawkeyes linemen, pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. I'm going to go co-winners tonight, Edward, with your permission. We've got Logan Lee and Noah Shannon, each with 8 tackles. They did a great job. I mean, for most of the night, Chase Brown would be hemmed in the hash marks, and then one of those moves that cause you to do a double blink, and he's all of a sudden outside gaining 4 or 5 yards additional. He didn't have a negative yardage play till deep into the game.
Yeah, and it might have been his first of the year, too, because he's really tough to corral. And then, they talked, Noah talked this week about making sure that A gap, B gap are secure, and they did a good job of that tonight.
Due in large part to Logan Lee and Noah Shannon, our Iowa Pork Lineman of the Game. Thanks to our Iowa Pig Farmers, the Iowa Pork Association, for their support of Hawkeye football. Iowa loses 9-6 to Illinois. Let's take a look at the individual numbers. It was 6-6 at halftime. 1 field goal in the second half. That coming from Illinois' Pinton. He kicked 2 field goals, actually kicked all 3 field goals, 27 yards and 37 yards in the first half. The Hawkeyes got field goals from Stevens of 32 yards and 27 yards, and we were 6-6 at the intermission. The only dent of the scoreboard came with 2 minutes and 49 seconds left to go in the game after the overrule of a Arthur Sitkowski fumble. A scoop and score by Riley Moss. It was a 80-yard play. We thought the Hawks were up 12-6, getting ready to line up for the point after try. They reviewed it and overruled the fumble and said his elbow was down, and the Hawks have to live with it. And that led to the fumble, or the field goal by Pinton of 36 yards. That capped a 9-play, 26-yard drive for the Fighting Illini, and that was the difference maker. They win at 9-6. Illinois with 316 yards of offense, 222 for Iowa. Hawkeyes had 52 rushing, 170 passing. Illinois 200 rushing and 116 through the air. Arthur Sitkowski 13 of 19 with 1 interception, 74 total yards. Their star running back, Chase Brown, was just that. 31 carries, 146 net yards for a near 5-yard average. The Hawkeyes back to the drawing board. LaShawn Williams rushed for 32 yards on 7 carries. Caleb Johnson continues to find his way as a true freshman, 26 yards on 9 carries. Spencer Petrus was 18 of 36. Picked off once late in the game. Iowa did get the ball back, but time ran out. Spencer threw for 170 yards tonight. Sam Laporta, our star of the game, our Old Dominion best of the best, was targeted 16 times, caught 9 for 107 net yards. Yards after the catch, 59. I mean, just a spectacular night for Sam.
That first catch that he made, it was 30-some yards. He almost stumbled as he caught the ball. He got his balance back, went down the field, and I think it was right then when they figured out they could figure out a way to get him the ball a number of times tonight.
Nico Reganey caught 7 for 46 yards. Nico continues to round into shape after missing a lot of time with injuries. Tommy Devito, before he got hurt, was 6 of 11 passing for Illinois, 42 yards. Brian Hightower was their top pass catcher with 5 for 68 yards. Chase Brown even caught 4 for 17. He is the complete package, no doubt. Torrey Taylor punted 8 times for 41-yard average. Hugh Robertson punted 6 times for a 41.5-yard average for the game. Jack Campbell, Iowa's leading tackler, as you heard, with 13. Quinn Schulte had 9 tackles plus that spectacular interception in the end zone. Logan Lee and Shannon had 8 each. Jazz Newton had 7 tackles. Johnny Newton, 7 tackles for Illinois. Jartavius Martin had 5. Sidney Brown had 5. that front three or front four or front five, whatever you want to call it, is awfully good for Illinois.
Yeah, and those outside linebackers who really play as defensive ends because they rush most of the times. They don't drop into coverage very often. So it's really, those outside linebackers are really defensive ends.
A nagging stat continues to be the penalties. The Hawks penalized 8 times tonight for 67 yards. Illinois not much better, 7 penalties and 60 yards. Illinois had 3 more minutes in time of possession. Third down continues to be an issue. The Hawks were 5 of 17 conversion. Illinois 4 of 16. So those are the key stats on tonight's Iowa loss to Illinois, 9-6. The Hawkeyes win the turnover battle. Schulte's interception, +2 fumble recoveries for Iowa. But the black eye is 3 points off turnovers.
Yeah, and that really is in the turnovers. The 2 of them were inside the red zone, and we could only get field goals out of them.
Illinois ends an 8-game losing streak to the Hawkeyes, winning for just the second time in the last 15, 20 outings. Iowa had won 16 of the last 19. Illinois had not won in this series since 2008, but they win tonight, 9-6. So Brett Bielema and the Illini march on with a 9-6 victory over the Hawkeyes. We'll be back with a final word here from Champaign-Urbana before we continue our U.S. Cellular postgame show.